It's 9:52 in the morning, chat, and about 6 or 7 shots in, and got two. Listen, chat, yo, might be a new dimension. It's not even McDonald's coffee today. I'm into homemade. I got like 3 coffee makers in the crib. For whatever reason, I don't know if I was too lazy to make them, but listen, we might be starting a new streak, making my own coffee. All right. Anyway, chat. Let's see. Okay, first thing, and as I play Burna Boy to start out, by the way, the Diddy trial, it's already started. We're going to get into it in a second. I saw a very interesting clip. It's not even new. But I'll start out kind of like by reacting to it. By the way, welcome to everybody who is on the Academy. Hey, if you guys watch on normally King Academics, we will not be live today on that channel. Okay? Y'all need to find y'all way over to Kick. Find y'all way over to Rumble. Make an account. I know those are the platforms we've been trying to grow. Again, a part of our strategy is to have a multifaceted way where, like, for example, I see my man King Buck, he on both platforms. I see his name in 2 chats. We rather that, okay? Just because you know how shit be, all right? So, welcome and thank you to everyone who's tuning in via the Academy channel and Rumble Kick. Actually, we're not on Meta today either. Fuck. But that's my own doing. I was going to go on Meta. It's all good. Anyway, here's the thing. So, before we get into the Diddy trial, I did want to, like, start out with a small, it's not even a topic, but it could be. I didn't see this. I posted it to my Instagram. But apparently this was, like, earlier in the month. Again, y'all know I'm Jamaican. Super Jamaican, right? Flag in the background. Over there. Okay. But, so, you know, Buju Banton, who's one of the greatest, you know, reggae / dancehall artists of all time, okay? He had some criticisms about Afrobeat. Now, if you don't know, I love Afrobeat too. I love Burna Boy. I love Davido, Wizkid, Thames. I love all those artists. And he made a very distinct, I guess it was a criticism of Afrobeats. Now, maybe I should just play the clip before I jump in. Listen to one of the GOATs right here. And I know some of y'all don't care, but y'all know I listen to these type of music too. Okay, my bad. Let's start it over again.
When we look at what they're doing, their music is not free in Africa. It's fuckery.
I didn't know what
the
to say.
music need to free Africa. If I am all the way in Jamaica and my country and my people fight for free your continent with word, sound, and power, and you have the ability now, and all you're singing is fuckery. You don't sing a song to free Africa all now.
Okay, I'll pause it here, which is, it's very, I never thought about it like this. But essentially what he's saying is that Afrobeats, which, by the way, if you listen to Afrobeats, it's usually about partying, having fun. It's about love. It's about things of the sort, but it's never about societal issues. Part of, like, what music is, whether even we're talking about rap, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, the earliest rappers were always rapping about social inequity. Well, damn, I just fucked up that word. Jesus Christ, I'm drunk. Now I'm like, inequity. And pretty much also things going on in society, whether it's racism, police brutality, those things were, like, infused into the music. And at certain points, obviously probably as recent as Kendrick Lamar, We Gonna Be All Right, we've seen music kind of champion social causes. So what Buju Banton is saying is that, like, if you've, you know, I grew up in Jamaica, so I grew up heavily on reggae. The music of reggae is really oppression music. It's music that was always about people who were oppressed, and it is still is a colonial island of the UK. It was always about music. The sole core of the music wasn't to just have fun, get bitches to twerk, party, drink. It was mostly rebelling, but rebelling through sound that would probably be spread throughout the diaspora and throughout really the world, just because of the greatness of the music, but it would send a message. I guess what he's saying is that Afrobeat don't got no goddamn message. And he's talking about the state of Africa. And, you know, I've never been to Africa, but I also brought up this topic to say, too, I just got an opportunity. Y'all should tell me if I should do it. Hopefully don't fuck up the streak, because this time we're not fucking up the streak. Last streak, chat. Not last streak, but we hope it's the last streak. Okay. I just got an opportunity to, and I've always wanted to go here, to go do some shit with Burna Boy in Africa. Never been to Africa, Nigeria. You know, me probably like some of y'all, you know, I used to have a perception of Africa till I have a lot of Nigerian friends. They made that shit look like Wakanda. I ain't gonna cap with you. Fuck Atlanta. I don't know no broke person. Well, I guess I wouldn't know them because they wouldn't have made it over here. I don't know no broke person in Lagos, bro. So I have an opportunity to go to Africa and go to Lagos and go do some shit with Burna Boy, which I'm actually excited about. But regardless, back to the point. I think what Buju Banton is saying here, right, is that he feels that the popularity of Afro beats isn't being used for societal and social uplifting of people in a place that are going through things that the rest of the world don't know, right? So if y'all going through oppression or whatever else it is, if the music don't represent it and the music's all about, oh, we having fun, this and third, for him, he calls it fuckery. You know what I mean? He's just like, what's the point of this, right? Like, is it only to get money? I'll let him play the rest of the thing, but you guys got to tell me, should I do it or should I not? Oh, Liberia's lit too. I just have a lot of friends from Nigeria. A lot.
We'll need them bringing this to the forefront of your mind, but we desire more from them. Ooh, you want the money? Go get it. But what's going to be said about you later on and your posterity? You didn't make any impact. So reggae music still stands predominant. It is still the king's music.
And, you know, just to put in perspective, I mean, rap these days, other than a few what you would call conscious rappers, it's all about turning up, what the hell, like, you know what I mean? It's all about getting drunk and celebrating debauchery and fuckery. I will say, when you look back at the history of music, I mean, shit, and again, I'm going to keep using reggae, Bob Marley, who's one of the greatest musicians of all time, in his music, that sounded amazing. He was pushing a lot of social upliftment. He was pushing a lot of, you know, music to help people progress. And I mean, shit, to the point, he got shot over it. You know, people felt like he started affecting politics. Politics, you know, in Jamaica at the time was super corrupt. He got shot over that. So, again, if you ever wonder why, like in my intros, like I'll be playing rap and then I'll just switch to like Afro beats or reggae, it's because it's like, I really do look at the majority of rap. Like, you know, I have some songs, they're good for like emotions and stuff like that, but they're just celebrating turn up and gangsterism. You know what I mean? If you, soul music, that music that really I feel like I could connect to, I'm usually going to Afro beats or not necessarily dance all the time, but definitely reggae. So I don't know if you guys think that's important in music, but it was an interesting like criticism I saw. So anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's
When
okay. Anyway, don't know what you guys' thoughts are about that. Also, I don't want to kind of breed any type of competition between reggae or Afro beats. Listen, we all come from the diaspora, and we could trace pretty much all our origins back to Africa. So, you know, me, I love reggae music. I love Afro beats as well. All right? Cool. All right. Let me see. Any other little small topic we get into before we get into this Diddy trial? Look at my boy Travis Hunter, man. Yo, why does this nigga always look like he walked off the set of Alien versus Predator, bro? Which, like, it's like he's wearing a natural, like, is this the alien mask or the Predator mask? I can't tell. I ain't gonna cap with you. Like, this was a video that, you know, made me say, yo, I think y'all owe that girl an apology. If she got to wake up to that nigga face every day, nigga, leave her alone, okay? Leave her the fuck alone. This nigga got a face only a mother could love. Now, granted, he is super successful, granted. Cool. But god damn it, this is what this woman got to deal with for the rest of her life. She deserves a G-Wagon. She deserves some shit. Look at this. It's a little zesty. Chad, you know when I realized I'm getting old? So I was really having this conversation, well, internal conversation recently. I'm seeing, like, the more time goes on, like I told you, I'm at big bro status, unk status coming soon, right? I'm getting more and more disconnected with, like, the quote-unquote YNs, like, super disconnected. Like, These days, I look at half of them, I'm like, these niggas is gay. Like, they zesty. They move weird. They're always winding their hips up. Like, their natural movements is just straight batiman. Like, that's why I realized I'm like, it's time for me to go into a different era, and I need to go get a son, and hopefully I could keep my son from doing this type of fuckery, but he'll probably be able to understand them a little bit more. Because maybe like, Dad, but that's what they're doing at high school. We're all winding up our hips, and we're all doing a zesty motion, and I could try to teach it better. But I've realized I cannot understand or comprehend YN behavior no more. It's straight Batiman vibes. I can't. It's like I'm watching this shit. I can't. Like, I'm losing. Like, I'm becoming the old nigga on the porch. I'm telling y'all the truth. So this is why I'm realizing, I'm like, it's the first time I realized, I'm like, I got to start having kids. Because when you outgrow the current crop, you need a kid to grow up that you could try to understand your kid. Because I don't want to understand strangers. I want to understand my child. I'm telling you, Chad. Real talk. This new generation, what is this? This is Gen what? This is Gen Z? Gen Zesty. This is the zesty generation. This is a zesty generation, Chad. I'm going to keep it a being with you, man. All these YNs, they'll twerk, wind up their waist, and shoot you. It's crazy. They're down to crash out. You don't even know if they really straight or gay, and they still about that life. I've never seen some shit like this. Usually, you see, the generation before me, they'd be like, yo, gangsters, we don't dance. We just pull up our pants. We just do the rock away. These days, the gangsters is like, they twerking and shit like that, and they still shoot you. This is the Gen Zest. I'll keep it 100, Chad. I got it. Like, I just start realizing, I'm like, yeah, I could never fit in with this. This ain't even like, it wouldn't even seem organic with me trying to fit with this. This is when I realized, Ak, you've aged out. You got your audience. Be happy, but keep it moving. I seen straight men, they like, yes, bitch, yes. I'm like, what the fuck? Isn't that Batiman language? Nope. I just got to check out. I'm checking out, chat. I'm checking out. I just got to find a nice, responsible woman to go have a kid with. And then hopefully he don't become one of these Batiman over here. I'm going to be honest with you, chat. I just got to check out. Because I can't. Look at this. He looked more feminine than her. He looked like he wouldn't turn around. Twerk on her. This is supposedly their wedding reception, too. If you don't know, they got married. Look. This is Gen Z, man. Generation Zest. This is crazy. The craziest thing is, these zesty niggas now, they're the niggas that's most down to crash out. They're the most gangster. And supposedly they're getting the most bitches. The world is backwards. I can't even try to comprehend. I'm going to just go over here. I carve my own lane, and I'm going to just let niggas chill. Anyway, congratulations to my boy Travis Hunter and his wife. You know, over time, you get to realize, let that man have his happiness, bro. Now, I see everybody watching this podcast too much. Yo, hopefully, you know what I mean? Hopefully, like, he protected his assets. I heard people having these conversations about the prenup and this and third. We not his financial advisor, man. Like, I don't know why people are so concerned with. You know what I learned about all of this? The moment he looked the most unhappiness was when we got up in his fucking business. The nigga wasn't crying out for help. Now, there's some people in some relationships, whether abusive or not, they're crying out for help. They want somebody to step in and intervene. I know a couple niggas, they'll bring their bitch around that you could say something. They'll bring their girl around me because they know Act gonna say some shit, and he looking at his girl like, ain't that what we've been arguing about the whole time? He just wants somebody else to tell her because she delusional. She don't want to believe him. Those are the people that need your input. This nigga been happy, whether you want to call him a simp, whatever you want to call him, you also got to call him happy. He was not unhappy before we start getting up in his business. So I'm going to just leave him. And again, I always tell y'all, listen, in life, the greatest teacher in the world is called experience. It's the only one that gives you the lesson after it gives you the test. Let that boy do his thing right now. If later on he in divorce court, family court, he put up a post on the gram saying she never loved me for me, then we could be like, well, bro, we tried to tell you. But leave that nigga alone, bro. You got to leave that nigga alone. Yo, let me tell you, God must have installed a different package with this nigga. He got the DLC package. He got more than 32 teeth. You ever see this nigga smile from ear to ear like he's a joker, bro? Every time he's with this bitch, he smile from ear to ear like he's the fucking joker. We need to mind our motherfucking business. I keep telling y'all, mind our motherfucking business. He smile like he's going out of style. He's happy. You gotta let him touch a stove if we do believe he's gonna get burned, okay? There was some other videos of their wedding celebration. Apparently he gifted her, what did he gift her? He gifted her a G-Wagon. As a, damn, her little dress look good and everything. It is mad white people in the background. What the fuck? Anyway, he gifted her a G-Wagon for a wedding gift. Now, I ain't even know you give your wife a wedding gift. I ain't know that. I thought you got a gift from other people. But again, at the end of the day, they're married, and no matter what you want to say about protect your assets and third, they're one. Okay? Let me tell you this. And I want, for everybody who be up in this business, y'all got 30 things to say. Y'all think that y'all are the relationship guru. Let me tell you this. If that boy is not happy, he not catching no interceptions and he ain't catching no passes. He going to show up to practice. He got her on his mind. He just going to just run the routes. He ain't catching nothing. That boy got to be happy to be the person y'all think he is. So whether you think he's simping, tricking, whatever you think he is, that boy is happy. And for him to show up on that football field, he got to be happy, okay? Trust. I'm telling you this right now. If that nigga's going through hell at the crib, like, you ever watch a basketball player play and be like, yo, oh yeah, his girl been bitching at him the whole time. Like, you see some shit in the media about, oh yeah, his girl been on his ass. Nigga look like he didn't get 1 ounce of sleep. Nigga shooting up air balls. He can't even jump. He not even playing defense. It's one of those. So, this is the wedding gift.
Come on! Come on! Let's do it! Woo! Yeah!
Wait, I ain't see the call.
Come on! Let's do it!
You see? Did he sign a contract yet? Travis Hunter signed. What's his contract? Damn. The nigga signed a contract with Adidas, NerdWallet, United. God damn it. Even nigga got a fucking endorsement by a fucking airplane service? Celsius. Jeez. Oh, no, that might have been college. He's expected to sign a $46 million contract? Yeah, that's nothing, man. Yeah, the boy got a mama, man. Let that nigga mama go and tell him the right thing. If you don't want to listen, fuck it. Okay. All right, what else is going on? By the way, we are going to get in the Diddy trial very shortly. Actually, pretty much right about now. Let's just see if anything else is going on up in here. Cassie and that did what? Y'all were watching the Streamer University shit? It's pretty entertaining. Shout out to DDG and everybody else. Okay. Let's see what else been going on. I ain't gonna lie, this was pretty much a good Memorial Day weekend. Nobody got shot. Like, usually you hear one of these rappers get shot or something like that. Look at Future. Yo, chat, do you think Future is accepting his Unk status? Like, Future's Unk. Like, come on now. Yo, Future been trying to keep the big bro status for mad long. Yo, Future got gray. Like, you could tell this is gray down here. But I will say, all these niggas that can't grow facial hair, they look younger longer. That's a fact. That nigga Jay-Z, that nigga had whiskers for 50 years, nigga, and he never looked too old. Except when his dreads became a little, Rock Nation, don't do nothing to me, please. But when these niggas that can't grow full facial hair, they appear to look younger. The little whiskers niggas. You know what I mean? He look younger now? With this look? I don't know. Possibly. Okay. Where is this at? This is the Canes Film Festival. That's in France. Okay. What else going on? It was the George Floyd anniversary. Okay. Oh, Skilla Baby. Oh, this nigga just... Chat, what the hell's going on these days, man? This nigga got shot hours before. Supposedly got grazed with a bullet in his head and got shot in the arm. And I think maybe the leg. And the first thing he said is, man, get me to the fucking show. Put a sling on and cast this shit up. I'm gonna perform. Somebody says, with this caption, the biggest flex. No, the biggest flex is not getting shot. But okay, whatever. He showed up and then performed at 42 Doug's event in Detroit after he was supposedly shot at in around the 8 Mile area. You should know about the 8 Mile area from what's our guy name? Eminem.
I'm about to let him know. I ain't gonna lie, good, 'cause I can't let you go. If you don't think I'm trying to kill him, dog, you in my DM trying to argue, you would. If you smoke, don't try to stick me, let me know. In the club with my gun and my banker. Can't believe with us, chest full of anger. Any on my list, they in danger. I'm running shit on my side.
Okay.
Shout out my dog, you. Real Detroit. Shout out to the West.
I will say, you know, thank God he's still alive. Thank God he's still alive. Okay. All right. Hopefully he heals up and recovers well. By the way, this is a little bit more of Travis Hunter and his girl.
Turn it down while I issue my statement. It needed a moment of silence. We made it. Turn it down while I issue my statement. It needed a moment of...
Yeah, how much teeth this nigga got, man? I think God gave everybody 32. He got 42. His dentist got to charge him extra. Okay. What else? All right. The game was talking about some shit. Glorilla. Okay, all right. Chat, I know y'all hate me with my new saying, but I'm just starting to learn. Listen, once you've been in a toxic relationship or two, you start realizing don't jump on either side of this shit. Let niggas rock, okay? Bad Baby, months after repeatedly posting bruises, videos of her boyfriend. What's wrong with the mic? Turn it up? That should be up type shit. Months after posted multiple videos of bruisings, her boyfriend tossing around like a rag doll, throwing out the crib like Jazzy Jeff, she is now bragging and saying the best thing that happened to her is that she didn't leave the guy who she told us was abusive to her. Chat. So I keep trying to say now, these motherfuckers got to leave us out the group chat. When y'all in these toxic relationships, don't use this for leverage, knowing you going right back. Okay? I said it about the Boston Richie shit. Boston Richie's chick, while he's now locked up over her, she can't stop flexing with his shit to show she's still his bitch. You know what I mean? So again, we want to support victims of abuse, but at some point, let Jesus take the wheel and leave us out of the group chat. Check this out.
I could post a picture of a fucking black wall and they're gonna say something, whether it's you're better than her or something negative.
Okay, I don't know who she's
Like
she's absolutely
okay, she beefing with some other girl.
I didn't know her age.
Okay, nobody cares about that.
I try to explain to people, like, you're just on the internet. You see me through a piece of glass and metal. You're not in my house.
Chat, this is all while, look, Bad Baby posts abuse. Look, she posted the video. She posted this video. Look at this shit. She posted this video. Chat, let me see if I can show it. Oh my God, I can't see it right now. Here we go. Look, she posted this. It even says it came from her. She'll post it. Now everybody don't like the nigga. Then what she says.
You're not around. You've probably never even met us before. Like, we've never had nobody hang out with us and like ditch hanging out with us again. Like, everybody always wants to hang out with us again. Everyone wants to come to Danny LV's house. Everybody wants to be around us. Like, if we were like just trying to murder each other and cheat on each other every 3 seconds, don't you think like people wouldn't want to be around us? Our own friends and family love us and love us together and know we'll never leave each other, know how deep our relationship is. Why? They're fine with us being together. Why would I listen to you?
But you...
Keep in mind, this is why when some of these celebrities post it, you got to tell them, go to the cops and shut the fuck up. Leave us out the group chat. Look, you see? She said, why would I listen to y'all? When she voluntarily posts this. Why would I listen to y'all? This man think he gonna take my daughter away from me. Say what you want, but trying to take my baby is crazy. This is what she posted. Why would I listen to y'all? Chat. This is why I keep telling you, man, we got to mind our motherfucking business. If they sharing their life and they keep going back, you watch, you have your amusement, and you just walk away. Don't think you're no relationship coach. They ain't trying to get saved.
Like, you know, I try to explain to people, like, you're just on the...
What makes you happy?
I am so happy that I didn't leave him because I would never find what I have with him in anybody else. And it's gotten so much better. It's like...
Yo, I think that nigga did voodoo on her. I'm trying to get that type of voodoo on some type of girl, too. Like, I don't know what the fuck... Obviously, we ain't trying to do the abuse shit, but, like, she's a little bit cuckoo, you know what I mean? But she love this nigga. I ain't gonna lie. She do love this nigga.
Like a whole different ball game. And it's like, I always think about it. Like, damn, if I would have left, I'd be missing out on this.
Damn. Chat.
But then it's also like the opposite end of the things could be like, what happens if, you know, like it's not even about you leaving him. What if it's the other way around? Like, it's just, I want you to be happy. I want you to feel loved. I want your daughter to feel loved. I don't know what it's like to be a mom. I know what it's like to be a woman, you know, but like I've never been in your shoes and I admire how strong you are. And I want like
people don't look at like Callie would be raised by a single mother. I would probably take me a long time to get in a new relationship. Like I'd be distraught. Like
I want, but
why would I go through
even
that?
If you makes you happy.
I don't believe in leaving somebody after they, like a lot of girls, you cheat on them one time, they're gone. I've never been that type of girl. Ever. I've never been that type of girl.
I don't even want you to.
Yo, that nigga in the back right now, that nigga in the back on Instagram, like, yo, this bitch ain't leaving no matter what. He cheating like he's going out of style.
Say that, like you don't need to say that to make yourself feel like any sort of justification as to why you're with Levon. You don't need to prove to nobody but yourself and Jesus Christ why you were with him. I am not Jesus. I have no room to judge you, and I want you to know it is not. I want you to be happy. I don't give a damn that you're with Levon. I don't give a damn if you're with someone else, as long as you're happy and you're smiling. And when I see you on social media, you have a smile on your face.
That's what I be not like understanding.
That's
like,
it.
why don't people see that? Like, I'm not like, help.
Blink twice if you need help. You're not like I understand.
It's just like really. It's like I feel like they just overdo it. Like a lot of things they just do, but this is just one thing they overdo.
It's because it hits home.
I went through so much with my mom. My mother has done unspeakable things to me. You know what people say? Even online. That's your mom. That's your mom. Why don't people say that's your man? Even tied with a child.
I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? People,
like your mom could do unspeakable things and you have to tolerate it or forgive it
people
or get over it because
say
it's your mom.
She should still respect her mother.
This nigga, yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. This nigga is slaying some Hall of Fame cock on this girl. I can't even lie to you. Like this type of digmatized is like it gotta be studied. It gotta be studied. Like she's comparing her relationship with the nigga to her mom.
She should still respect her. And people are gonna say, oh, because she gave birth to you. No, y'all say that about brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, cousins. Y'all do that. Y'all say that. When it's family, it's okay. When I literally looked at her, I just like everything from that moment became about her. And a lot of people, even around me, will tell me like, you care about Levon more than you care about Callie. And it's like, you couldn't even imagine. Like, when people tell me that, I get mad, yes, but I laugh almost, because it's like, I went through so much. I would literally put Levon in the trunk and put the car in the lake if it came to my baby.
Really?
Like, yes, like, it's...
All right, it's gotten to the point I don't care no more. Okay, anyway. We gotta stay out of white people business, but we gotta stay out of... Yo, the next time when you see $150 on somebody's face, just be like, let Jesus take the wheel and let it go, bro. Just keep scrolling. You gotta just keep scrolling, bro. You gotta keep scrolling. This is why I be telling y'all that little cancel culture shit. Some of y'all want to be like, no, you hit her. Like, even the DDG, Halle Bailey shit, let Jesus take the wheel, bro. Leave me out of it, bro. Leave me out of it. Y'all niggas go deal with it privately. Leave me out of it, okay? Same with Papoose and Remy. I'm telling you, all the same shit. Damn. Shorty's pregnant as fuck. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Carla Reyes looked more feminine since she got pregnant. It's like pregnancy made her look better. No, now it's some weird shit. It just, she always looked like the little worm from Men in Black. Like, now she look like female. All right. Who else is this? I don't know some of these people. All right. Tory Lanez. We'll get into this later. And some more Papoose fuckery. Anything else? Let me see what else is going on. The rap blogs. This is Sky Jackson. I don't even want to cover those. Like, me talking about Sky Jackson like some Disney character shit. She's on Disney Channel, right? Okay. What else? This is before we start getting into this Diddy trial. Okay. Top 5 presser. I might bring that up later. Okay. The baby got his lawsuit dismissed, or the lawsuit against him dismissed. Who is this? Okay, all right, bet. All right, perfect. So let's just immediately jump into this Diddy trial. First and foremost, what we're gonna start off with is there was some legal filings that was submitted over the week. I'm not gonna pull the documents, but I'll give you the summary of what the hell is going on. So Diddy's team is realizing, and they've brought it up to the court a lot. And I'm going to be honest with you. I do believe, right? I do believe that the case against Diddy is now starting to get into some hearsay thing. Now, I've told y'all and explained to y'all what hearsay is a bunch of times. If you do something to me, like, for example, Diddy did stuff to Cassie. If Cassie says this will happen to me, that's not hearsay, okay? Now, it's testimony, but it's witness testimony, right? Hearsay is, okay, I'm going to testify to something, but we don't got no proof. Oh, yeah, right before my car got bombed, Diddy was talking crazy to me. How do we blame Diddy for your car getting bombed? Now, do I think Diddy did it, bro? Of course. Of course Diddy fucked up this nigga's car. But the problem here is when you're in a trial, in a jury trial that needs to convict you beyond a reasonable doubt, Diddy's charged with a RICO. And in a RICO, they put so much shit into the mix that he only got to get found guilty of 2 of them, which is what's called predicate offenses, I told you. Arson is one of them. Kidnapping is another. Sex trafficking is another. Okay? Bribery is another. He's all of those are listed under his RICO charge. So they got to prove that Diddy actually did blow up this guy's car or try to burn it up. Here's the problem. If this was a standalone charge, he would never be charged with it. I'm going to tell you why. Yes, the fire, marshals or the firefighters, whoever responded, the fire people who would make the determination, they did say it is arson. It was a fire that didn't happen naturally, wasn't mechanical, didn't happen because it happened literally because someone did foul play. Now, they don't know who. There was never no surveillance video that showed Diddy doing it. There was no admission or a confession. And even by Kid Cudi's own account, when he said he asked Diddy about it, and this is also hearsay because you're now testifying to what somebody else is saying, even though you could be like, well, this is what I heard them say, cool. Diddy said, what car? Right? And he even further said, y'all don't know nothing about that. right? So essentially, they're blaming Diddy for this, which again, we're using common sense. I do believe he did, but this type of shit being allowed in a trial is kind of wild. So anyway, over the weekend, Diddy's lawyers have now submitted some things, and here's the thing. The only thing Diddy's lawyers could do in court, they'll object to it before the trial starts for that day. They'll raise an issue to say this shouldn't happen. If the judge allows it in, they're going to have to file some more motions afterwards and think about, possibly bringing it up on appeal if he gets found guilty. That's how it works. So, Diddy's legal team, they're gunning to blow up a major moment for Kid Cudi's testimony, asking the judge to strike everything about the disgraced rapper's Porsche firebombing. Why they said disgraced? How is Kid Cudi disgraced? Anyway, claiming it's based on suspicion, not proof. TMZ has obtained legal documents filed in the criminal case where his lawyers argue that Kid Cudi's claim about Diddy's alleged involvement in the 2012 car explosion are nothing but opinion and should have not been allowed in court. In short, they're saying Kid Cudi thinks Diddy did it, but there's no hard evidence, no confessions, no receipts. That's a fact. They continue to say, and by the way, here's the picture of the car. So it didn't explode. I think the media took that and they said it exploded. It never exploded, but it was a convertible. They cut a hole in the top and they dropped a Molotov cocktail in there, and it burned and charred up the majority of the inside, okay? I don't even know if this made the car totaled, honestly. You see some seat damage, some trim damage, but is the car like inoperable? No, it don't even look like it engaged with the fuel tank or anything with the engine. Seems like some interior burning. Look, this is the top of the vehicle. They just cut a hole, right? They cut a hole and just dropped the thing in there, okay? Yeah. A little bit more there. This is from the inside. Okay. All right. Says, as we reported, Kid Cudi told the court last week he knew Diddy had something to do with it after ending things with Cassie, but admitted there were no witnesses, no fingerprints, or no proof linking him to the crime. It says, when Kid Cudi asked Diddy point blank about the explosion, he denied it. Kid Cudi testified we didn't believe him and claims Diddy even apologized for all that bullshit when he ran into him later, but he never said what the bullshit was. Diddy's team is now pushing hard to erase the entire exchange, arguing it's legally relevant and unfairly prejudicial. No word on how the judge will rule, but Diddy's team wants the judge to clearly torch that part of the trial. Now, what would normally happen if the judge is going to strike this, it's kind of, the jury already sat and watched it. If it was just a line or two, it would be easy for the judge to say, hey, disregard that. Do not use that in consideration of you coming to a verdict. What could normally happen here is that the judge could then make the decision, and I think he's going to think about it for a while. He could say that as part of the RICO indictment or the RICO count, which is count one, the jury cannot consider arson if the feds don't come with more proof. They have two hearsay testimony. Cassie saying, I think Sean did it. By the way, there's another one that's about to happen. Capricorn Clark, she's today. Capricorn Clark is a former assistant, supposedly the person who called Kid Cudi to say, hey, Diddy's at your house. He's inside. Now, if she's an eyewitness, I could see them letting the arson thing live because they're going to say someone's seen him do it. But so far, the testimony about this arson is about, I think that nigga did it. It's not going to fly. Or definitely, if the judge allows it, I think on appeal, if, that's one of the predicate offenses that gets him a guilty verdict on the RICO, it's getting rolled back. So far, but they're not done presenting evidence. Remember, we're supposed to be in for 8 weeks. Is this week 3? We're in week 3. So this is officially start of week 3. Based on, we missed Friday and Monday. So this is day 10. So, we still got about, I think 3 or 4 more weeks to go. Jane Doe hasn't came up there, and you're going to have a bunch of experts come up there as well. Okay. So let's start out the day with that. Inner City Press is, of course, checking in like usual. And what the hell? Did it log me out of X? No way. What the fuck? Hold on, child. Wow, it logged me out of my Twitter account. Don't tell me one of y'all niggas hacked me now. Hold on, I'm trying to log back in. Like, you can't use Twitter really at all without logging in. Do I know the password? I do. All right, back in action. All right. So cool. Let's go to Inner City Press. We're gonna get caught up today, chat, on this entire thing with Diddy. I know you guys had a break, which I think was a well-needed break. And here we go. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, Capricorn Clark is on the stand. So before we get into reading some tweets, usually we start with my man's like vlog. What the fuck is going on with my Twitter? Yeah, I don't know. Is Twitter down or is it just me? Okay. Is this today? Yes. All right. So this is I'll start with this and we'll start reading the tweets, all right?
Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. We're going in for week 3 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. We've covered week 1. We've covered week 2. In fact, on both, we put out an ebook, audiobook. You can find them on Google Play. So just now, we actually wrote a story. We had, on Thursday of week 1, we did a filing to Judge Subramanian saying, why are the various arguments being made by the parties in emails not going into the docket? This is unacceptable. And he agreed. And at least the defense put in their side of it on Memorial Day. And it included emails contesting about Chef Jourdan Atkinson, about Don Hughes and Don Richard. Speaking of Don Hughes, there's also a filing by Alexandra Shapiro of the Combs legal team, the 10-lawyer legal team, saying that all of expert Don Hughes' testimony should be excluded because it was nothing but a Rorschach test, and it was impermissible and it was beyond the scope. Now, some people have said, she didn't even talk to Cassie Ventura, but she wasn't supposed to. She's an expert witness. But we'll see. I'm expecting that to be addressed in some ways as we get in. There's a few other things. Capricorn Clark will be testifying. Also, an LAPD or LA law enforcement, Jimenez, and the idea is going to be, can he testify about partial female DNA on the Molotov cocktail dropped into Kid Cudi's car? Doesn't seem that they're trying to say that he can't. The defense wants it in. So it's going to be a rip roar, and we're covering it as close as we can and getting as many documents as we can. And so watch this space. There's a few other cases actually happening here today, believe it or not. One is the congestion pricing case. Advocate campaigning in or systematic.
Okay, perfect. So let's get caught up real quick. Should be able to get caught up rather quickly with what exactly is happening. All right, so pretty much court started about like an hour ago. The judge did say, hey, I see you burnt the midnight oil over the weekend, okay? Essentially, again, Diddy's lawyers, because he has like 9 of them, they're trying to make sure that this doesn't turn into the hearsay case. So essentially, they're asking the judge, certain things should not even be admitted. The judge brings up DNA samples or DNA questions. The AUSA says, well, we want to bring on this investigator. His name is Jimenez. He has knowledge, and it says the knowledge of his is extremely limited. I don't know what that means. The judge says, but didn't he ask the serologist if the DNA test was done? The AUSA says, yeah, but not the results. So it looks like they're going to bring on an investigator, which is probably a detective, but the detective is going to refer to a specialist about the results of the DNA if they did get a swab or whatever. And the judge is saying, well, was the test done? And they're saying it looks like the results aren't easily, deciphered. So they want to bring on this specialist. AUSA says there's a partial profile from the glass bottle in the car. The investigator does not know what it means. The judge says, you don't object to the report coming in, only what Mark Agnifilo would ask. The AUSA says, we do object to the report coming in, okay? So it looks like this is a whole clusterfuck of things. They're saying that, and I'm trying to like interpret it here on the fly. It appears that Agnifilo is saying, we want to bring, if you guys are going to go down this arson route, there was a report and a DNA result report that we got turned over that we want to submit into evidence. And the AUSA is saying, yeah, you can, but we want to put an expert on the stand to analyze it or to be able to break it down because our detective can't break it down. It's the same type of like show. It's like the Tory Lanez case, right? Let me explain. The DNA profile says Diddy's DNA is not on it, right? However, AUSA is going to try to say, well, that doesn't mean he didn't do it. Diddy's team is going to be like, Diddy's DNA is not on it. How are you accusing Diddy of doing this? The AUSA is going to say, yes, his DNA wasn't found, but it doesn't mean he didn't do it. And that's where you need an expert to kind of give the, hey, even though, you know, the percentage chance of blah, 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 or, you know, it's very low, there's still a 5% chance, or they're most likely going to say is that because they got partial DNA, and they're going to talk about how DNA gets transferred from your hand to a bottle, and they're going to just talk about why they don't have enough DNA, why maybe DNA is missing, what does it mean with the results, but that could help the government have their case, okay? So it looked like they're arguing over a small point, but again, you know, I think we've seen in the YSL case, and I don't know if you guys remember that, and also we saw in the Tory case, the majority of cases, and by the way, no, we definitely seen the YSL case too. The majority of cases that are won in court are won by making sure certain shit can't even get admitted in court. You don't argue it out. You don't just like show up and be like, okay, y'all got like the fucking smoking gun. Like the reason why YoungBoy stayed on house arrest for all that time, he was arguing. They were trying to take that shit all the way to the Supreme Court. They wouldn't listen to that case though still, but they took it to an appellate court about the memory card being admitted into evidence. There's a memory card that showcased YoungBoy holding a gun. The cops never seen YoungBoy having a gun. There's no proof of YoungBoy having a gun but what's on the memory card. So they fought for years to get that suppressed because if that was suppressed, there is no case. So I only say that to say a lot of times it's very, very important for you to fight these cases in motions to, admit or motions to suppress evidence rather than just deal with what, is there. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. All right. So we object to the report coming in. Agnifilo says he got the results back. If the DNA came back with Sean Combs' DNA, this investigation would have gone in a different direction. But it was consistent with a female contributor. So that's what the DNA test says. That whatever DNA they found, it was female. It wasn't male. So already Diddy's lawyers are saying, why are y'all blaming this on Sean Combs when the DNA points to a female? But then that's why they want to put a specialist on the stand to be like, hey, could somebody else's DNA have not been whatever? What about these partial DNA results? What do those mean? That's what they're trying to do. The judge says, I'm going to overrule the objection, but I'll hear you at sidebar after the direct. So they're going to allow Diddy's lawyers to bring in this report. AUSA says the DNA issue can mislead a jury. Agnifilo says we could prove this up, though, through the serologist. This is fair game for the witness, okay? The judge says for now the objection is overruled, so the judge actually sides with Diddy's team. And he says, what about his summary charts? When are they being offered? AUSA says some early next week, others along with our second to last witness before we rest our case. The judge says bringing in bank and phone records and text is okay, but some threads are already in. Okay. So the judge says it's going to leave us with the objection to Dr. Hughes. Is the U.S. going to respond? AUSA says yes. He says submit your response by tomorrow. Now, the Dr. Hughes is, hold on. Oh, okay. So look like Shapiro, which remember I told you this is the appellate attorney. She filed a motion, I guess, to exclude Dr. Hughes' testimony as a let's Google this for a second. Rorschach ink blot. Rorschach ink blot. What is that? Okay, it's a projective psychology test that could. Okay, I'm not too sure what that objection does, but we'll keep it in mind. All right, cool. Now they're talking about Kid Cudi's testimony. Should it be admitted? So now, as far as Kid Cudi's testimony, which seems like an opinion. So the judge is even saying that. Seems like an opinion. You pretty much got up there and be like, yeah, I think Diddy blew up my car. Okay. How is it admissible given a requirement by Rule 701? Right? Let's look at Rule 701 federal. Rule 701 federal. It's a federal. No, that's not securities law. It's rule of evidence. Rule of evidence. Okay. If a witness is not testifying as an expert, testimony in the form of an opinion is limited to one that is A, rationally based on the witness perception, B, helpful to clearly understand the witness testimony or determine a fact in the issue, C, not based on scientific, technical, or any specialized knowledge within the scope. So even the judge is saying that shit was all opinion, right? Now they're gonna bring in the defendant, or not defendant. They're gonna bring in the jury. Okay, all right. So and by the way, Capricorn Clark is about to take the stand. Before we actually do that, give me 1 second. Okay. Where is the... What was I trying to play?
Sean Combs is on trial.
No way that could be prejudicial, so he was able to do it. However, once trial comes, he had to turn this.
I had sex with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he would...
Remember, there was a new interview with this guy. I'm gonna... There's a slight update with this, and then we're gonna get into Capricorn Clark. So just give me a few minutes, all right?
He would tell me what to do with Cassie.
Jonathan Oddi, a name that has circulated on social media, the adult performer who went viral for the wild comments he made about Sean Combs and Cassie years ago. But now, all these years later, he has officially been called out at Combs' federal criminal trial in a big way. Portions of testimony have been dedicated to him. Let's talk about it. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
I had like 15 encounters, and I heard lots of business. Because what they would do is Sean talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with speakers and stuff, and I was like a sex slave, okay, for them.
7 years ago, when Jonathan Oddi told that to authorities, no one really took notice, right? It was just the ramblings of a crazy person. But now, in 2025, when Sean Diddy Combs is on trial for federal sex crimes and his ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura Fine, victim one in this case, testifies against him, claiming she was coerced into prolonged and elaborate sexual performances with male sex workers, yeah, we look at this a lot different. And in fact, we are looking at what Jonathan Oddi said and himself a lot differently, considering he officially came up in testimony during this trial. Cassie talked about him quite a bit. By the way, I say Jonathan Oddi. I've heard other people say Jonathan Oddi. Haven't been able to get official confirmation on how to pronounce his last name, but I'm going to go with Jonathan Oddi. Anyway, it has been quite a wild journey, okay? And you have to say, with her testimony, does it validate everything that he said? Maybe.
Do you know Sean Combs?
Puff Daddy?
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's part of what's called the Boule. The Boule is a branch of the Illuminati.
Okay.
And it's the black people. Okay.
Okay, maybe not everything, I don't know. But he did say at the time that he was paid to have sex with Cassie in front of Combs. And what is being said now in court? Well, before we even get into that, let me explain who Jonathan Oddi is. So Oddi is this former stripper who was taken into custody in May of 2018 after he allegedly fired a gun inside of the Trump National Doral Miami Hotel and Resort in the middle of the night. The Florida State Attorney's Office says that Oddi fired shots in the lobby toward the chandelier, then draped a giant American flag across the front desk. He also apparently got into a shootout with police officers. Now, according to the Miami-Dade court, Oddi faces 10 charges, multiple counts of attempted murder, aggravated assault, burglary. There really is no real update on his case. It's kind of been stagnant. He's still locked up. But I'll tell you what, when he sat down for a long interview with law enforcement after his arrest, during that interview, he brought up, unprompted, that he was Sean Combs' sex slave. Okay? It was a pretty wild allegation at the time, and again, nobody really took notice because this was years before Combs would ultimately be accused of all this, that he would be accused in multiple lawsuits of wrongdoing, before he would end up being charged with federal sex trafficking and racketeering and prostitution charges, allegations being that he formed a criminal enterprise using his businesses to abuse women, including forcing them into coerced sexual performances, including with sex workers. Freak-offs, baby oil, drugs, voyeurism, okay? I'll tell you what, we have been on top of this Jonathan Oddi story and its connection to Diddy for a while now here on Sidebar, and the reason that we can do that for you here is because we get amazing support from our sponsors like Upside. Now, Upside's great. It is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy daily essentials. So I pump my gas, I can use Upside. I go out took the stand. And she testified about her 11-year relationship with Sean Combs. She claims that she was physically abused by the rap mogul, that she was beaten, that she was dragged, that she was kicked. As we know, this was allegedly documented in 2016 hotel footage, photos of her alleged injuries, her testimony, the testimony of others like another male performer named Daniel Phillip, her former friend Kerry Morgan, Dawn Richard from Danity Kane, all corroborating testimony. And all of them, all corroborating testimony because they all testified to Combs assaulting Cassie. And the prosecution asserts that Combs used threats, violence, manipulation to induce and coerce Cassie into commercial sex acts with male strippers, performers, escorts. That this was done without her real consent. And during the course of her testimony, Jonathan Oddi seemingly comes up. Okay, this is a big way to blackmail and intimidate her into doing what he wanted. But listen to the conversation with Mr. Oddi that was transcribed, right? Or recorded? Recorded. I don't remember, but it sounds familiar. And you were very concerned about the situation with Mr. Oddi, right? Yeah. He seemed like a volatile personality, right?
Now, remember, kind of catch you guys up because we haven't been here for 5 days, at least doing this. What the fuck? Hold on. Oh. Remember, this guy, he said he started noticing certain type of behavior with Diddy and Cassie. And he brought us a spy cam to record the entire sexual event. He said he put it on the table. He did the whole thing with the freak off. They got baby oil on each other. They masturbate. Then they start doing oral. Then they have sex. Then Diddy sometimes jumps in. Then they go to another. It's a whole thing. We kind of know the steps of the freak off now. So the guy records it, and then supposedly it's kind of rumored that there's this other guy that sees it, and then that's when Cassie gets told about it, and Cassie starts going crazy. But also Diddy's trying to make sure that they get it back. He eventually gets paid $5 million for this.
I don't know about volatile, I just didn't trust it. He was threatening to release a sex video of you, right? I don't know that he actually did that. I'm sorry. You don't know if he threatened to release the video? I don't remember. You just remember learning that he did have a video. I was in the room with him and I saw the phone up, and so I told Sean about it right after.
But now, the guy didn't say it was a phone. What he said it was actually, he said he went to a spy shop.
You were concerned that he was recording at the time, right? Yes. And when you raised that concern with Mr. Combs, he did all that he could to get rid of Mr. Oddi, right? And then there's an objection from Emily Johnson, one of the prosecutors. The judge says that's sustained. Going back to the questioning. What happened when you told Mr. Combs about your suspicion that Oddi was recording you? He said, "I'll take care of it." That's the most I remember. To your knowledge, Mr. Combs was also concerned about recordings of him getting out, right? Yep. Mr. Combs is a celebrity, as we've already established, right? Yes. And these would have been embarrassing to him and they had been released, right? Yes. Just as they would have been embarrassing to you had they been released. I guess it depends on what content, yeah. Had a sex video of you been released, it would have been embarrassing, right? For sure. That's why you were so upset in that audio recording we just heard, right? So putting aside the idea that Oddi allegedly had a recording of both Combs and Ventura, and we're going to get to that in a minute because he too has apparently spoken out recently about this, but the reason from a legal point of view that this is all so important is because the defense is trying to establish that Combs was trying to protect Cassie, that he would never release a sex tape of her or the two of them, that they're trying to cast doubt on the idea that he would ever blackmail Cassie with releasing sex tape footage, that he wouldn't do that to embarrass her or himself, and also seeming to suggest you...
All right, also, so again, I don't know if they cover it. He did do another interview, but it came out via a different platform. Again, we know Capricorn is on a stand right now. What I'm going to do here quickly... chat, unfortunately, remember, court is going on, but it doesn't happen in real time. So, like, we're kind of behind the 8 ball. So I try to, like, let the tweets build up a little bit that we can have a seamless reading rather than one tweet now and then 2 more minutes we got to wait. So if you're wondering why we're just not reading tweets immediately. Okay, what I did want to bring up, and this is additional information that you guys would have not saw, but we now have access to. Thanks to, we have a few sources. We do have, so, here we go. Hold on, sorry, chat. Okay, that should be it. Okay. All right, and part of this is kind of a recap, but again, because we're not we're not in court, I'm trying to give you every single detail as we get it. So, chat, remember on Thursday, the last time court was happening, there was someone who took the stand, and he said, "I want to if I don't get immunity, I'm not going to testify." It was another one of Diddy's former assistants. By the way, we've had 2 former assistants testify so far, David James and a guy named George Kaplan. George Kaplan said yes. They gave George Kaplan immunity, and what happened with George Kaplan getting immunity was that he testified to things that you could understand why. He said he bought drugs for Diddy. He said that he drove the vehicle when Diddy had supposed guns and was trying to pull up on Suge Knight, and then they spun back and whatever, all that type of stuff. So he was admitting to a whole bunch of stuff, but he also admitted that he used to set up the freak-off rooms, that he, when it came to Cassie, he would have the baby oils, he would have the Astro Glide, he would have A, B, C, and D, and they even asked him, which this was very interesting. Remember I told y'all, I really think something happened early on with Diddy and Cassie. He must have lost respect for her. I don't know what it is, and I'm not blaming her. Right? Of course, she's not to be blamed for, some of the abuse she's put her through. But I'm trying to not rationalize, because some of this you can't rationalize. I'm trying to understand his behavior, because he wasn't doing this with every woman. George Kaplan testified when he set up rooms for Diddy and Kim Porter, there were no Astro Glide. There was no baby oil. He said there was lotions, but there wasn't that other stuff that was, now synonymous with the freak off. When he set it up for Cassie, it was always that. What that tells me, it must have something happened early in the relationship where, like, I think he's just, because, this idea that the mother of his child, people are wondering, is he doing freak offs with everybody? Well, clearly not with his mother of his child. Maybe he did some freaky shit because he's a freak and he's gay. But was he doing it to the extent like he was doing Cassie? Clearly not. It's almost like he kind of looked at Cassie like she was devalued in a way, because some of the stuff that he would even want some of the prostitutes to do to her, like she would get strapped down to the ground and he would have prostitutes pee in her mouth. That don't sound like someone you try to make your wife. You know what I mean? Even if that's your kink. Pee, nut, all type of stuff. Anyway, so George Kaplan, he's a guy who testified to just different, type of setups for the freak offs versus like, oh, Diddy's gonna be with the mother of his child. Here we go. Okay. Now, we do have some details here. Hold on, how do I get this? Fuck. Okay. So here are some exhibits that kind of came into court. And this is from Kaplan. So this is Kaplan here while he worked for Diddy. Bringing, I don't know, this seems like a Vive Clicquot bottle. And he's like, hell, yeah, I miss y'all. Hope y'all are extremely well. Now, this is to prove, Diddy's lawyers are saying, all these motherfuckers was getting paid well. They were having a great time. Like, nobody was here like, oh my God, I'm getting abused. Everybody, while they were around us, they were getting paid lovely. They're having a blast. It's only after they don't work for us, now they're getting abused. Okay? So they're showing messages from this dude. Yo, I miss y'all. This and third. Hope everything is extremely well on Mapleton and beyond. Hopes our paths cross very soon. Remember, he testified that he was terrified of the situation Diddy had going on, so he left after he drove Diddy with guns to see Suge Knight. Hey, brother, how are you? So that's Diddy saying to him, I'm well, sir. How are you? How's your birthday? How's your... Yo, they try to give you a call a few times, but it's going straight to voicemail. Had to settle for the text. And look like, this is a group text. Christina Karam says, remember? George, the picture needs to disappear ASAP. Oh, my God. Whatever. I don't know. I guess. Oh, this is KK? Oh, this was when she was younger. Holy. Y'all seen her recently? She looks stressed out with that nigga Diddy. And she says, such a classic shot of the squad. Post-successful mascara locating. So this dude looked like he was like, yo, this is the gang. This is after he stopped working for him. He's texting him like, yo, shit is lit. You know what I mean? I miss y'all. Like, I miss rolling around with y'all. This just goes into the prosecutor saying, how the fuck is this motherfucker acting like he was either getting abused or he was in a situation that he wasn't cool with when this is how he speaks after he leaves? Okay? Here's some more things. These are some defense exhibits that got brought up in court. This is Cassie, and I think that they were trying to make a thing to say Cassie's look, Diddy was a style icon, and he was trying to just style her by saying that's a good look that will pop off for you as an artist, rather than, their interpretation is Diddy wasn't trying to control her by saying cut off all your hair. He's a fashion icon, and he was just trying to tell her how she could make a wave, right? Here's some more shit. What is this? Yeah, so they're showing different looks, and basically they admitted, even Kaplan and even Cassie as well, that Diddy would consult on her personal style. Okay? So these are just pictures. Okay. And what is this right here? There's probably some text messages. Okay. What's this? Yo, Wiz Khalifa car and get blown up too? Yo, Wiz, you smiling too much, nigga. Yo, Wiz, somebody better tell that nigga Wiz. All that black and yellow bullshit you talking about, nigga. You about to have a black and blue eye because of Diddy. You better stop fucking with this bitch. Holy. All right. Oh, by the way, Cassie did a video with Wiz. Okay. All that black and yellow bullshit, man. You get a black and blue eyes. All right. Now, this is 3 participants. This is the first text, first page of the text. It says George Kaplan, Puff, and KK is the other person. Kaplan says, P, no possible words right now, so I'm not going to reach. I'm so sorry. Sending all my condolences. Basically, I guess this is about 2016. So this is right after the death, I believe, of Kim Porter. So my thoughts are with you and the kids. So this is like 2 years after he's done working with them, right? My thoughts are with you and the kids. Wishing you immense strength. Please hang in there. I love you. Okay? This is Kim Porter pictured here. So I guess they're showing that this George Kaplan nigga is like, he claimed he had such a hard time while he was working for Diddy. But 2 years later, he's like, Diddy, man, yo, I'm sending my love. I know you're going through a tough time. Right after he quits, he's like, yo, I miss the gang. I miss hanging out with y'all. This was epic. So kind of showing that this nigga, like, maybe what he's testifying now to is not just whatever, right? Okay. Is that Rihanna? Oh, shit. All right. All right. All good, chat. So perfect. Let's go to Capricorn's, Clark's. And by the way, those are exhibits that came in Friday. So what's happening is that we're getting the exhibits. We're getting the exhibits later on. So we don't get them the same day, but we'll get them later on. All right. So here we go. So Capricorn Clark, again, another one of the assistants for Diddy. Diddy had multiple personal assistants. They all worked overlapping time periods. So, like, this is why they keep bringing up all of these people. Okay. So, call your next witness. Capricorn Clark is the next witness. Ask her, where do you grow up? She says, I was born in San Francisco. I moved to LA. Worked for Def Jam and then Death Row Records, a late 90s gangsta rap label. They asked her, they said, well, what's your relationship to Suge Knight? They said, well, he's actually the father of my friend's child. Then they said, well, but then you work for Sean Combs. She says, yes. He's over there in the blue sweater. So she points him out in court. I worked from him from 2004 to 2012. They immediately get to the bullshit. Were you kidnapped? She says, yes. AUSA says, when did you first meet Mr. Combs? Capricorn Clark says, when I first moved to New York City in 2002. We were super platonic friends. A headhunter said I should work for him as a personal assistant. I did until 2006. AUSA says, what were your duties? I said, well, I just had to shadow him and from the wake up. So, you know, as soon as he get up, whatever he was doing, she would probably just fetch coffee, do this, do that, do that. Cool. AUSA says, then what? Capricorn Clark says, I was the head of the women's department for Sean John. They said, it's not Sean Jean, it's Sean John. It's actually spelled John. And we're talking about a clothing brand. AUSA says, for how long? It says, a year. Then global brand director for Sean Combs. Name and likeness, due diligence to grow the brand. Then I was terminated until 2016 for Cassie Ventura. Oh, wow. Oh, no. And then until 2016. Oh, she looked like she used to work for Cassie Ventura. Okay. Did you work in this building? They show the picture of Bad Boy's office. They said, yes, we moved there in 2005. They said, your first day, where did Mr. Combs take you? He said, to Central Park after dark, along with Uncle Paulie. He looked like a linebacker. AUSA says, does his photo look like him? Capricorn Clark says, no, he doesn't have on the blackout shades he wore all the time. AUSA says, what did Mr. Combs tell you in the park? Cece says, Cece's, by the way, Capricorn Clark, not Cassie Combs, as Diddy used to refer to her too, that since I work for Suge Knight, if anything happened, he might have to kill me. Diddy's lawyer says, objection. Judge says, overrule, proceed. AUSA says, how did you take it? Capricorn Clark says, seriously, it had gravitas. AUSA says, how did you react? She said, well, I said, I ain't had nothing to do with that stuff. So remember, so this is a woman who has some ties to Suge Knight, but somehow Diddy hires her. And looked like Diddy was, probably worried about the back door being open. Obviously, we even heard from testimony from Kid Cudi last week. Cassie backdoored Kid Cudi for Diddy. So you always got to watch out for a woman who has some ties with your ops, because trust me, the back door could be open. So looked like Diddy threatened her, hey, listen, if anything ever happened, I might have to kill you. Okay? Now, again, to me, a lot of this stuff is like revealing. We always thought Diddy was a punk. So I don't know, like, if Diddy's like, what's his demeanor saying this? Is he joking? Is he whatever? But clearly she says she took it seriously, right? All right. They object again. The judge sustains it. Sorry. So Ms. Steiner, so by the way, this is AUSA Steiner that's operating. AUSA says, what was Paulie's role? So that's Uncle Paulie, the guy who said he looked like a linebacker. Capricorn Clark says, all aspects of Mr. Combs' movement to keep him safe. Then there was D-Rock, Roger Bonds, and Ruben. So these are security personnel, okay? By the way, we're going to hear these names a lot. The mere fact we keep hearing these specific names and they keep saying, is this D-Rock or is this Uncle Paulie? It tells me that the AUSA plans to call these people. So these people's testimony become more important when you get everybody before to say, Oh, I know that guy. He was around. Yeah, he's the security guard. So I think that D-Rock and Uncle Paulie are going to testify. I don't know if Roger Bonds is going to testify, but he might, okay? It's the first time we've seen Ruben, but he was supposedly part of the security detail. Cool. AUSA says, who's D-Rock? You see, they keep asking the same questions. A good friend of Biggie Smalls. He was a running back type body. AUSA says, did you ever observe Mr. Combs with a gun? CC says, yes, in my home. And what do you talk about? Capricorn Clark says, Mr. Combs told Chris Light he had a gun, and he had a problem with 50 Cent. Oh, shit. Yeah, Diddy been trying to smoke that nigga 50. Yo, Diddy's like that? Now, granted, I don't know if, this makes it seem like Diddy's walking around the crib waving around a gun like, man, I'm going to kill that nigga fifth, man. That nigga keep fucking playing. I'm going to kill that nigga. That's how it sounds, but you never know. He might just have a gun on his person while talking about 50. Maybe not threatening 50 with the gun, but that's how it was interpreted, okay? That's how CC or Capricorn Clark is saying it. Okay, cool. AUSA says, were you ever accused of stealing? CC says, yes, jewelry. Now, remember this. We got to pause it here. There was a whole incident that happened where Diddy has lost some jewelry. I don't know if it was after a freak off or something, but you got to imagine, by the way, even when they went up in Diddy's crib, and that was the hard thing about parsing through evidence. That's why I think he's not charged with the gun charge. There's so many people that went in and out of Diddy's house. It's like, how are you going to say a gun or anything you find there is actually Diddy unless it's a video that showcases Diddy? So, what happened is that so many people come in and out. Remember, Diddy had multiple assistants, staff, cleaning crew, girlfriends, everything else, security. Someone stole his jewelry. He had Cassie doing some of the bidding. Looked like he definitely trusted Cassie in that sense, knowing she wouldn't steal from him. But Cassie hit up other people and said, hey, listen, Puff is a little mad, but if anybody took the jewelry, if y'all just return it, just drop it off, no questions asked, and everything will be cool. Everybody keep their job, blah, 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 blah. Looked like that was not handled like that. Then she also said, remember I read some of these messages in the exhibits we had. Cassie said, Diddy wants to talk to everybody. So I guess he started doing individual interviews. He still didn't find it. Then the third step, right? So the first step was to drop it off, no problems. Didn't happen. Yo, I want to talk to all y'all individually. Then the third thing was he brought in a lie detector test. And he started doing a lie detector test with everyone. So it looked like he was accusing even his assistants, right? Even his assistants. Now, I think he might have did one on Cassie too. But everybody had to go through this lie detector test, including the security. So that's why when they said, were you accused of stealing? Say, yes, jewelry. It had been given to me. It was on a loan. So Diddy, which is kind of, it's, commonplace that these guys, they'll take out jewelry from a jeweler. And sometimes they won't pay in cash or they won't pay at the same time. They'd be like, oh, I'll pay you over time. And then sometimes they go back and swap it out. Jewelry, a lot of times, these jewelers look at it, especially with celebrity clients, like it's like leasing a car. Like some of them rather you not pay in full, right? Because here's the thing, you pay in full. Like, for example, I bought my jewelry, I paid in full. That jewelry, like, I hope he ain't listening. He been trying to get me to come back to him to come cop something else. Nigga, I'm trying to stay out the jewelry store. You get what I'm saying? But if you are on a payment plan, you know what he gonna do? Yo, listen, I'll just add 20 more thousand to the thing. Come get this newer piece. Like, your shit is outdated now. We got this newer shit. So what pretty much happens, you just keep paying the guy. You keep paying him. That's a great business model. You get what I'm saying? They always say the best businesses are the ones that people got to come back all the time. Not the one-stop shop. You come one time, you'll never got to come again. Pause. So pretty much what happened is that the jewelry was loaned, or it's probably something he was doing payments. And the reason why I explained the whole way you can get jewelry, Diddy's a billionaire. He got the money, but whatever. Anyway, so it looked like the jewelry wasn't fully paid for, and AUSA says it went missing. CC says yes. AUSA says, what did you do? Capricorn Clark says, well, from Teterboro, I called 1440 and told him to lock it down. This is like a code. Now, looked like Diddy must have figured this out so Teterboro is pretty much only known for this private executive airplane, airport facility where Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, I don't think the president lands there anymore. No, actually, Trump will land there, but not as the president of the United States. I think he goes to somewhere else when he's coming to New York. Basically, anybody who flies in private jet lands at that one airport. It's in Jersey. It's very close to New York, though. It's like 5 minutes. And, yeah, so it looked like they must have figured it out at the fucking airport. She said she called a 1440, told him to lock it down. So maybe she's calling the places they just came from, maybe the Hamptons, maybe the Star Island Mansion, maybe L.A. It's like, yo, yeah, everybody lock it down. And so what did Uncle Paulie do? He questioned me for 3 hours. Okay, so it looked like Uncle Paulie was a little bit trusted because he was doing the questioning. So did you go home? Capricorn says, yes, to Queens with Uncle Paulie. He searched my house. Damn, Diddy's on business. He searched her house? Where did Uncle Paulie take you? Said 1710 Broadway. That's where like one of the bad boy offices were at. It was dilapidated. It was being fixed up, but I didn't know that. Uncle Paulie took me to the 6th floor. The door was locked behind us. There was a 6-foot folding table and a heavy set man. Oh, this was the interrogation. Yo, Diddy was on some movie shit. Like, yo, be like, yo, where are we going? Just be quiet. They go up the elevator. You walk in. The door just shuts. You're like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's what's going on. All right, bet. Could you describe him? He was like 5 of me. It was like 2 linebackers. He was chain smoking. Did Paulie stay? No. He intermittently came back. So it's like they brought her to like an interrogator or somebody to scare her. What did the heavy set man say? Oh, that's a lie detector test. Never mind. I was there to take a lie detector test. What did he say would happen if you failed the lie detector test? That they would throw me in the East River. Yo, Diddy has some of the best threats, man. Yo, I'm gonna throw your ass off the balcony. I'm gonna throw you in the East River. Somebody gonna come up missing. Nah, Diddy's on timing with his threats. I gotta get better at my threats. Yo, you gonna be missing a pinky toe. Like, your Diddy's on timing. All right. The judge says, Ms. Steiner, you may proceed. Looked like they paused for a second. There was a sidebar. Then they came back. All right. So Ms. Steiner may proceed. AUSA says, yo, what was his demeanor? Capricorn Clark says, very serious. I was terrified. Said, did you want to be taking a test? Says, no, I was afraid. Said, how was the test? So there was wires on me and they questioned you. Did I steal? Says, did he tell you the results? Says, he said to calm down, that he couldn't get a good reading and he might have to throw me in the East River. Holy shit. I don't know why I'm laughing at this. Anyone else in the building? Said, not to my knowledge. Could you leave? No. Paul Lee said no. AUSA says, what did Paul say at the end? Capricorn Clark says that he'll come back the next day to figure it out. Figure it out. We started again. Another lie detector test in the same location all day. Were you free to leave? Nope. Now, chat, that might be going towards prove the kidnapping statute. This is telltale sign of kidnapping. There's some type of force or prevention from you leaving. Also, this would fit under the RICO. By the way, Diddy's one of the predicate offenses is RICO kidnapping. This would actually be that. I couldn't leave. He had his employees prevent me from leaving, and he gave the instructions through his organization that kept me there against my will. Okay. So she couldn't leave. How long did this go on for? 5 days. Wow. So this is kidnapping. AUSA says, did you tell anyone you were there? Capricorn Clark says, no. I was just trying to survive it. I worked under NDA. Agnifilo says, actually, I'm saying his name wrong. It's Agnifilo. Agnifilo says, objection. The justice sustained. The jury should disregard that last answer. Okay? So I guess they objected because she was asked one question and just started saying a whole bunch of other shit. AUSA says, what would you have been doing? CC says, shadowing Mr. Combs. They said, what happened after the 5 days? They told me I could return to work, that Mr. Combs would see me next week. Did Mr. Combs ever discuss it with you? No. So it looks like Diddy never really confronted her directly, but it happened to her, right? But he had security do the bidding, which, again, goes into RICO. Diddy didn't get his hands dirty. Security and other people did. Okay. Why did you continue working with Mr. Combs? If I left, they'd think I stole. So what were your days like? From his townhouse at 74th Street, she said, and Park in the morning to Daddy's house, studio at night. How much sleep did you get? On a good hour? 4 hours. On a bad day too. I got a stress condition. I was paid $55,000. What? Diddy was only paying him $55,000? Did you get paid overtime? No. I spoke to the head of HR. She said I was owed $80,000. How did Mr. Combs respond to that? He ripped up the paper. Would Mr. Combs stay at hotels? Yes. With whom? Kim Porter once a week. So it looked like Diddy had, like, you know, really a schedule. Okay, I'm gonna fuck Kim Porter Monday, Cassie get Thursdays and Fridays for the freak off, Gina on Wednesday. My boy just had a whole full roster with a schedule. So what names would he book the room under? Capricorn Clark says Frank Black and Frank White. AOSA says, what about the girlfriends? He would use Jackie Starr for the girlfriends, okay? Where did he stay? The Intercontinental in Buckhead in Atlanta, Beverly Hills Hotel in LA. By the way, what you should also know, hold on. Give me 1 second because I think this is a thing. Nah, never mind. I was trying to compare the hotels that he would stay with Cassie versus the hotels he would stay with Kim to see if there's any upgrade, but he does Intercontinental anywhere, right? Right? Yeah. Okay, all right. Let's keep it going. Capricorn Clark says, a camera. Okay, all right, no. Okay, they said, what were in his bags? A camera, small bottles of baby oil and lube, cameras every time. What would you be doing? Watching TV, ordering room service, keeping up on sleep? Afterwards, I sweep the room for anything got left behind. So this is the second person. So the last person, Kaplan, he admitted that he used to clean up the freak off rooms. This guy's saying he used to clean up too, right? Or this woman, actually. Capricorn Clark's a woman. Afterward, I sweep up the room for anything left behind. Any damage? It was always baby oil. So it looked like baby oil. They was having a slip and slide up in that motherfucker, right? AUSA says, how frequently would Mr. Combs stay in a hotel with Cassandra Ventura? He said, or she said, Capricorn Clark says, once a week. So he stayed there once a week with Kim Porter, once a week with Cassie. I'm telling you, it's very clear and blatant to me. Diddy would give his women days. Like, okay, this day is for her, this day is for her, okay? He says, like, once a week at the Le Hermitage, the London, and the Intercontinental for several days. So it looked like he would stay with Cassie for several days. And this is kind of going back into what I'm thinking. He would just go probably have regular clean sex with Kim Porter. That's the mother of his child. He's not trying to denigrate her. He wasn't trying to have people pee on her, nut on her pussy to wipe and smear on his nipples. But when it came to Cassie was like his fun toy. Like, all right, let me just do a whole bunch of shit. I could try whatever. But I ain't going to bring that shit all the way to the mother of my child, which is Kim Porter. So the days that Cassie would stay with Combs was days long because the freak-offs were days long. Capricorn Clark says, yes, Miss London. Chat, that's Lauren London, I think. Oh, hell nah. Don't tell me Wack was right. Don't tell me Wack was right. I thought, what? Capricorn Clark, there got to be a missing question. I got to see the transcript. Yes, Miss London was there. And Chef Jordan was in the other room. He called Cassie over, asked her to walk there, hand me that, and go back in the other room. AOSA, what did she say? You bitches won't do that. That's why you don't have a man. So it looked like he's basically, Diddy used to brag on him like, yeah, you bitches ain't like her. Oh, hell nah. Nah, I'm gonna have to call Wack. No way. It's 8 o'clock on the West Coast right now. I think Wack gonna answer? He's gonna be like, hey, yo, bro. You know what I like about y'all niggas? Watch this. Let's see if he answers.
Yo.
Wack!
What up?
I'm on stream, man. Hey, I hate to say it. You might have been right, bro.
What's that?
You know, I'm reading the live. This is live. You know, we read all the tweets because this is what's happening on the stand right now. Somebody named Capricorn Clark is talking about how they used to she used to set up she was the assistant. She used to set up the freak
She was
off rooms.
assistant, yeah.
She used to set up the freak off rooms for Cassie. And she's describing where everybody was. She said, I used to go to my room and wait till it's over, then I'll clean up. And then she says she would set up the rooms, and that they asked who else was there. She says, yes, Mrs. London, Lauren London, was there.
Okay.
Chef Jordan was also in the other room. I ain't gonna lie, Wack. I thought you was just talking shit, man. I was just like, why Wack saying this? Nah, this is crazy, Wack. I think it disconnected for a second.
Yo.
Yeah.
Yo, bro, but here go the thing, right? That's what I'm saying. We living in a feeble-minded. Look, either the world is weak-minded or they just hate Wack that much. Because I don't say nothing, bro, that ain't backed up by something. It's right there. Now, I want to see if they going to get mad at her. Are they going to trip out on Capricorn?
I'm going to post it. I'm going to post it now. I'm going to post it. You see, by the way, people on, for granted anybody, y'all can run that on Academics TV. Because again, when we posted Wack saying it, a lot of people said this nigga lying. Why this nigga just randomly lying? Damn. So this woman is now testifying. She said Mrs. London was there. She didn't say she see her do nothing freaky, but she was there. And the chef was in the other room too.
Hey, bro, let me explain something to you, bro.
You could be at a freak off and not join.
No, listen, bro. Listen. What's the name when a nigga watching? What y'all call them? Cucks or some shit? Okay, so either way it go, you playing some type of position. Nigga, ain't no bitch at no freak off with her best friend and her nigga.
It's moral support. Wack, I know mad girls that go, they go with their friend for their friend to go get smutted out. They be in the other room watching TV. They're just there for moral support. They're not fucking.
Hey, bro. Puff ain't playing them games. Everybody in there get hit.
Oh.
That's a fact, bro.
Oh, no.
You show me somebody, nigga, who said we was just there, did nothing happen, doing a real freak off. We ain't talking about no party. Capricorn is saying the setup of the freak off.
Yeah. She did say she set up the freak off, Astro Glide, all type of shit. She said,
there it goes. This ain't no party. This ain't the DJ, nigga.
Yo.
I bet she ain't order no DJ.
Hey, you know what Capricorn Clark said? They said Diddy would say, like when he's talking his shit, he said, you bitches won't do that. That's why y'all don't got no man. He would say it in front of everybody. I guess like whatever he was trying to get into, if somebody was like kind of not really with it, he would shame him and just be like, yo, y'all bitches won't get down like how Cassie getting down. That's why y'all don't got no fucking man.
Hey, bro, only thing I'm telling you is simple, bro. Is common sense, homie.
No,
you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be real. Her baby daddy was off into the same shit.
Who?
Nip.
Oh shit. By the way,
it's real shit.
No, this connects the dots. So you know that chef had sued. I think it's the same chef. She sued Diddy and she got a settlement. She tested when she filed her suit. She said Diddy would have her bring breakfast into the room, and he'd be having the freak, like she'd walk in mid freak off. She would be like, his dick would always be out. He would be in the middle of a sexual act, and he wouldn't give a fuck. He would want her to serve him grapes.
I want to see how they gonna be mad at Capricorn, right? And see, I think the problem is, bro.
They're gonna say you told her to say it, Wack.
But you told people years ago, you guys are at a disadvantage because unlike these other niggas on the internet on there talking because they figured out a way to make a couple $100, you dealing with a nigga that knows, that has history, that been around, that knows shit, knows people. You told these people. You talking to Wack ain't like you talking to motherfucking Adam 22.
That's a fact.
It's not. You dealing with a motherfucker that I'm intertwined and all kind of shit. You be shocked about the phone call I got 10 minutes ago. Yo, Wack, I'm home. I got all the paperwork, all the documents, good looking out, you exposing, but now I'm home, nigga. I did the time. Who I need to talk to? right? So they'll be mad if I start positioning this dude. Hold on. I spoke on it because he sent me to work. Now he's home. This nigga just did the time. Y'all gonna be mad at him? You get what I'm saying? So
I'm gonna be honest with you though, Wack. I thought Lauren London's team was gonna hit you with a cease and desist or put out a statement to say, despite what people are saying, I have never been in a freak off. Cassandra Ventura is a good friend of mine, and liars should stop lying.
Do you know why?
Why?
Because they anticipated old girl getting on the stand. For the same reason why the female that participated in the Nipsey videos ain't never said that. You hit me with that, you forced me to expose.
Hey, you know it's gonna hit. You know, Karen Civil is cool with that whole team. I was gonna be like, hey, listen,
Karen ain't finna play with me like that. I know Karen very well. She respect me, I respect her, and Karen know I've been around for a while and I know what I know. Karen ain't fucking with Wack like that. She gonna tell you that. She gonna tell you I don't agree, but I'm not bumping heads with Wack because it ain't no telling what the fuck he got, who the fuck he know, and what the fuck finna happen. She'll tell you that.
Okay, Wack. Now here's the thing. Now, do you believe? And this is speculation, but you see, what you're right about. And I heard you say this before. We have to make logical, reasonable when we're having discussions. If we see everybody up in the room and there's astroglides and condoms, if we just walk in and we don't see them fucking, we could be like, there's probably some fucking going up in here, right? I agree with you. We have to make.
Bro, it's one thing to have a gathering, nigga. If you in a room with an astroglide, the Vaseline, naked bitches, naked nigga. Drugs, liquor, and you enter that room, you're gonna be a participant in that activity, bro.
Okay, let's do a. How much would you wager, or how positive you think that she might be on a free call video? You think she on a free call video if she was?
Yeah, definitely. She and I would believe it's more than likely she's on the video, not knowing than knowing.
Ooh.
You gotta remember, Puff, part of his shit is he had a bunch of hidden cameras, bro. Niggas got cameras in the light socket, in the fucking light bulb. And these niggas got all, you know that. Go to the spy shop, bro. You got shit everywhere.
By the way, that's you know the one guy who got the $5 million. He would say it was a sex slave, Jonathan Oddi. He said that he went to the spy shop because he secretly recorded them too. He said he went there and got
R&B had a recording device under the bed, under the pillow.
For you,
nigga? What?
But why she secretly recording you?
I don't know what's wrong with that hussy.
Wait, she thought you was fucking another girl.
Nah, she knew I wasn't. I think she was just fucking with me. I don't know what the fuck. Yeah, but I'm trying to tell you, bro, it's like, I just think act is because of me. It's just because it's Wack saying it.
No, it's not only because of that. It's not only because of that. It's like, I'm going to be honest with you. There's a few women that in pop culture, especially black culture, that's why I was very careful even trying to repeat what even it's kind of looking like that, because it's a Beyonce, a Lauren London. We look at them like esteemed women. We don't look at them like Young Miami. Yo, if I heard Young Miami got shitted on, I'd be like, I believe it. You think of her as a freaky, nasty chick. I don't. We think of Lauren London like an upstanding, classy woman.
Chicks, bro, I'm gonna be real. The ones that's out open with it, they ain't the freakiest ones. It's the ones that ain't saying nothing. They the ones got the fetishes. They the ones want to be all the other shit. It's the ones that don't say nothing.
Hey, do you think?
Now,
all right, go ahead.
Do you think a woman like Beyonce ain't going to the extreme to satisfy her man?
That's probably true.
You think that Jay-Z's just having standard, okay, lay there, okay, get on your knee, get the fuck out of here. What are y'all thinking? Just because a woman's a celebrity or a performer or a movie star or a teacher or a first lady means that she's not going to satisfy her mate? Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Hey, let me ask you this question. Do you think So you think it's on because I kind of feel slight responsibility to protect like this idea of like Nipsey's legacy. So that's why you be like, all right, yo, it's you look at it like a royal family, like, all right, nah, we could talk shit about everybody else, but not that.
Listen to me. I'm gonna be real, bro.
The marathon's still continuing.
Look, Nipsey from Rolling 60 Crip, let the world know that. People that came with cameras, he told them, bitch, this 6-0 first before anything. I have my homegirl whoop your ass. Y'all stop talking this Martin Luther King shit to me, bro. Go on with that bullshit, bro.
It's like the Obama family. We we gotta protect them. We gotta protect them.
Bro, listen, protect what? Well,
the
we
image.
having
The image.
Conversation. The image. Oh, you want to lie about the image?
I mean, like, you know.
Let that be. Hey, look, Act, your image. Listen, does Act get drunk sometime? Yes, he does.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck about my
fall
image.
Out? Does Act, no, listen. Does Act get drunk sometime? Yes, he does. Yeah. Does Act fall out with his chick? Yes, he does.
Yeah, they be saying the worst thing about me.
Does Act run a successful podcast business? Yes, he does. Did Act used to DJ for a couple $100 at parties back in the day? Yes, he did. All this makes up your fucking image.
But you know, some people have that little clean image, like they don't do
Does
nothing.
Act have a Goodyear blimp-sized head with a motherfucking beard? Yes, he does. Okay? That's it.
Also, I think because Nipsey died, like I think it's difficult for some people to say certain shit because he can't respond. He can't respond. He can't respond.
Hey, one thing we can say is he lived as a neighborhood. He died as a neighborhood. Y'all motherfuckers is acting like bro died saving the old lady's life.
Well, that's kind of how it's looked like. Like you ran up in a building to save 5,000 babies. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That's kind of like that.
He died gang banging. I mean, end of the day, it's like I don't get the big deal of telling the truth about a nigga that stood on his own truth. Nip stood on his own truth.
You think Nipsey was a cuck?
Yeah. What is that? That mean a nigga that watched your woman get fucked?
Yeah, no, it's not only watch, but enjoys the fact that another man is hitting your woman, and you witness.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. See, I just learned that word over the last couple of weeks. I've been hearing it. I'm like, what the fuck is that word? I don't. You know where I come from? The ghettos. We don't use that word, but yeah, definitely.
So you're telling me there's gangbangers that's into other men fucking their chicks when that's the easiest
There's gangbangers that fuck other gangbangers. There's gangbangers that run threesomes and swinging and are porn stars. Yes. A gangbanger just a motherfucker claiming a gang. A gang is a group of people that represent the same cause. Just because a nigga says he's a Crip, Blood, GD, whatever the fuck, all this shit people say, doesn't mean they don't do regular people activity, bro.
A lot of people are saying unless the video comes to light, they're not gonna believe this.
I don't give a fuck what they believe. I'll tell you any day. Any nigga want to put some money up, let's run it. So if you don't want to put no money up, suck a dick. I'm willing to put some money up, whatever amount. Right. Whatever amount you talking about.
Okay, so and I guess I should ask you this, right? Because when I see how Nipsey's spoken about it, they speak about him like a great businessman.
Who though? Who was he speaking?
The internet that don't know him. They speak about him.
That's my point.
They speak about him like a man, like quote unquote, a man's man.
Okay, act. I got a challenge for you.
What?
Here go a challenge.
Yeah.
I want your people.
Yeah.
All the things that they speak about Nipsey after his death.
Mm-hmm.
Go match him with those same people who said that before his death. Go find it.
Yeah, no, you're
right.
Go find it. No, you're right. But I guess what I'm asking.
Go find it.
But what I'm asking you though is, do you think it makes him look away if he was into maybe other men smashing his girl in front of him?
No,
does it make him any less of a man?
No, bro, not at all. That was his thing.
Do you look at Diddy any type of way when you find out that he like getting semen smeared on his nipples? Like, oh man.
I don't. You know what? I'm gonna be real. Let's say that is true.
Yeah.
Right. The closest I may come to Diddy, like I do with any man, is the fist bump. All right, my nigga. So whatever he doing, I don't give a when I had conversation with him or whatever, we was in the studio, nigga give a nigga some business advice. I don't give a fuck about that. Jason Lee from Hollywood Unlocked is one of my very, very close friends. He is openly gay. Do you think when I'm talking to my brother or we debating or whatever the fuck, we negotiating something, I'm thinking about what the fuck he doing with his significant other, bro? That's his business. I don't care.
Do you think that because, all right, let's say this all is true. This was Nipsey's.
Man, my woman, I sucked my woman's toes. Bro, it ain't a part of her body I have not explored. And some people may say,
Wack, you not eating no ass, though. You're not eating no ass.
Dead homies.
Oh, shit.
Nigga, I sucked R&B ass like it's a lollipop. What you talking about? I'll wipe her ass.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Nigga, I don't get like, bro, whatever people do, they do. That's what he like. I'm just, when you ask me, and actually, again, I was confronted because Mr. Campbell released the audio. What I'm gonna do? Say no? Nah, nigga, yeah, that's what it is, and that's what that is.
All right,
any nigga wanna bet, we got text messages and videos. Text messages giving a description, nigga, of what a nigga want to do. Can you come do it again? Whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. My man like Brian, I need to get paid. I got $2,500 for you. All that. Any nigga. I don't give a fuck. Any nigga want to bring it to the table, bring the bag.
Hey, if Hassan Campbell didn't leak your conversation,
I would have never said it would never be out.
Okay. But say this came up during the trial, would you have protected Nipsey's, like, this was a secret? Would you protect him and act like you didn't know nothing about it?
Nipsey's name in the trial is Lord London, they saying. I don't believe Nipsey was involved. I think that was Puffy and Cassie's little play toy. Lord London. I don't think he wanted Nipsey involved.
Nah, did he look like he liked sword fights?
But then again, I don't know, because the footage niggas got, it is another nigga involved. When you, hey, look, Act, next time you come out here, I'm gonna have my man pull up. I'm gonna have him show you everything, bro. See everything. No. Nah, bro, because it's like,
what? Like, I'm gonna take your word for it. I believe. No, listen. I'm gonna be honest with you. The reason why I called you is like, there's times when we're like, yeah, Wax, I'm not gonna call you a liar, but I'm like, maybe he's stretching the truth. Sometimes I'm like, you're stretching the truth. It looked like you might have been shit.
You tell me when I told you something that didn't come out to be real.
They still trying to verify the Future story in the airport still.
I bet you this. Get a hold of his baby mama. Watch what she tell you. She was pregnant. And last time you questioned me about this act, I sent you clippings that showed you
they were there.
Future and his security guard just got rushed by boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You watching it. Right? So, and guess what? You never heard Future deny it.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, next time you out here, Act, I'm gonna have my man. Nah, fuck all that. Because I'm gonna be real, Act. It's a lot of other descriptions I could give that I don't give. You get what I'm saying?
You said on the video the dude ejaculates in a woman's mouth and Nipsey goes there to go kiss it, like he's trying to, like, come on now, like you were exaggerating there. That's you.
Act, put a 20 ball up on it.
I'm not betting on no man's sexuality. I'm just shocked. Yeah.
No, what you mean? I put a dub on it.
Nah, I'm good.
It's easy money.
You seen this with your two eyes, or you got?
How about this? I'll pay for your flight, and then we put the dub on it.
Hold on. Did you see this with your own two eyes, or you got?
I ain't talking about nothing I ain't see. I ain't even talking about all I did see. If I get to talking about what I know, what I see, nigga, It's about 10, 15 videos and a slew of text messages, bro. But any of these niggas, I'm gonna be real, bro. No disrespect. Like niggas be talking about, hey man, fuck any nigga. First of all, let's keep this right. Can't no nigga push no line on me. You got to kill me. So I don't give a fuck who a nigga is and who a nigga ain't. If this is a nigga activity and this is what a nigga was doing, the truth could never be considered disrespect. I would only be disrespectful if I was lying on the man's name. Am I right or wrong?
Wack. So some people would say, this is your attack on the 60s. Big U's got out the way, and now you got to tear down Nipsey Hussle's legacy, and then the attack on the 60s continue.
Don't say nothing, Wack. Watch this.
Don't send me nothing, Wack. Don't send me nothing. Don't send me nothing. Anytime that nigga Wack says, don't say nothing, watch this.
Hold on. You know what? I really don't want attack on the 60s. What this got to do with the 60s?
Well, those are two reputable, notorious, like 60s, individuals. You know?
I don't know nothing about no Notorious. I know he had a name as a rapper and doing what he was doing around.
Even Big U said, Nipsey was moving around like he run shit with the 60s, sort of, you know?
I mean, that's what Big U was speaking and saying how he bigger than with all this other kind of other shit. But at the end of the day, I bet you Big U didn't ever say it was a lie. He begged me to put it out. I wouldn't put it out.
Stop it, Wack. He begged you to
on my mama, he did.
Oh, man. All right, Wack. Let me get back to it. I just called you to say, yo, you might, like, listen.
So, when you gonna put the money up, though?
Oh, hell no, I ain't putting no money up on that. Like, listen.
Why not?
I didn't think this was going to come into court. I didn't think I was going to see this. I thought you were the only person.
I want to know if everybody about to get mad at the lady.
Well, we're going to post this all over the blogs today, so we're going to see if...
make sure you got me and then her. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to
cook
it up
got
like
them
that.
together.
Yo, memes are grand. Yo, hook this up and then send me the post so I can put it on the main page.
All right, well, let's do it.
All right, I'm going to hit you back in a little bit. Let me keep reading the text. All right. Little Wack 100 conversation. How is Wack up at like 8 o'clock? Yo, you know in the West Coast it's 8 o'clock. Let me tell you, all y'all little gangbangers from Cali that be beefing with Wack, y'all need to stop. Y'all beefing, first of all y'all do is get drunk, fuck bitches, smoke weed, meth, whatever. Y'all wake up at 2 o'clock, got no job, broke as hell. Wack is up at 8 a.m. reading paperwork, plotting on you, like lining up your baby mama, trying to get some homie in jail to fuck up your... Trust me. Wack, I think Wack, honestly, Wack spend 24 hours a day plotting on niggas, bro. Not like on some... But anybody he don't like, how the fuck is this nigga up at 8 a.m.? You want to put a dub on it, bro? Like, yo, Wack is something else. I bet. Okay, so Miss London was there. Chef Jordan, next room. He called Cassie over. Asked her to walk there. Hand me that. Go back in the other room. So it looked like Diddy was trying to assert, yo, this is my bitch. She do what I want. And we get our freak offs lit. Yo, Cassie, come over here. Pass me that. Do that. She did it. So, all right, go back in the freak off room. Right? And it said, what did he say? He said, you bitches won't do that. That's why you don't got a man. So it's like, that's kind of a strategy too. I know a couple niggas with some harems. They'll bring around all their women, and then they'll use their best behaving women to get the other women in line. Like, yo, listen, you see, that's why I fuck with her. That's why she gets A, B, and C, and then the other women are like, well, I do want A, B, and C. I got to start acting like her. That's actually like, I don't know if that's sex trafficking, but that's like some pimp game shit. You know what I mean? Like, you get your best hoe and you teach your other hoes. Okay? You see how Sean Back taught me? I'm talking to you. You see how Sean Back taught me? When I tell her to go do that? Look like that's what Diddy was on. All right, bet. So did he ask you to get drugs for him? He said, yes, ecstasy. AUSA says, and in the south of France, he asked me to get some cocaine. I said, for who? What the hell? He said, why did you ask? He says, I wasn't going to do it, given how my mother died. So it looked like Capricorn Clark used to indulge in drugs with Diddy, even though she was an assistant. And Agnifilo says sidebar, and they have a sidebar. Okay, the sidebar is happened. Then they came back. AUSA says, who did Mr. Combs say the drugs were for? He said, not me. Said, did you get him? Said, yes, through the Spanish security guard. He also got prescription drugs in my name. They were in a toiletry bag that I'd carry or security. Said, what about bulk cash? Said, yes, 100,000 euro coming back from Europe. Where did he get it? Club bookings in Europe. Said he'd keep it. Then he'll give it to security. Then into his bedroom personal safe. He says, violence? I said, yeah, there's a lot of fighting. Says, AOC says, was Mr. Combs violent with you? Yes, at Star Island. You told me you are not to leave this house. Pharrell Williams was brought in by boat. I returned Mr. Walker to Palm Island. He called and said, where the fuck are you? You can't have a life. Holy shit. Then Capricorn Clark says, one time I asked the chef if there was turkey bacon. She said, no fucking turkey bacon. I said, I hate it here. The chef told Mr. Combs that she said, I hate it here. And he pushed me again and again. So what did he say? He said, if you hate it here, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. So it looked like Diddy's like pushing her around. Wow. I'll read donations in a second. Thank you, guys. AOSA says, did you ever leave your employment? Capricorn Clark says, I did. He said, well, did you return? She says, yes. As global brand director. Says, why? He was impressed by what I did in the job I left for. So it looked like she had, Capricorn Clark left to work somewhere else. And Diddy liked what she was doing there and be like, nah, come back. I'm going to give you a promotion. He says, left for a couple albums. He says, you wouldn't have to work directly for me. So it looked like they were a little bit contentious with each other. And says, you come back, I'm going to give you this better position, but you don't have to answer to me directly. You don't have to work directly for me. And it looked like she took it. What were you doing for Miss Ventura? So I was manager image, maximizing the optics for her. For Sean Combs, he had final approval or anything. So it looked like she came back to work with it was like a brand director, but, working with Cassie a bit. In LA, where'd you live? A gated community. We had followed Kim Porter there. It says, where was Miss Ventura? In New York City on the West End. She would come to LA and stay with him or with me in a hotel. AOC says, who else was Miss Ventura seeing? Kid Cudi. How did you learn that? So, well, she brought him to my apartment. What did she say? She texted me that they were going to this public place in LA. I told her it was a bad idea and to delete the text. Why? If Mr. Combs found out about Kid Cudi. I mean, Mr. Combs paid for my phone and hers. Capricorn Clark says, I took Cassie to Best Buy to get a burner phone. When did Mr. Combs return to town? Not long after. He took Cassie to a hotel, the Cipriani. And then, says on December 22nd, 2011, between 5 and 6 a.m., there was banging on my door. So what'd you see through the peephole? It's a furious puff. Says, Agnifilo says, objection. Says, ask another question, Ms. Steiner. Says, what was his movement? He was pacing with something in his hand. He said, did you open the door? I did. What was he wearing? Button-down sweater, torn pants. He was holding a gun. Came into my apartment and says, why didn't you tell me? Who is Scott? I said, I don't know any Scott. AOC says, what did he say? We're going to go kill this nigga. So it looked like he must have checked her phone message or phone records or checked her phone, and she had him saved as Scott rather than Kid Cudi. Obviously, when you're with somebody, sometimes you might use a different name than their stage name. So where was the gun? In his hand. I said, I didn't want to go. He says, I don't give a fuck what you want to do. Get dressed. So now it looked like she's describing the moment from her perspective of Diddy finding out about Kid Cudi, and he finna go over there to go handle the business. He said, I don't give a fuck what you want. Get dressed. AOSA says, what concerns did you have? CC says, he never come to my house. So it looked like she was already worried, like, damn, why'd you show up here? He said, did you try to escape? She says, no, I got dressed. He said, who joined in? Ruben. That's another one of the bodyguards. In the black Escalade executive class, AOSA says, where was Ruben? In the driver's seat. I got in the back seat. Right-hand side, Mr. Combs was in the left to the next to me. Usually he would have sat in the front. Gun was in his lap. So usually Combs would have been in the front seat and there's a driver, but he's in the back seat sitting next to her and he got a gun on his lap. Oh, shit. Diddy was ready to handle business. So, damn, look like she's describing that Diddy got a gun to go see about Kid Cudi. AOSA says, how long does it take to drive from your home to Kid Cudi's home at the time in Hollywood Hills? Says, if you push it 15 or 20 minutes. And said, what did Mr. Combs and Rube do at Cudi's house? They went in. Could you see it? Yes. What did you do? I called Cassie on her burner. I said, Cassie, where the fuck are you? I guess she was fearful that Cassie might be in the crib with, that would have been a double homie. No, not saying this. I'm not trying to make fun of this, but yo, this nigga Diddy walks in and Kid Cudi's fucking his bitch. You know how Diddy feel. You can fuck my bitch as long as I tell you can fuck my bitch. Now if you gonna do it behind my back. All right, cool. He says, I told her Puff was at her house. Then I changed her number in my phone to my best friend Stormy. AUSA says, what did you hear on the phone? That Scott was at Cassie's. Okay, so look like Cassie tells Diddy, yo, I'm not at Kid Cudi's crib. Kid Cudi at my crib. AUSA says, when Mr. Combs came back, it says he took my phone and called the last number. Then I saw Kid Cudi driving up. Mr. Combs saw my face and said, there's that nigga right there. Capricorn Clark says, we drove off and saw police driving the other way toward Cudi's. Puff was pulling himself together. We stopped at the Key Club and he told me to call Cassie. AUSA says, what did you tell Cassie? That he had me and he wouldn't let me go. What did Miss Ventura say? She says, okay, come get me. She was calm. Who drove you home? Ruben. What did Mr. Combs then tell you? Says to convince Kid Cudi not to say it had been him at his house. I picked up Cassie. So where did you go? Capricorn Clark says we went to Cudi's and tried to convince him not to file a police report. What did you tell them? It says that Puff had come to my house with a gun. AUSA says, what did you tell him? He said, if you tell on him, he'll hurt us all. So they were telling Kid Cudi, if you make a police report saying you've seen Diddy at your crib, he's gonna fuck up all of us. Okay. AUSA says, what was Kid Cudi's reaction? He was mind blown. Agnifilo says, objection. They sustain it. AUSA says, what happened at the house? He said he was kicking Cassie again and again. Wow. Okay, so he was not kicking her out. He was actually kicking her with his feet. AUSA says, how was Cassie? She was in a fetal position. He kicked her all the way to the street. She was crying silently. Where was he kicking her? In her back, in her backside. So where were you? 5 feet away. So was Ruben. So I guess they witnessed Cassie he's fucking kicking the shit out of her like motherfucker think he's messy or something like that. AUSA says, what did Mr. Combs say to you? Says, if you jump in, I'm going to fuck you up too. So look like he said that to his sister. If you jump in, I'm fucking you up too. AUSA says, what did Ruben do? Nothing. Says, who did you call? I called D-Rock, the other security. I told him, yo, tell your brother to stop Puff. He's kicking the shit out of her. So it looked like Ruben is the brother of D-Rock. Cool. I called Paulie too. So remember, Uncle Paulie did the interrogation questioning. He said he'd take care of it. But Rube did nothing. What happened next? Combs told me to get the fuck out too. I left on foot. AUSA says, did you still see her getting kicked while you were leaving? Yes, until I went around the bend. So he was assaulting Cassie probably at least for maybe 10, 20, maybe 30 minutes. That's crazy. All right, he was just kicking her. Wow, she must have had some crazy bruises, right? I told her he's kicking the shit out of your daughter. Oh, he said, then who'd you call? He said, I called her mom, Regina. He says, I told her he's kicking the shit out of your daughter. I can't call the police, but you can. AUSA said, why didn't you call the police? The mission of the day was to get Kid Cudi. So no calling the police. So I guess she was saying, I went with the nigga having a gun to go get Kid Cudi. If I call the police and all this is unraveled, it's gonna come back on me because I went with this nigga when he had a gun to go get Kid Cudi. So I guess she thinks like, she's almost thinking, yo, I was part of a crime, so I can't call. Y'all could call, but just for that one incident. Remember, they already convinced Kid Cudi, don't say nothing. If law enforcement shows up anyway saying there's some A, B, C, and D happening, it's gonna, okay. AUSA says, this email, who's it from? It says, Cassie. She wrote that she'd be releasing sex tapes about me. And she would have someone else hurt me and Kid Cudi. Oh, she wrote that he would be releasing sex tapes about me. So Cassie told Capricorn Clark, yo, Diddy about to release some sex tapes of you. And they said that he's going to have someone else hurt you and Kid Cudi. AUSA says, do you recall if you responded to this? Capricorn says, I don't recall. Says, did law enforcement call you? He says, yes, the arson investigators. Cudi had given them my name. I hung up on them. I just wanted this over with. AUSA says, what did Mr. Combs say to you? He says, I should kill you bitches, and I should cut her face. AUSA says, how many times did Mr. Combs threaten you? He says, I'd say 50. D-Rock was there just doubling down on whatever Puff had to say in the moment. Who was Harv Pierre, the president of Bad Boy Records? I told him Puff kidnapped me. It says, what did Harv Pierre tell you? He said, that's crazy, but it's going to be okay. I got a termination notice. I was accused on not properly putting in for vacation I was on. So she later gets fired from Bad Boy, or Sean Combs Enterprise, whatever. or Sean Combs Global, as they call it. AUSA says, had you put it in? Pause. Meaning, did you put in your vacation notice? It said yes to Harv Pierre. So it looked like they're basically saying in a roundabout way, Diddy had the president fire her randomly after she witnessed this, because number one, he was generally unhappy with her because of the Cassie situation. Did you lose all benefits? All of them. Health, 401k, my house, my car. AUSA says, what did Mr. Combs say? CC says that I would never work again, that he would make me kill myself. AUSA says, did you get a job offer? It says, I did, but it fell through. I couldn't get a job afterwards. So did you settle with Mr. Combs? CC says, I did in October 2012. Agnifilo says, objection. And I would imagine that they don't want that to be said on the record. Diddy has about 50 civil cases currently, so they don't want to have a record of how much Diddy has supposedly paid out. And yes, you got to remember, despite what NDA, which she admits she's currently under, she's in a criminal proceeding, she could say whatever. So they're just trying to be like, hey, don't say it. Don't say the number. We already know Diddy paid out $20 million to Cassie. Jane Doe supposedly got a settlement. We don't know for how much. Actually, did Jane Doe get a settlement? Not sure. But who else got a settlement? Chef. The chef got a settlement, okay? I ain't gonna lie, this Lauren London shit is kind of crazy. It said, this is Capricorn Clark. Looked like she's crying on the stand. All right, they're back again. So aside from that settlement agreement, do you have any other pending litigation against Combs? Sorry. Capricorn says no. Did you go back to work for him? In 2016, no one else would hire me. So she's saying I did go back to, she's now giving context. I went back to work with him. Nobody else would hire me. Cassie had a new record deal with Epic. AUSA says, who did you have to get approvals from? Capricorn Clark says, Sean Combs. Cassie was taking more drugs. AUSA says, was she still dating Mr. Combs? Yes. In December 2023, why did you retain an attorney? I was traumatized by Cassie's civil complaint. Capricorn Clark says her complaint did not reference me. Okay, so she retained a lawyer in 2023. She says she was traumatized by Cassie's civil complaint. She says the complaint didn't reference me. I reached out to Mr. Combs and said, I want my life back. You kidnapped me. Agnifilo says, objection. Justice overruled. AUSA says, was there a discussion of you working for Mr. Combs again? CC says, yes, as chief of staff. So it looked like Diddy would probably offer her a job, or like a high raising or an upgrading job to keep her quiet. And, you know, Diddy always knew she was kind of broke, so that would always keep her good. AUSA says, when's the last time you spoke with Ms. Ventura? She says 2018. And Kid Cudi, 2012. Says, no further questions. The judge says break. Agnifilo says, can I start? The judge says, well, we're taking a break. So now they're taking a break. I would imagine, would that be lunch? No, it's not lunch yet. They're back 22 minutes ago. Miss Clark, you're still under oath. Agnifilo, he's doing a cross. He says, we met in April 2024, right? You had a lawyer, Brian Friedman, right? Capricorn Clark says yes. So it looked like Capricorn Clark has met with Diddy's defense and criminal defense team. Agnifilo says, you wanted to come back and work for Mr. Combs, right? CC says, yes. Agnifilo says, you saw Miss Garagos taking notes. That's Tenny Garagos, daughter of Mark Garagos, which we all know was involved with the first escort, Jonathan Oddi. Not first escort, but one of the first, okay? They did that settlement. Capricorn Clark says yes, so he did see Tenny. By the way, Tenny was on the case back then. Looked like in April. This is before the trial starts. They met, you know, probably in a pre-trial, which was kind of a little bit odd. This, you know, a government witness usually don't meet with the defense. Usually the government's even going to say, don't meet with the defense. So what they're trying to show is you're a government witness, but as of last month, you met with us almost discussing possibility of having a job if Diddy beats this. That's kind of damning. Okay. It says you didn't think Cassie was good for Mr. Combs. Why? It says, I thought they were just toxic. Agnifilo says, tell me about when you were in New York. He said, I was in the Bronx. I hated it. Says it was 2002. She's describing it. She says, I met Jeanette, then Mr. Combs. Let me make this a little bit smaller. Pause. At the World Trade Center thing, that I met Mr. Combs. Agnifilo says he wasn't doing drugs then, right? He says, well, he did ecstasy at Daddy's house. Agnifilo says, but it got worse? She says, yes. Agnifilo says, you authorized Mr. Friedman to seek a job for you. That's her lawyer, it seems. Capricorn Clark says, this is all procedure, lawyer to lawyer. Ignifilo says, but you were told you couldn't be given a job in the middle of an investigation, right? Cece says, I don't remember that. So basically, I guess Diddy's lawyers told her, yo, listen, we're down to have you come back. But right now, Diddy's getting investigated for sex trafficking, right? And by the way, it was 2024, not 2025, because the trial started in 2025. But 2024, Diddy was under investigation. So it looked like they spoke to her and be like, yeah, we'll hire you back, but you got to wait a bit. We got to wait till we beat this. And she seemingly was like, hey, okay, I'm down. Looked like she hadn't fully turned government witness yet. So excuse my misspeaking on that. 2024, they're still trying to find witnesses. They're doing subpoenas. Looked like this woman who had reached out to Diddy was down to come back, and then the government. Okay, so then the government got a hold of her. Yeah, because I know ain't no fucking way a government's witness is talking to the defense a month before trial. Fuck no. You know what I mean? Like, the government probably wouldn't use them or probably tell them whatever immunity we gave you is off the table. You know what I mean? And if you go up there and start lying because you just met with the ops, you're getting perjured. So that didn't happen. Okay, cool. All right, well, you couldn't be told you couldn't get a job in the middle of the investigation. She says, I don't remember this. Ignifilo says, read this and let me know when you're done. Do you remember saying you had the biggest crush on him? Ooh. Sure you wanted to fuck him. So look like, and this would make sense, the way how Diddy was talking to this particular assistant. He has other assistants, but this one particular assistant, Diddy's talking to like his bitch too. Like, it's like, Diddy's talking to her like, you one of my hoes, not you're my assistant. Now, granted, the other two assistants we've heard about, and there's another one we haven't seen yet, she's Mia, so we're going to see how he deals with his personal assistants. By the way, we don't know how, it looks like Diddy might have been fucking all his employees too, all the female ones, at least, right? Or they might have some type of romantic thing with him. Don't know about the males yet, even though, like, the last guy, what's his name, David Kaplan or George Kaplan? He seemingly is gay. He look gay as shit, right? Look, George Kaplan, right? Where is this nigga? Come on, bruv. Good. Come on, we know what it is. Anyway, the point of this is, if Diddy had like these relationships where like, yeah, you're my assistant, but I fuck you, like this, the behavior that Diddy had with them might be contextualized. Like, for example, Capricorn Clark is, the way he's talking to her is more than, oh, you're just hired to do a job. But also for Diddy's team, it contextualizes everything she's saying. She was an assistant who probably liked Diddy, was watching Diddy fuck all these chicks, probably felt away. Probably, after she gets let go or whatever, she has an axe to grind. Maybe that's the reason why she's now up on the stand testifying against him. So remember you had the biggest crush on Diddy? And AUSA says objection, Rule 403. Let's look at Rule 403, evidence. Let's see what that is. It's the federal rule of evidence that says it excludes, allow courts to exclude relevant evidence if it's of its probative value. For example, how much it helps a fact in the case, substantially outweighed by certain dangers, including unfair prejudice, confusion of issues, misleading the jury, undue delay, and wasting time. Okay. So, yeah, it looked like this might just be probative. So they're basically saying you're just trying to expose the fact, like this has nothing to do with what she's testifying to. You're just trying to expose this woman for her, her personal likes or dislike. Even if she had a crush on someone or she thought someone was cute. Okay. Ignifilo says, well, the relevance here is state of mind. So they want to show her state of mind. And AUSA says, no, that's not, no, you're being offered this as the truth. Ignifilo says, we had a stipulation to this. Now they have a sidebar. Okay, here we go. Sidebar, they should be back. All right, they're back. It says, you called Diddy choke or chalk for chocolate, right? Capricorn said, yeah, I did. Ignifilo says, you started Def Jam. You started with Def Jam, Run DMC, right? Says, I don't go back that far. I'm more like Foxy Brown, Redline, Jay-Z. Ignifilo says, so how did you come to work for Mr. Combs? Capricorn Clark says, I put my resume on Monster after the World Trade Center thing, and he said, you'd work for me? I was like, maybe. He was acting on Broadway at Raisin in the Sun. I was impressed. He had a major part, right? That's what Ignifilo says. Capricorn says, he was a star. Okay, so after 2000, I would imagine it says after the World Trade Center thing. I'm surprised the lawyer, but maybe because he's not a New York lawyer. Like there was 2 incidents, World Trade Center incident. There's one in 1993, and then there's obviously one in 2001 where the towers get demolished. There's one in 1993 though. There was a bombing. Why Wack call back? He said water. I'm gonna drink water. Yo. What up?
It's a lot I don't be wanting to say, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of niggas be out here capping, right?
Yeah.
About this and about that because they don't know shit until the motherfucker then died and they learning what are they learning.
Yeah.
But I don't give people certain things. I don't want niggas to think I'm a hater, right?
Yeah.
I don't give niggas certain things because that's like a nigga that was born and raised in Jersey, and then it's a nigga that moved from Detroit to Jersey when he was 15. I'm not gonna give him what I'm gonna get a nigga born and raised in Jersey about Jersey.
Yeah.
Right? You check your text message. See, this is why I don't give niggas all that shit, because I know the shit I know. But now that another nigga then spoke on it, there it go, right? See, for me to give a nigga that, then I got to take that from a lot of other niggas. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, let me see this.
Yeah, see, this is shit I've been knowing, but I don't say nothing. But somebody else didn't say something. So now I'm going to bring it to your attention. See, I'm not giving a nigga that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not giving a nigga that. You follow me? See the difference between you and him? Can't nobody pull that up on you, right? Can't nobody pull that up on you. Nigga made an accusation, boom, it got handled. Grand jury struck down, boom. But I can't give niggas that when I know what I know. You
Okay,
understand what I'm saying?
all right, Wack, is this, so I'll explain, and by the way, Wack sent me a link to this is a blog on Instagram. I'll pull it up. Wack, have you verified this?
I ain't got to verify what I already knew.
No way. Wait.
It's another one in the. It's another one in the.
This is not fake work, is it?
Hey, yo, Act, listen. I don't give people certain shit because I know the shit that I know, homie.
Okay, so chat. Just what Wack just sent me. They said breaking news. Some past charges related to Rolling 60s own Nipsey Hussle have surfaced. One of the charges included him playing on the field where the grass is barely even growing. Now, when you look at it a little bit closer, I don't know if you guys can see, it says unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor. Now, Wack, I got to be very careful here. This is very treacherous waters. I'm gonna have to do.
No,
something.
that's public record.
Is this public record? And you're sure that somebody else could pull it up? Because I do.
I seen that shit many moons ago, my brother. It's a whole lot niggas know, bro, that niggas just don't say. Bro, that shit right there from like 15 years ago.
Wait, so
it's like 08.
What was the plea on it? Because I'm looking for the plea. I see he had a firearm.
It says on there.
It said nolo contendere. And by the way, so the charge underneath was lewd act on dependent on a adult by caretaker with force. Wack, this is serious allegations. Like,
hey, listen what I'm telling you. All these people in your chat, that shit 17 years ago, right? They probably couldn't even read or write. This is why when they say dumb shit, you tell people, Wack is Reggie Wright. We've been around, homie, and we still here. See, it's a lot of niggas that was around, but they wasn't in the mix. You understand what I'm telling you? They wasn't in the mix.
Wait. So, did people on the West Coast notice? Like, it seemed like this was a secret.
Hey, bro, listen what I'm trying to tell you. The same way the East Coast get down is the same way the West Coast get down in the South and Midwest. Niggas will sweep shit under the rug and keep it hush-hush. But it's always a reason when I say, I don't stand with that. Yeah, they can say what they want to say. Because when shit ever hit the fan, they ain't going to catch me over there.
Let me ask you a question. So if this was kind of known, why the hell Kendrick ain't mentioned Nip and he go mention Drake? Drake ain't got none of this. If this is true.
Hey, listen to me, bro. Hey, that's a topic for discussion.
So you're telling me that one of the
No. Look, listen. Once again, Wack didn't break the story, but once I seen it broke, there it go. See.
So you've heard about this before, or is this news? Like, I've never seen this before.
I've been knowing this shit. I can show you on my phone how I've been knowing this shit.
So you think that Nip is a certified?
No, I'm telling you what those charges been.
Okay. Well, we got to figure out what happened with the charges. It could be some false charges. He never had to register. We got to be fair because sometimes niggas might get hit with some shit, whatever.
He's the only one in the crew with the charges.
What?
You heard what I said. See, this is why they should just leave me the fuck alone, bro. Just leave me. Look, bro, I don't fear none of you niggas. I ain't scared to die. I got a little bag. My politics is right. Leave me the fuck alone, bro. Stop fucking with me. Leave me alone, bro. Because I know what I know. You know what I'm saying? Hold on one second. Hold on one.
What the hell is going on? Chat, this one respectfully, I'm going to let West Coast handle West Coast business. I want no parts.
Nephew.
What's up, man?
Now, listen to me. We ain't saying no names. Now, I speak. When people ask me about the Nipsey shit, I say very minimum. Do I not?
Yeah, facts.
It's a whole lot of other footage I can speak on and text messages I can speak on, but I never do. Have you heard me tell a lie about anything, the minimum I speak on?
No.
I'm telling academics. You know why this man know academics?
How?
Because he's the man in the video. So when you ready to come out here and you got your bag up, I call nephew, he'll pull up. He ain't no gang member. He ain't none of that. I'm going to protect him with my life.
Is he an escort? Because that would be some Diddy shit.
No, he ain't none of that, nigga. He just a nigga that got his swag up. He ain't none of that shit.
That part.
None of that. He legal. He get legal money. He got 2-3 businesses. And nephew got his swag up. He been around us forever.
Facts. Never been a hater.
You know who used to be kind of like similar to him?
Who?
How we would. You remember the homie that got killed with Chris Brown? Out there in Miami, he got shot in the club.
Oh yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Okay, these two niggas were sort of the same. Only he tried to fit in a little too much with the street. Nephew just who the fuck he is, bro. He's just a cool nigga. That's it. You know what I'm saying? He does his thing. That's it. He ain't looking for no handouts. He ain't looking for no pats on the back. He a cool nigga.
Oh, damn.
Now, whenever you ready to put the bag up, nephew pull right up, press play. But he telling you, it's a whole lot I can say that I don't say, bro.
What?
I've seen it with my own eyes.
So here's the thing. I'm wondering if this is one of those situations I should just stay out of West Coast niggas' business. Because I ain't know niggas got down like this.
What I'm saying is this, bro. I'm going to be real. I don't believe dude was ashamed of his life. He wasn't.
Nah, he definitely wasn't. You know what I'm saying?
He wasn't. So it's all these other people that want to act like he was. Dude wasn't ashamed of his activities, bro. That was what that was when it came to that. Damn. Y'all making it like he gotta be. Nephew right here. He ain't ashamed.
Nah, for sure. I get bitches. I don't fuck with no niggas, man. Bitches is cool.
I mean, listen, I guess if we ever do an interview, we'll get to the real conversation. But why do you think he picked you?
What happened?
Why you think Nip picked you to like fuck his baby moms?
Man, because I had motion. I had money. I was doing my shit. You know what I'm saying?
He thought, I'm going to say it may sound crazy. He thought nephew was a fly ass nigga on top of his game. That's what he thought. And shit. Because nephew got to a point to where he like, hey, bro, nigga, I'm not just finna keep moving around and you got to take care of me.
Nah, for sure. I knew a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? So it was like, and then he passed away, and that shit just was shocked. That shit blew up. Like, I ain't know. I had forgot all about it, and I was like, oh, shit.
Hey. So did any of this happen while he was famous, or like he wasn't famous then? Like he was just...
Yeah, he was famous.
Yeah, nigga, we talking about the real nigga.
Famous already, you know what I'm saying? You popping. You know what I'm saying? I was with Big Baby at the time, at one of the times, you know what I'm saying? Big Baby, that was my boy.
Yeah, that's
we
the homie.
For the
Free
Clippers.
Big Baby. Free
Big Baby in jail right now, you know what I'm saying? Free Big Baby. So that kind of...
This ain't no motherfucking 2010 shit. This is right.
Hey,
this is 2018, 2019.
And really the last thing, and I'm actually really whacking you, because even like Wack had me pull up this blog that kind of alleges certain shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think
he don't know nothing. He don't know nothing about that.
No. I know, but even the stuff he does know about, y'all don't fear for y'all life. Like, you know what I mean? Because I ain't gonna lie, some of this stuff.
What everybody know.
Nah, man.
I walk around this motherfucker LA, man. Don't nobody touch me, man.
Yeah,
I'm
nephew's
from
doing
the
this
streets,
shit,
man.
bro.
I will blow one of
Nephew
these
running around this
niggas'
motherfucking in Lambos and all kind of shit. Fear for what? But bro, that's his preference, bro. That's
now if I'm
he called on nephew.
Yeah, if I'm in the hood and I'm in they shit, you know what I'm saying? Of course, this shit is different. But I be in Beverly Hills, I be in Hollywood.
Wait, y'all be getting no threats over this shit?
Act. How you gonna get mad at a nigga that got called on?
Wack,
bro.
Oh shit, my phone might die. Oh no. Oh my god. Fuck. Damn, my phone might die. Yo, chat. I don't. Do you think Wack just cooked this? Not like cook it up like it's fake, because you know if it's fake, it would damage Wack's reputation. But do you think that? I don't know. Like that's why I'm like sitting here. I'm like, is Wack using me? Like I don't. Yo, West Coast niggas, I want nothing to do with any time. I told you I like to stay out of dick and pussy games. If Nip used to fuck niggas, used to like his girl getting fucked by niggas, I want no problem. I don't know about him touching no kids. I want to put that on the record. Okay? All of this shit, by the way, the name of this page is called West Coast Gangs. I just want to let y'all know, this ain't a little academic, so when I come here to do my little two-step in the Beverly Center, or y'all catch me at the Waldorf, please do not run up on me, think you are operating for Nip, okay? I don't know nothing about Nip with kids. Nip liking his girls fucked. I don't know about that. Y'all need to refer to the other individuals that are saying this, okay? Leave Ack alone. I don't call Nip weird. And for the record, okay, Black Sam, my last conversation with Nipsey was facilitated by Karen Civil. We had a great conversation for over an hour on the phone while I was in LA, and we spoke like men. I have no beef, no axe to grind, and I don't care who he used to put his dick inside. I got to put this warning out, because I think they about to kill somebody over this shit. I'm going to be honest with you. Chat, I swear, my phone about to turn back on again. Okay. Wack probably thought I hung up because I'm scared. But, yeah, no. I just want to put that warning out there. West Coast guys, I have no parts in putting out any propaganda that Nip like kids, like his girl getting fucked. All I know about him is that the marathon keeps continuing. That's it. I know nothing else, and I'm going to check out the group chat with this one. I'm out the group chat. Check me out the group chat. Wait, is this a gang sign? Oh, hell no. I got no gang sign. I'm just give you a nice little wave. Yo, I keep telling y'all can't beef with Wack. Y'all can't beef with Wack. Hold on, let me try to get this thing together. Hold up, chat. Hold on. My pool guys are here. My dogs are going crazy outside. They cleaning the pool. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Okay. All right. Woo. That was all right. Hold on. Let me call right back. Why are they trying to say Nipsey? Chat. I gotta go look this up. And so it looked like this was taken at the time. Here's the thing. So this
Hey, listen. Y'all better leave me alone, bro. Act, listen.
My bad. My phone had died. Yeah.
Act, you know me, bro. You know how.
Anyway, this says from 2008. That's when. I'm trying.
Okay. Drake shit was from 2000 and what? What we talking about?
Wait, no, ain't no way, Wack. Wack, we gotta validate the paperwork. We can't have this said by the legend like this. They said the offense date was, so it looked like they booked him for a gun.
Hold on, let me call my little people because they been at it. They sent it to me back then.
What?
Yeah.
How the hell?
He ain't the only one.
Wack, I'm gonna be, wait, Wack. On some real shit though. Wack, you don't think they gonna try to do something to you, Wack? I'm listen, I know you.
Hey, yo, academics,
I'm not
what
saying
are
you
you
scared.
talking about?
Wack.
I don't get who gonna try to do what?
Wack, you got a bunch of people that love him that live off of that brand still. When like, again,
what that got to do? Wait, what that got to do with me?
Because again, they would like for these type of things not to be brought to the surface that could hurt the brand.
I haven't brought any of them to the surface.
Yeah, but you're the loudest voice.
That's a link. Do I own that blog site right there?
But you're the loudest voice who's echoing it.
Do I own that blog site? So now is okay. So now, see, this is what I'm saying. So Wack is restricted from having conversations about what's on the blogs. First, I put it up. First, I did it and be like, nah, Wack didn't put it up. That nigga released the tape. That dude put up the clip. Wack just had a conversation about. So which one is it?
Wack, I don't want when I guess was it Big U nephew, Tiny Drawers or whatever. I don't want him to be
Man,
like
all that's fake, bro. Them niggas ain't nobody, man. Them little dudes ain't nobody. Them dudes ain't, bro. Y'all sat there, Trap Lord. I gotta call him. I got a bone to pick with him. Sat there and motherfuckers create all these crazy ass narratives and shit. But at the end of the day, bro, it's like this. I'm trying to understand. Are they saying that I'm a mute? That I can't talk? That I can't have a conversation that's on the blogs? Or then why niggas is having conversations about me? They having conversations about me about all kind of shit. So why I can't have conversations about other shit? What's the problem?
Okay, so also here's the thing too. It looked like there was a motion to dismiss. It says submitted to time of sentence. I don't know what that means. Could we as you popularize, we got the work. Do we have the full work? Because this is so heavy. Like I don't want it to,
Hey, listen. They don't even have work on me with my name on it like that. And they just make up shit, but somebody put it up. I mean, I will tell you that is something we've been knowing about for many, many moons. It's another dude involved in it that claims he's part of their clique right now. One of the little names, little rapper dudes.
Really?
Yeah, this is a fact. Yeah. Shout out to his baby mama. I sent him some diapers. He got mad at me for sending his baby mama diapers. Crazy, but
because you sent his baby mama diapers or you didn't?
I did. I didn't know it was his baby mama. Lady just got at me in the DM, said she was homeless in the hotel, had a newborn. I sent her a bunch of diapers. I guess he went by there to see the kid and saw the incredible diapers and went crazy on the girl.
Wack, you know Black Sam not gonna like this shit, right?
You know who?
Black Sam. You ain't see what Black Sam did with Rockstar?
He didn't do nothing to Rockstar. What did he do to it?
He gave a demonstration. That's what he called it. It's a demonstration.
He embarrassed him a little bit. That ain't no demonstration. He's embarrassed him. He embarrassed him with it. I mean, but that's Rockstar. Everybody ain't going for that shit. Man, look, Black Sam, I ain't taking nothing from him, but Black Sam, he not gonna approach everybody like that, bro.
Wack.
Everybody ain't going for that shit.
Here's my thing. I think you're fucking up.
But what Black Sam got to do with me though, bro? Like, listen,
Wack, you fucking up my chance to. You know, salute to Karen Civil. You know, I love her. She invited me to go to the burger spot. She said, "Act, let me know when you come in here. We're gonna take care of you. It's gonna blah blah." Now when I show up there, Black Sam gonna be like, "There he is. He was on the phone with Wack. Demonstration." I'm like, "Oh no, I gotta run."
Bro,
I'm like, stop, drop, and roll. Yo, Wack, I want to go get a burger at the Marathon Burger.
I haven't heard Black Sam say my name. He hasn't said my name. And I hope he never says my name, because at that point in time, I'm going to be forced to defend myself. And then at that point in time, I'm really going to open up the floodgates.
Okay, suppose his demeanor is, why are you talking about my dead brother? Stop talking about my dead brother.
Wait, hold on, bro. Fuck that. Pop dead, everybody dead. Everybody talks about everybody that got something to do with some industry that's dead. Elvis Presley, motherfucker, what the fuck are we talking about, nigga?
Yo, chat, Wack is messed up. Yo, I already placed my order with Karen Civil. I told him, I said, let's do a double. You know what I mean? It's a cheat day. I need a double double
what
burger
I'm saying is this.
with the bacon.
So what I'm saying,
I ain't turned full Muslim yet. You know I'm about to turn Muslim, right? But
listen,
I got bacon on my shit.
This is what I'm saying, bro. I didn't put this up. Right?
Yeah, but you're not supposed to bring light to it, though. Like, you know.
What? I'm not supposed to what?
You ever heard the term, let him rest in peace?
Okay, well, what do you mean? I don't understand. Okay, well, nigga, well, stop talking about Biggie and Pac.
That's true, too.
The fuck are we talking about? King Von. The fuck are we talking about? Mo 3. What is niggas talking about? All these emotional gangsters. The conversation is the conversation, homie. It's what it is.
And Wack, again, I'm not asking because trust
hey,
me,
bro,
if anybody,
you look at this blog.
I know it's a blog. Wack,
West
but
Coast
I'm asking as a homie to you.
This blog says West Coast Gang Wars.
You're right, but I'm asking as a homie to you.
My shit is the Honey Show.
Hold on, Wack. I'm asking as a homie to you, and me asking this question got nothing to do with you. It's more to do with me and my thoughts, because I've never seen you ever express fear or anything, but I am worried for you.
Worried for what?
I think one of these hating ass things might try to hurt you. They might be like,
hey,
yo.
bro, I've been what I've been for 36 years, bro. They been trying to do that. What's the difference?
Wack, I'm worried for you. I'm telling you, I'm worried for you, Wack. And I know,
hey,
listen, you've never showed me anything that I should be worried. But when I see this, I'm like, what?
Why? Look, why y'all listen? See, you know, the more and more y'all go to telling me I'm lying. That was the man in the video that was on the phone. You know that, right?
Nah, I know.
That's the man in the video. Listen, Act, if I get to give you descriptions of that footage, all them other, nigga, it's nasty. Nigga, don't get mad at me, nigga. Get mad at what the fuck. If you mad at something, be mad at his decision. That ain't my decision.
Yeah, but you know what it's saying? It says, what's in the dark must come to light. It's one of those things that what's in the dark should stay in the dark.
That was never in the dark, bro. They just faking like that. You notice ain't nobody acting surprised? Fuck out of here, bro. What we talking about, homie? If you had a gay brother, right? Or a gay sister, right? You the only one feeling some kind of way. They don't give a fuck. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I suppose.
Okay, so I'm saying if this was his ways of his sexuality, right?
Yeah.
That's him.
Wack, okay.
Maybe his family and friends didn't agree. That's cool.
Wack.
But he was comfortable enough with other people.
Okay, Wack. Freak shit aside, we get that's some stuff that, you know, whatever, people gonna be shot by. We need, like, you're the paperwork king at this point. It's you and 1090 Jake. I agree with you. You told Adam not too long ago, like, respect to 1090 Jake, but Wack gonna get all the paperwork. Okay, he gonna keep getting paperwork. We need some more paperwork on what these allegations were and what was kind of determined in court, because I'm gonna be honest with you, like it's a little bit uncomfortability even having it up here, just because, again, maybe it was a fake charge, maybe it was false.
You gotta talk to, bro. You gotta talk to West Coast Gang Wars 3. Talk to him. He put it up. Now, I will tell you this. With them blowing this shit up, and you look at the top's going to give you certain information. Case title, the people of the state of California versus the names.
No, Wack. I could definitely do my due diligence and figure out. I really just want to stay out of West Coast business for this one, because I feel like they're gonna hurt somebody.
You keep Kendrick name out your motherfucking mouth, then.
No, that's hip hop business. That's hip hop business. That's hip hop business.
It's hip hop business too.
Hell no. I don't know what the hell. The state of California says it's California business.
Yeah, I bet you if any of this was on K-Dot, you'd be talking about it, wouldn't you?
What you mean?
That's what I said.
What you mean right now?
Would you not be talking about it?
K-Dot is live and well. By the way,
that don't mean nothing, bro.
By the way, I was about to go to the Inglewood show. My bad, chat. I will be making another show. Right now, I'm eyeing the Toronto Rogers Center show. Me, K-Dot, I've been practicing. By the way, could a civilian do the Crip walk? Because I always watch Blueface. I don't know if I do the 10.
I don't know. I'm not a Crip, bro. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. You gotta ask them.
But
I think it's all been commercialized anyway. Jamal Moore was Crip walking many moons ago.
Let me ask you one question, though, Wack.
What?
You have zero issue with the estate of Nipsey Hussle or Nipsey Hussle himself?
I ain't got no issue. Why everybody think I got an issue?
Do you love Nipsey like everybody on the West seems to?
I don't know what you mean by that. Do I respect him? I respect him. I ain't gonna tell you I love him. I don't know him. We ain't spent that type of time together. We had a cordial relationship. We talked on the phone and shit like that, but
do you respect him as a legend, not necessarily musically, but culturally, that came from the West Coast, that held it down and was a great representative?
No, I never gave him that because I'm not from his section, so I don't know what he was doing over there.
You saw some of the things he was doing. He was buying this. He was buying up the block. He was doing this. Like,
he was buying
great
what?
businessman. He was
buying what?
He was bringing commerce back to the hood.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. That's your lie. He never brought nothing. I know the owners of the shit.
Wack,
that's
stop
your
it.
lie.
He owns the fucking marathons. He owned the plaza. He died it.
You want to bet? Let's bet 10,000.
Wack, come on, stop it.
Let's bet 10,000. Listen,
hold on, I might take that bet. Hold on.
Okay, we got a bet.
Wait, hold on.
You said he owned it back then.
I'm doing my little research.
No. Let's bet.
Hold on, chat.
Let's bet. They gonna tell you don't fuck with Wack on this. Let's bet.
Yo, I heard he started back to buy back the hood. He started to buy back the hood philosophy that got black entertainers investing in where they came from. He got people investing in Crenshaw and Slauson. Stop it, Wack.
Okay.
You gotta give me some credit.
Do you want to bet that he didn't own none of that?
So you're saying it was a facade?
See, bro, just because you...
I believe it.
Okay, well, let's bet.
Seymour said don't bet. Okay.
Let's bet.
Highest Allah says bet. Should I bet?
Let's bet.
So if I bet with you, if I bet 10,000 with you,
I'm gonna go get you all the title work. I already got it because they offered to sell it to me for $1.5 million. I just didn't want to fuck with it. Big, you wanted me to grab it and then let him take control of it. Let's bet. I know the people that own it. Let's bet. Let's bet, nigga. Let's bet.
So wait. All right. Okay.
Do we have a bet?
I'll tell you what the bet will be. I will bet that I could show that Nipsey transformed his section.
That ain't what you said. You said he brought back, he owned that pavilion, all that. And I'm telling you that's cap. So what I'm telling you is, bro, don't expect me to lie to myself. You asking me to honor and respect something that really wasn't the truth.
Wack.
That's what you asked me to do.
Wack.
Because you
Nipsey is a goddamn West Coast legend as a black man. Fuck music.
I'm not from that sect, bro. Listen.
He's a legend, Wack. Stop it.
Okay. Well, let me kind of say something, right?
He taught a lot of these West Coast gangbanging niggas entrepreneurism. He taught them how to be men. He taught them about family. He taught them a lot of shit. Facts. Come on now, Wack.
Give me one. Give me one. He taught that.
He led by example.
Give me one.
The marathon continues. He led by example. His life was...
Hey, bro, I'm going to be real. He don't like to say it, but, you know, Black Sam has always been the one pushing to do this and do this and do that. He just didn't do the music. But the shirts and all the shit, that was... Black Sam went to jail, nigga, for selling shirts. So let's, you know, give the credit where credit's due, respectfully.
I thought he shot somebody.
Nah, he went to jail. He tell you in his story. Nigga was selling so many shirts, they booked him so many times, they sent him to jail for it.
So, Wack, are you trying to tell me that the West Coast, like, wasn't changing? Look how many people showed up to his funeral.
I'm trying to tell you.
Wack, I've never seen a funeral like that in LA West Coast history.
That's cool. Know who you're talking to. You're talking to a man that has watched the growth of the Suge Knights and the Top Dogs and myself and others. So you're asking me to totally erase what I know the things to be true and the misconceptions and all our greats we have out here. You asking me to erase these things.
Wack.
And place something there that I know is not these things, bro.
Wack. Everybody knows Nipsey's one of the top 5 greatest people to come out of the West Coast of California in the last 30 years. You know that. I know that. I hear how y'all talk about it.
Well, let's
they
slow
basically
it down.
got murals.
They
might as well put a statue in front of the Staples Center or the Victory.
Hold on. Let me go back to mine. Ice Cube, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre,
Nipsey,
Mike Conception, Top Dog. I'm not gonna even throw me or my artists in there yet, and a host of others. I'm gonna leave it at those are my top 5, and I can give you every reason they are A to Z. Now, I don't know what the fuck you talking about, but if you talking about what's gonna be the wall of the West, nigga, I'm coming with all I got, the best of the best.
Wow,
I didn't even throw Suge Knight in there because
Suge Knight not great on Nipsey, man.
You a mother.
The marathon continues, bro.
You a mother. Nipsey did not contribute, nigga, or achieve.
Hold on.
The shit. I don't even fuck
Wack,
with Suge.
Wack, tell me if I'm lying. I never really knew what Crenshaw was before Nipsey. Nipsey did that. He put it on.
Yeah, that bro, you didn't know what it. Did you buy a Crenshaw shirt before or after he died and put that on your mama, nigga?
It was after, you know what I mean? But the marathon
I don't want to hear it. You was a fake nigga like the rest of them who act like you was so entangled. You just jumped on the bandwagon.
No, I ain't jump on the bandwagon. I watched people. They told me. They basically said Nipsey up there with his.
I'm gonna name these again: Ice Cube, Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Top Dog, Mike Conception. If you want to talk about who we gonna put on the podium of 5, I'm gonna send them first. Financially, what they gain, what they contribute to the communities, they cause to help better the streets, all that. I'm gonna put them 5 up there. Nigga, fuck no. You're not finna tell me that's what that is, because that's not what that is.
Wack.
And for you,
Wack. Listen. After I just put this up, Wack. After I just put it, Wack.
Nipsey contributed and achieved more than Suge Knight. You out your dumbass mind.
Wack.
That's like saying. I'm gonna be real. That's like saying, what's the Pop Smoke contributed and achieved more than Dame Dash to New York. That's like saying that.
Okay, that's a good comparison.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. I don't even fuck with Suge. P-Funk, you ain't finna put the homie down there like that.
Wack, I gotta take up for Nipsey because I ain't gonna lie to you. When I land at
This
LAX,
ain't no take up. We're having a conversation.
Yo, when I land at LAX, and if I show up
This
to baggage
ain't no
claim,
take up. Look, bro.
yo, and
This
they don't
is
got
not a
my
take
name
up,
on the thing. That you know how LAX set up. LAX is like a death trap. I'm about to start flying to that other place, whatever that shit called. Because LAX, you gotta walk a good 5 minutes to the car, and I'm looking around saying, is any rolling 60s niggas around? I don't know who around there. I want to be cool with Nipsey.
Why you gotta walk 5 minutes to the car, my nigga? That's crazy.
Nah, because you can't park right like at the right out of baggage claim. You gotta walk.
You
to
gotta
the thing.
call Platinum, and they know how to call you and be pulling up right when you walking out.
So now when I go to LA, I gotta have my security with me. Well, as soon as we land, we waiting for the bags. He ready to square up with anybody.
If
now
that's
we
the
on.
case, look, guess what all you need to do.
Okay, tell me how to move.
I want you to try it out.
Yeah.
Let me send Brother Pitbull.
Okay.
He'll be waiting on you. He one of the most respected dudes out here, both sides, NOI, FOI. Right?
Don't bullshit me, Wack, because when I come there, I'm going to hit you, and if you don't got somebody at the airport that make me feel comfortable, I'm going to be like, this is a back door.
All I need is your travel, and I guarantee you're going to marry yourself to him. Brother Pitbull, I guarantee you.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck who you run into. They ain't gonna go the other way. They respect him, and they know what he about. He NOI, high-ranking FOI.
Yo, Wack, last time I went to LA, I had to walk like 3 or 4 minutes to the car. Yo, there was Matthew like, oh shit, it's Act. Yo, everybody, I was like, yo, we gotta walk and talk, nigga. We can't. Usually I stop and chop it up with niggas. We gotta walk and talk, and it was employees of the fucking airport. Nah, nigga. Hold on, nigga. We gotta walk and talk.
The last person Brother Pitbull ran porno security for?
Who?
Kanye.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, everybody. You trust me. When you coming in, let me know. I guarantee your comfort zone will be all the way good.
Okay. Wack, what I'm going to do, because we're about to get into lunchtime for the case, I don't take lunch, but what I will do is I'm going to look up this Nipsey shit. Now, if we come back and find out that this was fake work, would you apologize to the estate of Nipsey Hussle, his kids?
Why do I have to apologize? I'm not the one that put it out.
Yeah, but if you brought attention to something that's not real.
I haven't even shared it and liked it, but I know about it. I was told about it.
Wack, we got 17,000 people on here. When you tell me to...
I was told about the documents like 2009, 2010.
We got 17,000 people on here. Actually more. We almost got 20,000. You right now, us mentioning this.
So this what we gonna do. We gonna give credit where credit's due. Go follow West Coast Gang Wars 3. That's who posted it.
Wack, you know they're gonna hit that person up. And suppose they said
it's right there, it's on his page.
Okay, suppose they said we don't know where it came from. Wack sent it to us.
I don't know these people.
You sure?
I swear to God, I don't even follow them.
I don't know these people. Hey, chat. We gotta do some due diligence. West Coast Gang Wars. We're gonna look up 3. We're gonna look up during this break. We're gonna read the rest of the tweets. By the way, thank you, Wack, for calling back. You know. By the way, everybody in the chat, and by the way, my chat loves you. They do love you because
they don't follow me. Your whole chat, they don't all follow me and the Queen. I got a problem with that. And the 100 side is getting a little irritated because a month ago you said you was gonna pull up, bro. So
you ain't give me time of day. No. Tell him. No, you give me time of day. You ain't give me time of day.
All right, we need to go. What day is good for you?
I'm here this week. Like, hold on. So this week we're doing Diddy trial coverage from like 9 to 5. Anything after like 7, 8. What's up?
7, 8.
7, 8 my
East
time.
Coast
7, 8 my time.
right?
Yes.
5, so that's 5 o'clock. So we could do 6 o'clock any day. Just let me know. 6 o'clock my time. So that's 9 o'clock your time.
You send me a date. Say, hey, I need you. Nigga, you know I will show
Nah,
up.
bro, you be back to funny on your text. We live now. 6 o'clock, what date? They listening. What date this week, 6 o'clock?
Wait, 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock your time. So we let's see. Today's Tuesday. We could do. Oh, let's do Thursday.
Thursday? Nah, Friday. Friday
good? Okay.
Thursday, I'm on no jumper.
Okay, man.
Friday, 6 o'clock. You on the 100 side.
May 30th, Friday. 6 o'clock his time will be 9 o'clock my time. The only thing I would say though, it's the weekend though, Wack. I can't stay on for 5 hours. I'll definitely give you 3.
Nah, we ain't doing that. We ain't gonna do 5 hours. We got you.
I bet.
We ain't doing that.
Okay.
All right.
This nigga's hanging on me like I'm. Oh my god. Holy. All right, Chad. Yo, we gotta figure out what this shit is, yo. I'm like, Wack, you ain't gonna have me calling no Nipsey no goddamn pedophile. You crazy as hell, nigga. I'm trying to go back to the West Coast. I've been trying. First of all, you know, ever since I said I'm a Drake fan, I go over there. Yo, I feel like y'all was in the airport. Y'all been in the airport the last time I went to No Jumper and No Jumper in the interview with Kanye. So I'm just waiting for my shit. But I know when in Rome do as the Romans do. So I'm there chilling. I'm like, it's big act. You know what I mean? It's not the little one, nigga. It's big act, nigga. So I'm in there cooling, vibing. I'm like, hey, I'm on timing, man. I see anybody, I might spark it on them, nigga. I'm thugged. I'm tough. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know if it was a ringtone. This might be like 2011 type shit. All I heard is 10, 10, 10, man. I ain't gonna lie. I was just like, nigga, I'm sorry. I'm on the West Coast. I am not about to be like, man, fuck that. I mean, yeah, I did all that shit. I ain't gonna cap with you. Anyway, give me 1 second, chat. We're about to get into the lunch area, but we ain't get there yet. You don't go nowhere. Oh, shit. Oh, they already broke. Hold on. Let's get into it. Give me 1 second, chat. Gotta get my food from the front door, too.
That's happened in the case so far, where you think the case is going to go.
Give me a second.
Submit them on YouTube, and me and my great panel of guests are going to break them down. But before, what the vibe is and what we're seeing in court, start with the testimony of Capricorn Clark. So this former assistant to Sean Combs, we knew she was going to take the stand. She had been mentioned last week during Kid Cudi's testimony. I want to take this in pieces if I can. So, because I know we have a little bit of time with you. So just talk to me real quick about how she began her testimony and how she started working for Sean Combs. And then we'll move into more of the specific allegations regarding Kid Cudi.
Yeah, well, Jesse, from what Capricorn Clark said while on the stand today, she said that she and Diddy actually go back before she actually started working with him. She said she met him around 2002, and then from there, later on, that's when she started getting into his employment around 2004, between 2004 to 2006. So when she was first brought on, she was brought on as a personal assistant, and she said actually on the first day of the job, she was taken to Central Park, and you might think, oh, we're going to go to Central Park, it's going to be great. But that's not really how she described her first day on the job. She said she went there with Sean Combs, Diddy, and she also went there with Paul Alford. Now, who is Paul Alford? He's actually the security guard that we've known about for a number of testimony, right? But she's actually talking about Uncle Paulie. And so she said that she was brought to Central Park with them. And then she kind of gets into why they would go to Central Park. And it was essentially to threaten Capricorn Clark. Why? Because she actually used to work with Death Row. And who was the CEO of Death Row? That is Suge Knight, one of Diddy's many arch nemesis. And so she said that she described her previous relationship with Suge Knight as he is actually the father of her best friend's children. So she does not have a personal, intimate relationship with Suge Knight necessarily, but she just knows of him and knows him a little bit closer, mainly because of her best friend, and that he is the father of her best friend's children. And so when she was taken to Central Park around this time, this being in 2004, she said that Diddy told her he kill her if she had anything to do with Suge Knight. Then there was an objection raised in court. The defense obviously objecting to that statement, but the government continued to ask her about this alleged threat, and she being Capricorn Clark had explained that Diddy was relatively calm while delaying this kind of message to her. She said that during this kind of meetup at Central Park, or during this meeting, that Uncle Paulie said nothing. He was calm as well too. He was a little stoic from her description of it. And she said, as far as the response to the threat goes, she says, well, we'll just have to see. But Capricorn said while she was on the stand that she should have just been more transparent about her relationship with Suge Knight, and that's when we start getting into the exhibit photos of just some of the security guards that we've seen a number of times through these exhibits. So we were shown a photo of D-Rock, who Capricorn Clark explained was a good friend of Biggie Smalls. D-Rock actually came on board after Capricorn Clark. Then we're showing an exhibit photo of Ruben, who's actually D-Rock's little brother, and she explained that that Ruben came after Capricorn Clark, and so did, she said that Ruben came after Capricorn Clark, same as D-Rock. And then as far as Roger Bonds, we already saw an exhibit photo of him, but we saw that again today. And she explained that Roger Bonds started around the time that Capricorn Clark did. So this was around that 2004 time frame. And then slowly we start to get into the guns. And Capricorn had said that she had observed Diddy with a gun while she was being kidnapped. And obviously we're going to divulge and take that piece by piece in just a little bit. But the government asked her, that Diddy has discussed having a gun before, because there was this whole, press thing, an interview that Diddy had done with 50 Cent, and we all know Diddy's relationship with 50 Cent is not the best. And so I guess Puff, or who she refers to as Puff, said that Chris Lighty, who was Diddy's manager around that time, said that Diddy said, I don't like the back and forth, I like guns. And Puff, or Diddy, or Sean Combs, as we're calling him, was actually talking about 50 Cent during that exchange. So that was automatically the start of the testimony,
Right.
Already going off with a little bit of fireworks after kind of going into how she came to work with Diddy.
Yeah, look, when you're dealing with a racketeering case, we've said it before, we'll say it again, having the assistants, the bodyguard, the security, the people that were in that inner circle is imperative, because you're trying to understand the inner workings of this criminal enterprise or this organization. But also, Diddy is ultimately charged in a racketeering conspiracy case alone. There's no other defendants. So you wonder, who did he allegedly do all of these things with? Who did he engage in this pattern of criminal activity with? But the reason she is also important is because I believe she is being used to help prove some of the underlying crimes for racketeering. When you're talking about racketeering conspiracy, the prosecution needs to prove at least 2 underlying crimes. So there's sex trafficking, there's
those are predicate
arson,
offenses.
there's kidnapping, there's bribery. But more specifically, what did she say regarding kidnapping? And what did she say, I believe, that may help support the forced labor allegation? Again, really, really important for racketeering. What did Capricorn Clark have to say today?
Yeah, she said a lot, Jesse. Sometimes I just have to go through my notes to see just where everything is that she had been talking about. But as far as just the kidnapping goes, and I just want to apologize, everyone. I know my voice is a little hoarse, so if it scratches off a little bit here and there, I apologize for that. But so as far as the kidnapping allegation goes, that stems from 2011. And what do we know that happens in 2011, specifically around December of that time frame? That is when we start to kind of get into the Kid Cudi and Cassie relationship. Obviously, a very huge talking point throughout a lot of this testimony, especially last week, kind of trickling into this week. And so around this 2011 time frame, Capricorn Clark is no longer Diddy's personal assistant. Now she's a global brand director. So she's around 28 years old around this time. But she said around this time frame, she was also working as Cassie's creative director and manager too, so kind of pulling those double roles. And she said as far as that role of being a creative director, it was kind of about maximizing the optics for Cassie. And so as far as just everything with the Kid Cudi incident, Capricorn Clark explained that Cassie was seeing Kid Cudi in December of 2011. We already know this, but Cassie had asked around this time frame whether or not Kid Cudi could come on a hike with Capricorn and Cassie. And Capricorn actually said that this was going to be a bad idea because
Cassie was out of pocket. This is why I see why Kid Cudi said that she played both of them, because you're dealing with a serial killer. You dealing with a nigga who he'll do anything to get his bitch. Why the hell you gonna involve somebody who he don't even think of you the same? He won't do the same. you should tell somebody. And by the way, trust me, chat. Y'all know, we ain't got to get into too much info. Shit, I started dealing with any woman of serious and significant value. I tell them, I say, yo, listen, I got a crazy situation previously. If you see some shit start popping up, if you see a bomb going off in my driveway, just know I'm into some shit. Okay? We ain't together, but like there's a lot going on. Cassie lined Kid Cudi up. She told Kid Cudi, I'm done. I don't deal with Sean no more. You know Sean Combs is batshit crazy. He blow up cars. He do all that type of shit. He beat you. He slap you around. You got to tell your next dude that. Not for your safety, for his safety.
And was concerned whether or not Diddy would find out about this. And so Capricorn was explaining that Diddy had bought her phone, and so he was worried, or she was worried about Diddy seeing these text messages come through from Cassie, kind of explaining that she wanted to bring Kid Cudi on this hike that they were doing together. And so Capricorn actually explained on the stand today that she was the one who brought Cassie in to buy that burner phone, so that way it wouldn't be
So Capricorn Clark, the assistant, basically says, yo, we got to get you. If you going to talk to Kid Cudi, right? Now, here's a part, and I hope she gets to it. Or maybe I missed it, because it was kind of the start of the cross. Oh, the cross didn't happen yet. She didn't go get to the cross. Agnifilo, who did the cross, pointed out, well, you like Diddy too. So you know what Diddy's lawyers are pointing out? All of these bitches, and I'm sorry to say the word bitches, but I gotta say it. They all were fucking Diddy. Diddy was fucking his employees, his chief of staffs. He had side bitches. He had main girls, and then he had mother of his kids. The point what the Diddy's team is trying to say, let's be clear. If you got to cover up for Diddy for another bitch, but you like him too.
Trace back to Cassie. That way they could talk without Diddy finding out. So that was kind of a big revelation that we learned today because Capricorn had explained that she got Cassie this burner phone, or she went with her to Best Buy to buy this burner phone because she was.
So it looked like Capricorn was trying to help Cassie cheat on Diddy, but Capricorn herself liked Diddy, and Cassie would do anything to be with Diddy. It's kind of like Diddy just had him hoes.
Afraid that they would all get killed. There is an objection made by the defense, obviously, because everyone's just like, oh my God, this is now another time where Diddy allegedly threatened to kill either Capricorn Clark or Cassie or somebody in just that fashion. But the objection was sustained, so that part is struck from the record. But Capricorn said she all of a sudden was hearing a loud banging at her apartment. And so she said that she looked through the peephole of her apartment door and she saw that Diddy was upset. He was pacing. His body language looked like something.
So this is a part, and I try to explain to you when I was reading the tweets. It appeared that Diddy, remember Diddy, which I ain't gonna lie to you. Shout out to Diddy for that. No, I can't shout out Diddy. My bad. All the women that Diddy was dealing with, all their phones were in Diddy's name. So what happened is somehow Diddy was able to see who they contacted, what numbers, what people they would communicate with. So Capricorn's phone in Diddy's name. Cassie's phone in Diddy's name. Diddy finds out that Cassie is talking to somebody named Scott. It appears that he doesn't know his Kid Cudi, but he knows his name is Scott. By the way, Kid Cudi's real name is Scott Mescudi. That's his real name. So he must have looked through, I don't know if he looked through the bill. I know a couple old school players. They've called their bitch up like, why you keep calling this number at 3 o'clock, bitch? What the fuck? Going through the phone, you ain't going to find that. She deleted that shit. You ain't going to catch her in the act. You got to catch her on the bill. Yo, T-Mobile say you hit. So look like he gets mad. He pulls up to his assistant spot. What the fuck going on? Yo, who the hell is this nigga Scott? Look like he's getting more info. He's realizing Scott is now Kid Cudi. He gets even 10 times madder. Yo, let me go get my gun. Yo, get ready. We about to ride to this nigga's crib. I'm about to fuck this nigga up right now. But at first, what it was seen as, when at least through the testimony, he didn't say, yo, she's fucking with Kid Cudi. He said, or Capricorn testified, when he showed up irate, he said to her, Cassie's fucking with Scott. If you know it's Kid Cudi, you wouldn't call him Scott. You would call him Kid Cudi. Okay? Now, remember on Direct, we're going to find out a lot of shit.
Was kind of in his hand.
Somebody said, or Diddy had a private investigator? Yeah, you got to have a private investigator. Somebody said, Absol dissed me? Absol, I love you, brother.
So Capricorn Clark opened the door, and she said when she did, Diddy was still upset. She explained everything that he wore, from a button-down shirt, a sweater, that he had slacks that just happened to be ripped. And she said it exposed his underwear. But she said that Diddy had a gun in his hand whenever he was banging on her door. And so Diddy said to Capricorn Clark in a very angry way, why didn't you tell me who is Scott? And as we know Scott to be Scott Mescudi.
See? Why? So he's mad at his assistant. I guess he realized, like, I don't know if you can see text messages if you check your bill, but he probably realized that they were talking about Scott, and he's getting mad at his assistant because he's like, why you didn't tell me that this fucking bitch is cheating on me with Scott?
AKA Kid Cudi. And so Diddy told Capricorn, get dressed, we're gonna kill this N-word. That's what she said.
We finna slide.
And I will say here, Jesse, that Capricorn Clark, when she was on the stand, I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as being casual, but as far as just profanity is concerned, she very much just kind of laid it all out there as far as what was said, what words were used. And so it did get a little profane during some aspects of her testimony. And so, yeah, Diddy had told her that they were going to go kill this person, and that person being Kid Cudi. And so during this testimony, I saw that Diddy was jotting down some notes during this. And so Capricorn said that she didn't want to go, but Diddy made her, and he put a gun in his waist, that same gun that he had in his hand, he put in his waist, and that Diddy still seemed mad, but this time mad at Capricorn. And Capricorn said that Diddy had never been to her house before, but once they were in the car, Diddy moved his gun from his waist to his lap now. But notably, Ruben, who we know as also Rue, but is also D-Rock's little brother, was the one who was driving the car. So it was the three of them, Capricorn, Diddy, and Ruben, a.k.a. Rue. And so...
Yo, chat, how many Red Bulls should I stop at, man? I ain't trying to go out like Kevin Samuels. No, I'm playing. I love Kevin Samuels. Yeah, I'm gonna switch to orange juice, low key. Or is the Diet Red Bull better? Because I like Diet Red Bull. They all taste the same with alcohol. I only drink alcohol, nigga. I don't even care about Red Bull. I just care about whatever makes it good with alcohol. Anyway.
Capricorn explained that she wasn't able to leave the Escalade, which I guess is the vehicle that they had driven down to. She said that everything was just happening so fast. There was no conversation going on. But they went from Capricorn Clark's home all the way down to Kid Cudi's house, or I guess all the way up to Kid Cudi's house in the Hollywood Hills. And then we're showing an exhibit photo of the Google map that shows kind of the direction of driving or direction of travel from Capricorn Clark's house to Kid Cudi's home. And then we see that same exhibit photo of Kid Cudi's front door. And so from there, Capricorn was kind of explaining she didn't know whether or not Kid Cudi was actually at his home, but Capricorn said that she had to stay in the car. Meanwhile, Ruben and Diddy went inside Kid Cudi's home. Capricorn explained that she had called Cassie and called Cassie's burner phone through all of this. And Capricorn had explained to Cassie, she said, Cassie, what the F? And she had told Cassie that she was brought to Kid Cudi's home essentially to be there so that way they could kill him. And Capricorn actually changed the name from Cassie's burner phone over to, like, I guess her best friend's name, because she didn't want Diddy to find out that she called her to give her the heads up. But guess what happens next? Diddy comes out and she said that while she was on the phone with Cassie, she could hear Kid Cudi on the phone telling Cassie that this man's in my house. Those weren't the exact words that were said, but you get what I'm going with that. But and Cassie was trying to stop him because he could have been killed in this incident, according to Capricorn Clark. Diddy comes out. Diddy explains, who the F are you talking to? Diddy called that same number back, found out that that's Cassie's burner phone, then got livid knowing Cassie even had this extra phone. And so Capricorn said that Kid Cudi later pulled up to his home. He sped off later, though, and then D-Rock, Capricorn, and Rue all followed him in the same car, chased him until they essentially lost him, but then the police responded.
Oh, Kid Cudi pussy. Whole time Kid Cudi was acting like he was trying to fight Diddy. Nigga, the nigga's in your house. You pull up. The nigga's in the house is like, wait, is that nigga? He starts following you, and you speed off? Now, granted, it's the right decision to do, so don't listen to me. I'm a hypocrite. What I'm just trying to say is Kid Cudi was acting like he was with all the smoke. Like he wanted to squabble. No, nigga. You pulled up to your crib. The nigga, oh my God. The nigga was in your crib, and then you basically dipped. Okay, hold on. Ooh, we need this. Where is it? Fuck. We lost it. All right, here we go. Sorry.
The best. And so I guess Puff, or who she refers to as Puff, said that Chris Lighty, who is the best and assistant, and she said actually on the first day of the job, she was taken to Central Park.
Oh, my bad, sorry.
Later on, that's when she started getting into his employment around 2004, between 2004 to 2006. So when she was first brought on, she was brought on as a personal assistant to Paul Alford. Now, who is Paul Alford? He's actually threatened Capricorn Clark. Why? Because she actually used to work with Death Row, and 2004. Said while she was on the stand that she should have just been more transparent about her relationship with Suge Knight, and that's when we start getting into the exhibit photos of just some of the security guards that we've seen a number of times through these exhibits. So we were shown a photo of after Capricorn Clark, same as D-Rock. And then as far as Roger Bonds, we already saw an exhibit photo of him, but we saw that again today. And she explained that Roger Bonds started around the time that Capricorn Clark did. So this was around that 2004 time frame. And then slowly we start to get into the guns. And Capricorn had said that she had observed Diddy.
Okay.
Diddy had
Diddy is also dealing with a racketeer.
After kind of going into how she came to work with Diddy.
Yeah, look, when you're dealing with a racketeering case, we've said it before, we'll say it again, having the assistants, the bodyguard, the security, the people that were in that inner circle is imperative because you're trying to understand the inner workings of this criminal enterprise or this organization, but also, you know, Diddy is ultimately charged in a racketeering conspiracy case alone. There's no other defendants, so you wonder who did he allegedly do all of these things with? Who did he engage in this pattern of criminal activity with? But the reason she is also important is because I believe she is being used to help prove some of the underlying crimes for racketeering. When you're talking about racketeering conspiracy, the prosecution needs to prove at least 2 underlying crimes. So there's sex trafficking, there's arson, there's kidnapping, there's kidnapping.
She said a lot, Jesse. Sometimes I just have to go through photos. That stems from 2011. And what do we know that happens in 2000? Testimony, especially last, working as Cassie's creative director and manager, too. So kind of pulling those double roles. Talk without Diddy finding out. So that was kind of a big revelation that we learned today. That way got Cassie in to buy that burner phone. So that was kind of all get killed. There is an objection made by the defense, but the objection was sustained. So that apartment door, and she saw that Diddy was upset.
Okay, finds about Kid Cudi.
Miss Cudi, a.k.a. Kid Cudi.
Here we go.
Necessarily characterize it as being casual, but as far as just profanity is concerned, she very much just kind of laid it all out there as far as what was said, what her, and he put a gun in his waist, that same gun that he had in his hand, he put in his waist, and that Diddy still seemed mad, but this time mad at Capricorn.
Okay.
Conversation going on, but they went from Capricorn Clark's home all the way down to Kid Cudi's house, or I guess all the way up.
Then Kid Cudi chases her.
Ruben and Diddy went inside Kid Cudi's home. Capricorn explained that she had called Cassie and called Cassie's burner phone through all of this, and Capricorn had explained to Cassie, she said, Cassie, what the F? And she had told Cassie that she was brought to Kid Cudi's home essentially to be there so that way they could kill him. And Capricorn actually changed the name from Cassie's burner phone over to, like, I guess her best friend's name because she didn't want Diddy to find out that she called her to give her the heads up. But guess what happens next? Diddy comes out and she said that while she was on the phone with Cassie, she could hear Kid Cudi on the phone telling Cassie that this man's in my house. Those weren't the exact words that were said, but you get what I'm going with that. But And Cassie was trying to stop him because he could have been killed in this incident, according to Capricorn Clark. Diddy comes out. Diddy explains, who the F are you talking to? Diddy called that same number back, found out that that's Cassie's burner phone, then got livid knowing Cassie even had this extra phone. And so Capricorn said that Kid Cudi later pulled up to his home. He sped off later, though, and then D-Rock, Capricorn, and Rue all followed him in the same car, chased him until they essentially lost him. But then the police responded, and that's when Kid Cudi, I guess, returns back to his home. And it's interesting because I don't recall under direct or even cross-examination that Kid Cudi explaining that he actually drove to the home before the police arrived. But according to Capricorn Clark, that's what she kind of said happened. But she surprisingly said that Diddy was relatively calm when he saw the police sirens going over to Kid Cudi's home, but that afterwards, Capricorn, Diddy, and Ruben all went to the Key Club, and Diddy told Capricorn to essentially call Cassie and tell her to come over here, and Cassie said, okay, well, come get me. So Diddy told Cassie to tell Kid Cudi not to tell the police that Diddy was the one allegedly behind it and not to make a police report about the incident. The Capricorn told Kid Cudi as well, too, not to file this police report, and that Kid Cudi was essentially mind blown. There was another objection. That objection was sustained, so maybe the mind blown.
So Kid Cudi is looking at Cassie like, why the hell you don't want me to call the cops? Kid Cudi, like me, he ready to snitch. He was ready to snitch then. But a down-ass bitch like Cassie, which, by the way, I think this helped the defense. Cassie was a part of this just as everybody else. Remember what we determined last week? Cassie gave the low. Cassie gave the address.
Won't be in the transcript, but after this event happened and after this, because this was just them going into the home, that Capricorn and Cassie went over to Diddy's house, and Diddy began physically assaulting and being physically violent with Cassie. Capricorn explained that he kept kicking her and he never used his hands. Cassie was crouched into this fetal position.
Elizabeth, let me jump in because it's so loud right now. I know we got the sirens going on. This is the beauty of a live shot right outside the federal courthouse. But look, just from my point of view, look, this is really, really important testimony because it helps establish this alleged kidnapping. It helps to back up what Kid Cudi had testified to. It helps to describe and back up and corroborate with what Cassandra Ventura had testified to. All this idea that the jury has to believe that Sean Combs was essentially a mob boss, that he was running this criminal organization and had people engaging in this kind of behavior. And I'll pick it up back to you because the sound stopped. But, also real quick, she talked about her work. And she talked about being forced. I mean, if we're talking about forced labor, it wasn't just the hours. I mean, she talked about the hours she had to work as well, but also the kind of circumstances of her job too, right?
She did, and as I'm trying to go through my notes, everyone, that's also the beauty of the live shot, is writing or finding your place where you'd wrote down everything, because you write down so many notes, I should say. But as far as just the overworking that she did, she said on a good night she got...
Shout out to my boy King DP on Rumbles. Everybody from R Block, man, I see y'all in the building. Hey. I don't know if y'all on lunch. I don't know if y'all I'm a little lit, but it's all good. Yo, everybody check in real quick. If you're on Rumble, 88 likes is like a disgrace. Hit the like button a little bit. King DP, I see you on Rumble. Lewis Rich, I see you. Candace, MFNF, thank you. And just keep going.
Got 4 hours of sleep, and then on a bad night, she got 2 hours of sleep.
Okay. So now on a good day, she said she got 4 hours of sleep. By the way, Capricorn Clark claimed she was getting paid $55,000 a year. For all this? Damn.
I think 4 hours of sleep is kind of a bad night, but according to her, that was just pretty typical. She said that she even got stress-induced alopecia from working with Diddy. She even had to go to a doctor. She said that around that time frame, she was making about $65,000 as her salary as a personal assistant. But the thing is, Jesse, she went to HR, and HR calculated Capricorn's overtime, and she said that she had enough overtime that was owed to her, totaling about $80,000 of overtime. That's a lot of money. But what did Diddy do?
Now, what that's going to be important in is that, this idea of forced labor is going to be like, hey, listen, you worked your employees beyond the scope of what they should be worked. If she had a set salary, she shouldn't be working over a certain amount of hours. Over that time, legally, you're required to pay overtime, okay? Or you have to give certain compensation for days off. And look like Diddy may have not been doing that while working his employees to the bone. And that's what the prosecutor has also tacked on as a RICO predicate offense of this forced labor, saying these people just had to work their ass off, even if they weren't going to be compensated for the time.
Whenever he was shown kind of this paper receipt and kind of this document that showed that she was owed $80,000 in overtime, Diddy allegedly ripped up this paper. That's what Capricorn Clark said while she was on the stand. But like a lot of the other assistants that have testified so far, including, David James and George Kaplan as well, that Capricorn Clark's one of her many duties was to set up hotel rooms. And even just thinking about this time frame, right, Jesse, it's from 2004 to 2006. So this was before the Cassie relationship that she was still required to set up these hotels. She said that she would unpack a camera box. This camera box had a camera, lube, baby oil in it. She said that she had to unpack Diddy's clothes, his shoes, a toiletry bag, which the toiletry bag was that Louis Vuitton bag that allegedly had drugs inside of it. She said there were drugs like ecstasy inside this bag. Kind of still the same old tricks, it seems like, too, from just booking these hotel stays, that if it was one of Diddy's girlfriends, because again, this was before Cassie Ventura, that the name for the girlfriend would be Jackie Starr, a same alias that was used by Cassie. She had explained that as far as the names for the hotel reservations for Diddy specifically, she said that those could be either Frank Black, they could be Frank White. She even said that during some of these hotel stays that he being Diddy would stay at the hotel with Kim Porter, and this would be something that would happen at least once a week. But there were other girlfriends who would stay at the hotel too. And then even in the aftermath of everything, Jesse, it's kind of that same old thing where she would pack up all of his stuff and clean up after him. And what was kind of on the walls and kind of the stickier stuff that's found inside these hotel rooms, it was baby oil. So it was interesting kind of hearing that even before the Cassie Ventura relationship goes, that Capricorn Clark was essentially doing the same type of responsibilities that other assistants did while Diddy was with Cassie and even after the fact.
Right. Well, listen, we have a lot to break down with her testimony and what to make of it. But Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for the in-depth report. It feels like I'm, reading the transcript. That's how detailed and thorough your reporting is on this. I know you have to jump back into the courtroom, but Elizabeth, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so we're going to break this down, and we're also going to break down your questions. We see them all coming in right now. So I want to bring on my guests. I'm joined first by criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Safa Robinson Ferrer. Would have needed to
know when.
Okay, perfect. So we kind of got a little bit. I think when Wack had called, we was right here. It says I shadowed him on the Vote or Die campaign. That's 2008. My job was to get T-shirts to celebrities and the photo shoots. I'd call them and say Puff wanted them to come. Agnifilo says, do they want to come? Yes, they can. How long before the jewelry missing thing? Says it was about 4 months. On the 4th of July, he threw a white party at his home at the Hamptons, the Vote or Die party. Agnifilo says, when did the jewelry missing happen? After July 4th. It says the jewelry were still on loan from Jacob the jeweler. Now we know who. Agnifilo says, who else got a lie detector other than you? It says Mike B., his stylist. He had gone to the street level of 1440 for manicures. The lie so 1440 is a building, sorry. The lie detector test was the next day. It says, you never told HR? No. So I got fired for 3 weeks. So she was let go for 3 weeks. So how'd you get unfired? I went to work on his 35th birthday party as Cipriani's to do a celebrity list. I came back. Agnifilo says 2004, 2006, not at all. Agnifilo says as a personal assistant. She says then as a liaison. Capricorn Clark. Then now that 55,000 turns to 65. It says I was making 65,000 for Combs, then 90,000. I'm guessing this is 90,000 at Jive Records, I would imagine. Combs, Agnifilo says, why'd you come back to Combs? I'd gotten top records for R. Kelly. Combs said he was impressed. Asked me to come back, work for Sean John for women. He says, I think I was a really good employee for him. Agnifilo says, he told you were awesome? Clark says, he ain't use that word. Agnifilo says, you work hard for him? She said, I did. Agnifilo says, others work hard too, though, right? She says, not as hard as me. Agnifilo says, I did learn, Capricorn Clark says, I did learn a lot from Mr. Combs. She's now almost crying. He broke that glass ceiling for us black people in the business world. Agnifilo says, do you need a minute? So, by the way, the interesting part about these people testifying against Diddy, we haven't seen really anybody only have bad things to say. It's really mixed testimony. They're like, hey, he was an asshole. He did this, he did that. But I'm going to be honest, he's the only one who allowed me access to this world. Wonder how the jury's going to take that. Agnifilo says, do you need a minute? Capricorn Clark says, no, it's just complicated. The judge says, we'll take a break. With judge which the jury and witness out, judge says on DNA question to Inspector Jimenez, who supposedly take the stand this afternoon, said the government's objection is overruled. Okay, says we asked for a bit longer. We have not been able to eat lunch. We are running ahead of schedule. Our case may be closer to 5 weeks than 6 weeks. So they're now putting it to 5 weeks. So they're doing a longer break. And supposedly they just got back in. AUSA says they proposed to use communication between Ms. Clark and Ms. Ventura. We don't see any hearsay purpose. Agnifilo says there are logistics and photo shoots being discussed. She testified on this on direct. So they're just doing a procedural. What the fuck is that? Oh, I thought the person was naked. Okay, good. All right, never mind. All right, people. They just came back from break, but really we are on a break. Let me give you one. What's our friend Lauren Conlon? That's her name, right? Yeah. Oh, here she is.
Hey guys, Diddy, week 3, day 10. We have a lot to get through, and I forgot my
chat. I also do got to grab my food. We don't take breaks here, but we eat on camera. That's what happens. Oh, they're like delivering right now. All right, so I'm gonna go grab the food real quick and just watch this. This is about the early morning, and again, Diddy having a gun for 50 Cent. Kid Cudi, a chase, death threats. Listen to this.
AirPods, so bear with me. We started off this morning with Capricorn Clark. She's a former Diddy assistant, former marketing manager for Sean John. She then was promoted to a global marketing manager, and then also she was Cassie's brand manager as well. She worked for Diddy on and off from 2004 to 2018, and then had another conversation about working with him in 2024, believe it or not, but we'll get there. And she met him in 2002, and they were actually hanging out as friends through a mutual friend of hers named Jeanette that she talked about. And in 2004, she was contacted by a headhunter that said, hey, you'd be perfect for this position of an executive assistant, because she previously worked at Def Jam Records, so she had experience. And then she said that she called Diddy because they were friends, or she called him Puff, and he said, yeah, hey, come work for me. Now, she says that one of her really good friends, or her best friends, has kids with Suge Knight. So on her first day of work, she described that Diddy and a security guard took her out into Central Park at 9 o'clock at night, or after 9, and basically said, if anything happens with Suge, we'll have to kill you. And she also, she actually told us that one of the bodyguards that we had been hearing about quite frequently, Rube and D-Rock, were brothers. Just a fact. I didn't know that. You know what? School just got out or something. I want to kind of move. So she also testified. Oh, she talked about 50 Cent. So I don't know what year this was, but she said that Diddy was doing a press event with 50 Cent at MTV, and they actually shared the same manager at this point, and his name was Chris Lighty. And she said that Chris Lighty and herself and Diddy got into an elevator, and Diddy was having a problem with 50 Cent, and he said something like, I don't like the back and forth, I like guns. So that was a moment where we kind of heard about this feud between 50 Cent and Diddy. Now, hold on, I'm moving. Sorry for the close-up. I gotta move. These kids are super loud. Okay, so she also talked about how Diddy borrowed jewelry from Jacob the jeweler. diamond necklace, a bunch of expensive jewelry, and she was in charge of it, and the jewelry was stolen. It went missing, and she talked about how she was taken, basically she had to go, home from this trip when the jewelry was taken, and she was picked up the next day by Uncle Paulie, his main security guard at the time, and she was brought to this deserted building. And she said that the door locked on the outside. And actually that building turned out to be one of his future offices, but at the time it was like really run down and gross. She said she was brought up to the 6th floor and she was greeted by, a man, which she described as 5 times her size, chain smoking at this table in the middle of the room. And she said that she was made to take a polygraph for 5 days straight. She could go home, in between, but she described being terrified and really having no choice. Let me see. Yeah, she said that, she was afraid of what would happen if she didn't take the polygraph. She felt forced into it. She also described being so stressed that she developed alopecia, which is where you lose your hair from stress. And she said that she would have no breaks during the day, and she would work from, when she was an assistant, she would work from 7 a.m. to 4 a.m. And she made $65,000. And at one point she went to HR about overtime, and they calculated her overtime, and it was something like $80,000. And she said that HR wrote it down for Diddy, and Diddy tore it up, and she never got her overtime. She testified to setting up hotel rooms like other assistants. She talked about how she would have to clean up after. Oh, and she also testified that Kim Porter stayed in hotel rooms with Diddy quite frequently. And the setup would be the, clothes, toiletries. We heard about the Louis Vuitton med bag. She corroborated that with different drugs. And she also mentioned a camera box with camera equipment in it and some drugs, I guess. And she talked about how she would clean up the hotel room after because there'd be baby oil everywhere. She said there'd be handprints on the walls in baby oil, and it would just be, on the floor, on the wall, just kind of everywhere. Corroborating what we've already heard. Let's see what else. She said that she saw him do drugs a couple times in her presence, mainly ecstasy. She also bought or got prescription drugs for him, and sometimes they would be under her name, sometimes under his name. She talked about an incident in Miami one summer in 2006 where, he had told her that she couldn't leave his house. She left to return Pharrell's manager to this music video location that he was shooting at, and when she came back, she got yelled at and she was exhausted. And she said the next day she woke up, she went into the kitchen to get some breakfast, and the chef was there also, and the chef was very exhausted. Chef Jordana or Jordan, and or Jordan Atkinson, I think. And she said she asked the chef about some turkey bacon, and the chef was like, there is no effing turkey bacon. And I guess that prompted Capricorn to be like, oh, I effing hate this place. And then she said that the chef went outside and told Diddy this, and that Diddy came back inside and put both of his hands on her shoulders, Capricorn Clark's shoulders, and used about 70% of his force to basically shove her out the door and told her to get the F out, get the F out. And she quit after that. That was 2006. And then she returned again in 2007, I believe. She returned again in 2007, and she was working as Sean John Women's brand manager, and she was making more money, and she was happier that way. So then we get into and she also said that Bad Boy paid her rent, paid her car, all of that stuff. So she was kind of beholden to them. So then we get to 2011, and we get to the fact that she's also working on projects for Cassie, and then we get into the Kid Cudi kidnapping incident, which we heard some new testimony here about what happened that night. So basically, she described that, Cassie started kind of bringing up Kid Cudi to her. One day, Cassie had texted Capricorn to see if Kid Cudi could come on a hike with them at Runyon. And Capricorn Clark was basically like, I'm paraphrasing, but she was like, why would you text on this phone? He pays for all of our phones. He's going to see this. So delete this. And then she went to get her a burner phone, basically. And so she kind of knew about this relationship, and she kind of just said, Cassie, be careful. So we all know Diddy finds out about Kid Cudi. And Capricorn Clark says that she was at her home, and between 5 and 6 a.m., she was awoken by some banging at the door. It's Diddy outside of her home with a gun. She lets him in because she felt like she had to, and he says, we're going to go kill this mother effer. We're going to go kill this whatever. And she had no choice. She had to go. She said she gets in the car. He's got a gun on his lap. She said they get to Kid Cudi's house. Diddy and his associate, the bodyguard, they go inside. And she said that she called Cassie's burner phone. And then she changed the name to Stormy, her friend, after she called her, because Diddy's like coming back out and he's like, who are you on the phone with? And she was like, my friend. And then he's like, give me the phone. He called it back. And she said he was so mad, like even angrier than when he showed up at her house. And by the way, the jury is like looking like crazy. They are like taking notes. They are so into this story. Then she said that Kid Cudi actually pulls up next to them when they're in the car, and they basically start chasing him, and he gets away. So we all of a sudden hear about this high-speed chase, which was something I had never heard before. And then she was forced to call Cassie, and then Diddy basically made her and Cassie basically try to convince Kid Cudi not to tell the police it was Sean Combs, and he said, well, I'll kill you guys if you don't get him to do this or say that it wasn't me. And then Capricorn Clark says when they got to Diddy's house the next day, she and Cassie, it was really sad. She said he kicked her over and over and over again, and Cassie was crying, and she was in a fetal position, and she kept backing away pretty much until she was out in the street. And that Capricorn Clark, he kicked her out. She had to walk home, and she said, she called Cassie's mother and just said, I'm in over my head. I can't do anything, so you need to do something. And it was pretty sad. So let me see. I've got like 20 seconds left here. So
Day 10 at the Diddy trial, and this morning we saw testimony from Capricorn.
This is logic, and then we're going to get back into hopefully the second half of the day.
And 2018, she documented a whole new series of crimes that we had not yet heard about while corroborating testimony from Kid Cudi and Cassie Ventura. I am Joe Neerman, aka Good Logic. I'm an attorney in downtown New York, covering this trial and dropping 2 videos a day, letting you know what's happening inside the courtroom and giving you a legal perspective on matters that you're not going to get from legacy media. If you like that type of coverage, I urge you to please like, share, and subscribe as I bring you details and perspectives you're not finding elsewhere. Now, when Capricorn Clark took the stand today, we had already heard her name several times. During testimony from Cassie Ventura and Kid Cudi, they both identified her as someone they recognize as an ally in the Diddy world, someone who could be a liaison at times to work between them and Diddy when Diddy was particularly outraged with them individually. Now, Capricorn worked for Diddy and was first started a relationship with him as a friend of his going back to 2002, and started working for him in 2004, taking various roles. And she told over one of the new crimes she talked about, potential crimes at least, is that in 2004 there was a theft of some jewelry. Some jewelry went missing, and that it had been in her possession, and that Diddy had her take a lie detector test for 5 days. 5 days. She said from 10 in the morning till 6 o'clock at night that she was locked in a building on the 6th floor with a guy who was 5 times as wide as she is, and forced to go through grueling lie detector examination from this individual day after day after day. And that she was threatened that if in fact she failed this lie detector test, that he was going to kill her. Now, she was fired sometime there afterwards and brought back on when they were trying to make arrangements for Kid Cudi, for Diddy's 35th birthday. And she had shown a knack for being able to deal with celebrities. She'd been working with him on various campaigns and shown a knack for assembling different celebrities. They brought her on for that party and stayed on there. And her relationship goes on and off. She'll work for a couple of years, and then some incident will happen and she'll leave. She ends up at a later period of time where she works as the PR manager for Cassie Ventura near the end of her tenure. And she basically, throughout her time there, has a very close interpersonal relationship with Diddy, where she's working with him on a day-by-day basis. Now, some of the stuff that she ended up corroborating and the really intriguing testimony that came from Capricorn related to the incident with Kid Cudi that happened at the end of 2011. This is right before Christmas, at which time we've now had 3 witnesses who have testified between Cassie, Kid Cudi, and Capricorn Clark to the outrage that Diddy displayed when he first learned of an ongoing relationship between Cassie Ventura and Kid Cudi. Now, Capricorn had known about this relationship for a while. She testified that she went with Cassie to get her burner phone because she was concerned that if Diddy would find out about this relationship, that all hell would break loose, and she figured that Diddy controlled her phone and that the best thing for her to do would be to get a burner phone. When Diddy found out about this, she said it was on December 22nd, 2011, that he came to her and took her at gunpoint in a car saying, "We're going to get Cassie," and that they had gone to Cassie's house. They had gone to Kid Cudi's house, and they were driving around, and they were they stopped off at a hotel for a while and were hanging out a couple of miles away from Kid Cudi's house, and the different interactions that she had with Cassie and Kid Cudi by phone at the express direction of Diddy. Now, Diddy saw that there was a personal relationship between Capricorn Clark and Cassie. And at one point during that day, before the police had arrived, when they saw that the police were going to be coming, and he said that Diddy seemed to calm a little bit when he saw the police involvement was coming down, that he had Cassie he had Capricorn collect Cassie to bring her back to his house, and that was what she did. She, at Diddy's direction, according to Capricorn, called up Cassie and told Cassie that Diddy refuses to let her go, meaning he's going to hold on to Capricorn until Cassie would come, and was essentially using her as a bargaining chip, that she was being held hostage by Diddy until Cassie would come and meet with Diddy. Now, this is what, and in fact, the testimony opened, very near the opening statement. One of the first questions she got was, "Were you kidnapped by Diddy?" And she said yes. And that's the incident she's referring to, not the incident so much with the lie detector test, which some would qualify as a kidnapping in 2004, but the 2011 incident is what they're referring to as a kidnapping. After she ends up collecting Cassie, she also was directed to go to Kid Cudi and contact him and tell him that with the police coming to his house, that he should not identify Diddy as the person who came to his house or having any relationship to it. Otherwise, quote unquote, he said he will kill us all. Meaning, presumably Capricorn, Cassie, and Kid Cudi, that he was threatening that if the police were notified of his involvement in approaching Kid Cudi's house, when Kid Cudi called the police and ended up reporting a break-in, that if he would identify Diddy, that he would kill them all. So this is all very consistent with the testimony that we heard from both Cassie and from Kid Cudi as to the events that went down near the end of 2011. He said after he got Cassie, that Capricorn brought Cassie back to Diddy's house. And that Diddy, this is the hours after Diddy had learned of the relationship between Cassie and Kid Cudi, that he kept kicking her, never using his hands, kicking her in the legs, kicking her in the back, and that she would go back a couple of steps and go back a couple of steps until she ended up going back like into the street. Like he literally kicking her out of her house, not in the way of saying get out, and she's steadily curling more and more into the fetal position. She's crying as she's giving this testimony as to how pitiful Cassie looked and how she didn't intervene because Diddy warned her that if he tries intervening, that he was going to beat her as well, and eventually directing her to leave. And that as she's walking away, she could still hear him kicking her as she's just laying on the ground crying and in a fetal position. What part of her body is he kicking? Whatever part he could access. the parts that he was kicking. Who else was there throughout this entire time? Well, he had a bodyguard with him by the name of Ruben, one of the bodyguards whose names we have heard throughout the course of testimony from other witnesses, including Cassie and Kid Cudi, and that he did nothing to intervene. Capricorn said that she said to Ruben, "You have to do something," when he was, as she says, kicking the snot out of Cassie, not using that word, but that Ruben refused to intervene. She called up another bodyguard who was identified as an ally, so to speak, of Cassie, by the name of D-Rock, and he said that he'll take care of it, but nothing was happening. She said she didn't call the police and she was asked, "Why didn't you call the police?" And she said, "Because the whole incident with Kid Cudi made it very clear that Diddy was not going to tolerate her contacting the police." But what she did do was that she called Regina Ventura, Cassie's mother, and told her the same thing she told D-Rock, that Diddy is kicking the snot out of your daughter, and she said that she'll take care of it, and that she was fired shortly thereafter, but that she had further exchanges with Diddy in other times where he's seen outraged about the fact and asking how long you knew about this and why didn't you tell me about this. And then a few weeks later, she ends up getting fired, which she claims were under false pretenses, and the lawsuits that she filed as a result of her wrongful employment. And she ends up coming back to work, and she ends up working back in 2018. Like I said, this is a very on and off relationship that they have here. But what's significant about this testimony, and she's currently in the middle of going through cross, and the defense is certainly going down this particular direction, that you keep coming back. You keep describing these conditions that are absolutely horrific. No one should be working in this type of situation, watching Diddy engage in abuse, commit crimes, and trying to cover up those crimes, telling people, if you talk to the police, I'm going to kill you, trying to obstruct those crimes. All of these different things that you've seen, and the defense is setting up, but you keep coming back. You keep coming back, implying to the jury, from the defense's perspective, hopefully, that they shouldn't trust her testimony that was nearly as horrific as she was describing. This has been thematic throughout the defense cross-examinations we've seen so far, where Agnifilo would continually ask every witness we've seen who has spent extended times with Diddy and complained of various abuses, or that they saw or witnessed or were victims of themselves, that you had fun, that were good times. This has been the theme, to try and isolate the particular incidents of abuse and brutality and potentially criminal conduct into being in a box and separate apart from the overall atmosphere of being in Diddy world. We're still in the middle of cross-examination. I will let you know how that unfolds as this continues. I'm Joe Neerman, aka Good Logic, an attorney in downtown New York, covering this every day. I urge you, if you like this type of conduct, please make.
Okay then. All right. So we're kind of getting like a good understanding of what they are saying that happened. Capricorn Clark, someone who may have liked Diddy themselves, but they were a female assistant, got harassed, supposedly got, assaulted. She claimed Diddy pushed her a bunch of times. Diddy was very forceful, threatened to kill her. They had to cover up certain things. They couldn't tell the police. Now, what I will say is this, chat, and I keep hearing people say this on social media, but I'm starting to see it today and Thursday. This is where the government proves the RICO charge. They're bringing up a bunch of stuff, even if they don't get him for arson. They're proving sometimes 2 or 3 things at once. Diddy could carry out turmoil, trauma, violence without being involved. Take her here, question her about this, hold her against her will. He could command other people to cover up his crimes, to also inflict other harm or whatever to someone else. And that goes into, so because he wasn't there for that kidnapping, or not necessarily kidnapping, but the whole questioning for whatever, or your house being searched, doesn't mean he's not culpable. Well, in a RICO, he would be culpable. He gave the instructions. We're finding out more and more people. Now, what's going to really send the RICO for especially, you know, some of these acts that Diddy himself wasn't involved in, but like his bodyguards or assistants took place with, is whenever we get the bodyguards to speak. Because remember, the bodyguards were doing his bidding a lot. Bring her here, go interrogate her. You hold the money, you do this. So the first bodyguard that really testifies is going to tell us a lot. Because that's what I think the RICO case is. I think the majority of these bodyguards took proffers, and in their proffer, they say that, hey, listen, we were just doing our job. We weren't trying to do a crime. And in exchange for prosecution for being in this RICO, we will testify against Sean Combs.
Make sure that you like, share, subscribe, and hit that bell.
Okay, so now we're there.
Because they win a lot. So take a look at this. In the past few months, environment, we saw a similar line of cross-examination earlier in the trial with other people who were around Diddy. So it does make you question, how effective have they been at cross-examining these witnesses?
I think they've done a great job. They don't have that much to work with, unfortunately, but they are excellent attorneys. I think they're doing a good job of poking, like I said earlier, little jabs. But when you're getting haymakers thrown at you, there's not really much you can do. I think the facts are the facts and the evidence is the evidence, and it's overwhelming. So it puts them really in a tough spot.
You say it's overwhelming, but I'll go to you, Safa. This question from Soul Shadow. Would a hung jury on RICO, but a conviction on lesser charges, be considered a win or a loss for the prosecution?
To be considered a loss for the prosecution. You know, the prosecution is going to want a guilty verdict on each and every count of the indictment. In a perfect world, that's what they're looking for. In my opinion, it would be a loss if they didn't come, you know, with a guilty verdict on the RICO. And all the time and the effort and the money that they put into prosecuting this case, I think also, you know, would be a loss for them as well, but definitely a win for the defense.
Got a question here for you. Well, actually, it's not a question. It's more of a, let's read the report. Actually, let me go back to the reported testimony, and then I want your reaction to this, Cameron. So Mark Agnifilo, Sean Combs' defense attorney, asks Capricorn Clark, Diddy's former assistant, why'd you not get along with Cassie sometimes? She responds, in 2008, she got more bravado being his girlfriend the longer it lasted. She thought I was being paid to help her. And then the prosecutor objects. The judge said sustained, re-ask. That is an interesting line of testimony because isn't it being built up maybe that Capricorn Clark, I don't know, are they trying to say was jealous? That she had issues with Cassie? That she...
Bingo. She was down to help out because she's looking at Diddy as, oh, Diddy got a bunch of bitches. I get paid by Diddy. I just got to make you shut up, move you here, move you there, cool. What ends up happening is that Cassie gets a more important role because now Diddy's popping out with her. Cassie's like, even though Diddy doesn't necessarily say that's my girlfriend, I mean, in the media it was being said as girlfriend, Cassie herself is only jealous of the one with the kids, which is Kim Porter. But everybody else, they start to feel some jealousy. Now, they were going down this line of questioning, and they objected to some on a probative measure. I think it was Rule 403. And I think that objection on Rule 403 was to prevent questions that could be asked to Capricorn Clark to figure out, have you ever had sex with Diddy? If you ask me, she did. Again, the objections prevent us from getting the full truth because that's now probative. It has nothing to do with what she experienced as a worker. She's not speaking to anything of, hey, I expected this as a girlfriend. But if you ask me, I think she fucked Diddy too. So this is where the defense is coming in and say, man, stop the line. This was only jealousy. You're jealous of Cassie more than anything else.
Had her own feelings towards Combs. I'm curious where you think they're going with that.
Yeah, or that Cassie was taking a role in everything that Diddy was doing. And it wasn't necessarily coerced, but now she feels this presence. She's a star. She's, the most important person in Diddy's life. And she can pretty much do everything. So in theory, she could leave Diddy if she wanted.
Now, chat, all of this, sex trafficking shit is so interesting because we're getting multiple people that are saying that the defense are coming up with the same theory. Now, is it going to be effective? We don't know. Remember the first person they kind of accused of being jealous? They accused an escort. They said, yo, you and Cassie has your own relationship on the side, right? You started to like her, right? You would have dated her if outside the situation. The person said yes. And basically, you told her to leave him, right? They basically painted that person as, you were jealous of what Diddy had. Now, I don't know if that's going to be effective, but I mean, I'm not in the courtroom. I'm also not a juror. It's contextualizing everything. Like, these are people who either got fired, had nothing going on, they needed money. Or some of them, they were jealous themselves. They wanted to be with Diddy, right? Or be in the position, at least, Cassie was in.
But she's willing there. She's participating, and she's taking advantage of the employees herself.
Another update from court. This is for you, Safa. So Agnifilo says, what did you see? Capricorn Clark responds, she went from being a sweet model to being a feisty girlfriend. Agnifilo says, do you think she was talented? She had talent, was very beautiful, but not talented? She was not. I have good taste. Ooh, harsh. That was harsh. What do you think of that, Safa?
Very, very interesting. And I think what the defense is doing here, and they're doing a great job at it, is, and like what I said earlier, there's two sides to every story. The prosecution got to put Capricorn Clark on and elicit testimony in their favor. Now the defense has the opportunity to do the same. And what you're now hearing from the defense is this interesting relationship between Capricorn Clark and Cassie Ventura. Now, this was, of course, at the initial stages, and it seems like they may have gotten closer later. But I think what I'm hearing from this testimony is that Miss Ventura was not this meek sort of woman or victim throughout this time that she was with Mr. Combs, that she was...
All right, hold on, bro.
Tarnished.
Hold on, bro. Thought y'all was trolling me before. Hold on, bro. Absol drops new song addressing West Coast Joey Badass and Battle plus more. Absol says he's gonna slap academics when he sees him in his new song. Let's hear.
B, don't forget the dash. Unless you make the meta math, $OUL you can fucking have. Compliments of the company, car son, across my belly. I prove I won already, bar none. Don't cross the 91 without a pass. You gon' need credentials and premium gas. And I'ma slap academics when I see them.
Absol, if you ever raise a hand at me, nigga, it'll be your last day on earth, nigga. You gonna join Nipsey. Nipsey, King Von, Pac, all of y'all gonna be having a good time. Stop playing. I hate you pussy ass rappers. Y'all don't talk tough to nobody. We ain't see you slap nobody. Niggas ain't even hear your voice, my nigga. Stop it. We don't believe you, nigga. And I'm going to the GNX concert. I'm either Toronto or I'm picking another date. So I'm gonna be there. I'm going to you. You ain't coming to Jersey, nigga. You try to slap me, nigga, it's your last day on earth, nigga. You take your last couple deep breaths. Hope you wish your whole family. What are y'all niggas talking about? Fuck is you talking about, nigga? Yo, that little goofy shit y'all talking about, like, bro, it's not happening. What are you talking about? What are you nigga talking about? The nigga violating you don't want to slap him? Or maybe we're just rapping. I think he probably was just rapping. I'm so not like that. The fuck is this nigga talking about? Y'all got this goofy ass nigga talking like this? Absol, I'll give you an address, nigga. I dare you to pull up and try to slap me. It'll be your last day on earth. I've been praying and begging for one of y'all rap niggas to give an example. What are you talking about? Please, keep your goofy raps, keep rhyming words, but keep it wherever the fuck you at, my nigga. Bitch, you could spin Y'all just GNX tour with just in Jersey. 888 Newark Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, nigga. 07306. You can come meet me there. You won't slap nothing, nigga. It'll be the last day you on earth. Stop rapping about doing shit to people who ain't talking about doing shit to you. Stop it. I'm going to call out that bitch made pussy shit every single time. So now when you rap this, you put this on record and you ain't about to do nothing. What am I supposed to say about you? That you a bitch? We never heard about you doing nothing. Now, if I start getting disrespectful, because I keep a little dossier on all you whole ass niggas for a reason. I keep a dossier on you, your baby moms. I keep something on all y'all just for days like this. Stop it, my dude. Okay? If Joey Badass giving y'all the beats, get better at rapping. Don't come over here and start talking tough to act. That ain't gonna win you the battle. That ain't gonna win you the battle. And I'm telling y'all rap niggas, I'm a civilian. But I'll be damned if I let one of y'all hostile, ignorant gang members think you're gonna come put hands on me and threaten my life without me using exactly what I believe is within the response that I need to. Nigga, it will be a last day on earth, nigga. They won't throw a funeral for you like Nipsey. Just remember that. Just stop that talk. Stop it. You're not doing nothing. You're not doing nothing. You're gonna show up to the fucking booth. Where's my glasses? You're gonna have the glasses on in broad daylight and just rap like your what's the nigga name? Is it Marvin Gaye? Who's the blind nigga? You gonna rap like Stevie Wonder, nigga. You ain't doing a motherfucking thing, nigga. We ain't never seen you slap nothing, nigga. Maybe you slapped your girl, but you ain't slapped nothing ever in life. What are you talking about? Say, y'all seen him slap something? Y'all seen Absol slap something? Absol, you need to stop it, bro. At some point, y'all niggas got to get to slapping. Absol, they won't throw a funeral for you like Nipsey. If you ever raise a hand, you personally, I told you where you're going to be. You're going to be at a Pop Smoke concert. They're going to say Tupac is next. Hopefully you get on the bill. I don't think you'll be on the bill. Stop saying that. Okay? Anyway, keep getting your ass whipped by motherfucking Joey Badass. Yo, who the fuck this nigga think he is? Now, I gave you the address. After this, you're pussy if you don't come see about it. Because you say when you see me like I'm some myth. My address is on Google. I'm telling you where I'm also going to be. If you can't find me at one of them, you're not looking. Take the sunglasses off. Your bitch ass and the rest of y'all West Coast niggas is getting your ass beat by Joey Badass. We ain't seen none of y'all slap nothing. Y'all getting slapped up by whoever the hell bullying y'all out there. Y'all all getting robbed. We seen y'all getting killed. Y'all getting all type of shit. Ack is here cooling, buying cars, millionaire. I got no problems. So when I see, take your glasses off, nigga. Just remember, they won't throw a funeral for you like Nipsey. There might be 2 Uber pools that pull up to your shit. But if you think you're in the slapping mood, continue with acting like you going to inflict violence on anyone. Continue. Let's get back to it. This nigga's out of his damn mind.
Feisty, she was fiery, she made decisions.
And all y'all blogs to put down the headline. They won't throw a fucking funeral for you like Nipsey. You just be the goofy nigga who crashed out, who is like the nigga who Kendrick won't even acknowledge. At least he bring J-Rock on stage. He brings Schoolboy Q on stage. We don't see the nigga in the glasses come on stage. We like, what the fuck is he here for? He's just here. He was supposed to be the rapper. He just saying goofy shit. Okay? Somebody said, act scared. I'm not scared. I'm telling him they won't have a funeral for him like Nipsey. Nigga, the fuck is you talking about? Print it, press it, nigga. The fuck you talking about?
And things of that sort. So I think that the defense is
back to the Diddy trial.
Is eliciting that in order to make a showing that she wasn't just a victim here, that she made decisions on her own, that she, was feisty and things of that nature, which would negate, this idea that Mr. Combs was in so much control of her and her career.
Cameron, I mean, as we talk about final thoughts before we wrap things up, do you think the defense did, I mentioned about an effective job cross-examining other witnesses, do you think that they tarnished her credibility? confronting her with a lot of her text messages between her and Combs about setting up freak-offs, encouraging them. What were her motivations? Do you think that her credibility has taken a hit?
I think it's taken a small hit. It's definitely not tarnished. Just to piggyback off of something Safa said earlier, absolutely agree with her that if one of the charges hung jury and conviction on lesser charges, that's technically a win for the defense. But if Diddy has to spend significant amount of jail time, regardless of what charge he's convicted on, that's a loss. That's a major loss. Again, the defense only has so much to work with here. They are doing a great job, but I still don't think that they have enough to totally discredit these witnesses and support a defense verdict.
Interesting. All right, so Safa, I'll give you the final word. Who's winning this case right now as we're in week 3?
Oh, it's a tough call. I think that the prosecution is winning by just a smidge. I would say I don't know that they've established enough to make a finding.
I don't like her even saying that, because if you think it's close, if it's close, you got to go to the defense. If it's close, you got to go to the defense. Because remember, for the prosecution, and when they got to get found beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, you might think it's going to be a mixed decision. If it's a mixed decision, you could go down on a few counts. Maybe that's what she's talking about. But to me, the RICO charge today is looking a lot better than it looked the first day. I think it's 50-50 with Cassie. We haven't heard Jane Doe. And those are the main 3 counts. I think there's like 5 counts, and the other 2 has to do with some other shit.
Of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, because the government has to prove each and every single element of each and every offense. And I think that there are some significant questions that the jurors are going to have to ask themselves with respect to credibility. And, with the domestic violence, with the sex transactions, and all of those sorts of things. So the jurors are going to have to really ask some interesting questions. I think the prosecution is having a win today, at least to this point, establishing that Capricorn Clark appears to have been kidnapped. But we'll see. The defense isn't really too far behind, in my opinion.
By the way, one more update from court. Capricorn Clark said about Cassie, talented to me is Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey. Cassie, she was more of a studio musician. She needed things equalized. Agnifilo, Combs' defense attorney, asks, did she perform live? A couple times. Not the greatest. Was she a hard worker? At times. Okay, so that will continue. Listen, really interesting back and forth about this. I really appreciate you both taking the time to not only break down the intricacies of this case, taking our viewer questions, and what great questions we got. So, Safa Robinson-Ferrer, thank you so much. And Cameron Dolachi.
All right. Bet. My bad. Y'all like the little scud missiles, man. It's Absol, man. The nigga, the nigga been bitching about not getting clout when Kendrick got all the clout. Nigga, you just a boring rapper. We don't really tune into you, nigga. You just a boring ass rapper. We don't give a fuck what you talking about. I love when niggas start saying they can't wait to do something, because I like giving them a reason. Nigga, didn't you wife up Lloyd Banks' side chick, bro? That's who you got a baby with, right? If you never had a reason to slap me, I'm going to give you the reason now. You're going to have to find me to slap me. I'm going to give you the reason. Because I got to see if some of these things are actually reality. Ain't your baby mom's was Lloyd Banks like side ting? I told you I got a little dossier on all you niggas. Don't let me start setting it off now. But I'm glad I'm going to give a nice TDE crosshair for you. You out of your damn mind, nigga. Who the hell are you rapping about me? Boy, we ain't never seen you slap nothing ever, nigga. You look goofy as hell. Ain't you one of them emotional niggas on TDE that every time Punch or one of them niggas pull your drawers up and give you a wedgie and you can't drop music, you start tweeting and saying hieroglyphic shit like, y'all niggas can't even drop music when y'all want. Why? You can't talk about me. Why you ain't slapped Joey Badass when he was dissing you in front of your face? Nigga, we seen the bitch in you at that point. The nigga dissed you to your face. You was looking goofy like, Let me play this, man. Fuck this Diddy trial. Hold on. We got to set it off on this bitch ass nigga. Oh, hell no. I thought y'all was lying to me earlier. Because I seen somebody say, yo, good job taking the high road. I've never taken the high road. I only know one road. The low road. Pause. Not download. What the fuck? Hold on. Joey Badass. You heard what I said, nigga? Y'all getting your ass beat 1v50. All right, Big Sean, get your ass on out of here. Look. Yo, you gotta be weary of a nigga who's scared to take off his glasses. He wearing shades in the daytime everywhere. He won't even look you in your eye. He hiding constantly behind some shades. Look.
For attention, but wearing masks like Piero. See through your raps, clear, bruh. Get your ass capped, trying to fuck with the PRO. I ain't worried about son, this world revolve around mine.
The nigga sat here, this the entire West Coast, Kendrick, you, everybody, and all you did was bob your goofy head, nigga. You ain't about to slap nothing, nigga. Slapping ain't even your... Nigga, you must be out of your mind, nigga. Yo, does anybody... Yo, I will pay $10,000 if y'all send me a video of this nigga Absol slapping somebody. Who is he slapping? Who? There's some actual rappers I actually know that's about it and believe it. But when I hear these niggas talk about it, you're a rapper. You're a rhymer. You just like me. And to keep it real, I'm 10 times richer than you. So whoever you got, I got too. Unless Kendrick gave you some money. I mean, if you go into purse. It's all good. What are you talking about? These niggas be talking like they're like super tough. Nigga, if I saw you in the hallway and you saw me, you're doing nothing. If you're with 10 people, which you might be dead for, I'll just have 10 people.
You ain't no Copernicus, nigga, you move on my time. Told you I would let you shine, give you space to coexist, cause when I playing it in lines, now they like getting the...
Yo, the whole West Coast is on their period cause Joey Badass gave y'all the beats. How y'all mad at me? Why you mad at me for? Why he say fuck me for? I'm not the one who lyrically violated you. Joey Badass took your manhood. He dissed you, your man and them. He dissed your coast in front of you. Now you talking about a nigga. Nigga, I seen you one time, nigga. We booked you for $1,500, nigga, at Rutgers University back in 2013. That's a fact. Go look it up, nigga. Go just type in Absol academics. And it's not about the money. I was just trying to say, like, I don't know this nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody been thinking about Absol, nigga. Y'all can't remember one hit this bum ass nigga got. Absol academics 2013 Rutgers, nigga. Yeah. Shout out to Schoolboy Q. Schoolboy, don't get involved. Pick your battles truly. Pick your battles wisely. I ain't diss you. Okay? Stay out of this, Schoolboy Q. But Absol, I think you blind. Oh, yeah, look at this blind ass. I don't know what the fuck he got going on over here. This goofy ass nigga showed up like he just came out of like Men in Black. Nigga, who is this nigga? Who the fuck is this nigga right here? You ain't had no slap energy then. Where is the slap energy coming from? We ain't see you slap nobody. Nigga, all you had was a pair of extra black lips because you keep smoking them fucking... I don't know what you be smoking, nigga. But your lips just look like tar. I'm sorry. You're rapping, you think you good. You ain't that good. I'm sorry. Joey Badass is showing... Yeah, y'all West Coast niggas, y'all got bars, but you need your daddy. You need your pops. K-Dot to fucking help you out. The fuck is you talking about? Who have you slapped? You see, when everybody be talking shit about me, I know the niggas who slap people. If I was supposed to talk about Mano right now, I know 3 niggas Mano slapped. That's a fact. Mano has a history of slapping niggas. Say what's the game? He has a history of squabbling with niggas. The only person Absol probably slapped is his bitch, who was Lloyd Banks' sighting back in the day. What is this goofy talking about? You wifed up Yo, let me tell you this, and Lloyd Banks a better rapper than you too. Lloyd Banks' sighting went from a better rapper, who at least, you know what I mean, didn't he drop that little Rotten Apple album back in the day? Went to you, you're like the West Coast garbage can, and then all of a sudden, now you think you him. Is this thing out of his damn mind? Let me Google it. Yo, y'all niggas was on some like weird shit. Like y'all niggas was on some green earth, eating plants shit. I was like, what the fuck they got going on? I've never seen a vegan rapper. I'm like, this nigga definitely don't want beef. Now he talking about he want beef, but he slapping me? The boy was eating leaves with his chick. Yaris Sanchez. Nigga, that's Lloyd Banks' old work. Fuck is you talking about? And yes, nigga, since you mentioned you want to slap me, I'm going to give you every reason to slap me. Yeah, she was bad back when Lloyd Banks had her. Now she on some vegan shit, no deodorant. She's on some other shit now. You feel what I'm saying? I think this goofy nigga put a baby in her belly too. Yeah, that shit was kind of bad, but okay. I can't believe. Not Absol. Yo, he is like the nigga on the Rockets. What's that nigga on the Rockets with the braids who tall mad shit? You like, bro, you're trash. What's that nigga name? He's like Dylan Brooks. Yo, this the Dylan Brooks of TDE who's talking like he's gangster and talking like he matters. Gang, you had a spark what you started, nigga, but now nobody thinks of you and your bars as nothing. What is this goof talking about? Look at this goof right here.
Move the cat. My lady told me somebody told me that my career was in the trash.
It is! That's fucking goof.
About missing my window or something. I wanted to.
You did miss your window, dummy. Your ass got pussy whipped and went over there with Lloyd Banks' ex. It's over. You need to, listen, instead of trying to hop over here and trying to be on my dick, you need to be on your boy's dick, which is Kendrick, and get a feature. We don't want to hear you rap battle versus nothing. We ain't never slapped nothing. We ain't see you defeat nobody in a rap battle. We're just looking at you as like an old goof who basically never got on. At least Lloyd Banks had a couple hits. What this nigga done had? You ever see how these TDE niggas who don't, when they're not Kendrick, all they do is like bitch about, they can't put shit out. They be going through emotional shit. Emotional. Look at these niggas.
I gotta do better, I gotta do better, I gotta what? Today.
Look at this nigga. The highlight of his career was being in the goddamn BT Cypher, the TDE shit. This was the highlight of his fucking career, I swear.
Till I'm finished, till I make a couple tickets.
Shout out to J-Rock.
In my shoulder, trying to dodge the coffin. All odds against me. Still.
Nigga, this was 10 years ago. It's over for you niggas. You're not gonna be Kendrick, ever will. You're just the garbage can of TDE that wifed up another man's like side ting. That's it. Like that's your whole career. That's your whole legacy. You've never slapped nothing. Will never slap nothing. You just look like the dirty nigga of motherfucking TDE. This nigga look like the Timu version of Jay Cinco. I'm looking at this bum like, yo, who is this nigga? Get him a shower. You know when you get a stray dog, you gotta tie him up and then spray him with water? That's what you gotta do to this bum ass nigga here. Is this nigga serious? Yo, which one of y'all think is checking for Absol? Absol? At least Lloyd Banks was a punchline king. This bum ass nigga just the trash king.
Leaving the score. Probably why I'm always OT on tour. TDE, believe me, we want war. I don't even know what piece I like most no more.
Yeah, he had a chance. But a nigga like this, he just couldn't produce on results. I hate to say it. Niggas don't like to tell the truth. I hate to say it. Absol couldn't Absol is a good rapper. I'm not trying to take nothing away from him. He a good rapper. He can't make a good song. He's garbage. So now, Joey Badass done gave all the rejects on the West Coast a chance to get... Leave me out of y'all battle. I don't even want to cover that shit because y'all niggas is trash. I done told y'all this already. I'm covering the Diddy case and I'm having a good time doing it. Don't let me get on you trash-ass West Coast niggas who can't make a song. You don't go down in no type of history. You're on the shelf. You should be the Quentin Miller for Kendrick. Maybe you could give him a hotline here or there, but supposedly Kendrick got it himself. He don't need you. You're just up there soaking up air, and I'm pretty sure you're fucking shelved trying to get away to get some recognition because you can't put belt to Joey Badass, all pun intended. Don't try to get Big Ack. It hasn't been much success when people came there. Haven't been much success. Okay? Absol, if I hear one more word out of your dirty halitosis mouth, I'm rapping against you. I'm going to just show you. If Joey beat your ass, I could beat your ass too. Nigga, not only won't you slap nothing, you ain't out rapping shit. Get your bars up, nigga. Chat, one more mention from him about me, and I'm rapping against him. Me and you going to battle it out. I'm going to show you, nigga. I'm going to show you. One more mention out of this musty, dirt-looking nigga's mouth of me, and I'm going to put him in his place. I'm hitting the studio. This is how easy we think y'all are. I told y'all West Coast niggas are the 2007 Cavs. It's LeBron and who the fuck? Who the fuck are these niggas? That's what's going on. Who the fuck are these niggas right here? Who are these? Yeah, that's what's going on. So one more mention. And actually, I do want you to do this because I got to warm up the bars. Me and you could rap battle. Nobody will give you the time of day. But today, Big Ack gonna handle you on the stream, but Lil Ack gonna handle you in the booth, okay? Because since y'all think y'all could mention my name and all willy-nilly, first of all, I encourage you and I welcome you to come try to slap it, but I told you it won't happen because the next day or the next moment, you're gonna be doing a concert with Pop Smoke, King Von, Nipsey Hussle, Tupac, Biggie and them, except your ass even won't be on the bill. You'll be performing by the gates. And it won't be the pearly ones. You just be out there just like, yo, you just shaking the coffee cup like, yo, I got a couple bars. Like, get your bitch ass on out of here, man. Get out of here. So, stop with the slapping stuff. Stop with it. But, since your ass want a lyrical exercise, and clearly you can't handle Joey Badass because he's giving belt to ass, Big Ack might have to wake up a demon. Lil Ack. Chat, I'm giving him a warning. Any more mention of me, you got to battle with me now. Let's bring it to a level you can handle, but I still don't think you can handle Lil Ack. Okay? Boy, I don't know if you got cataract, glaucoma, whatever the fuck going on with your eyes. Get some contacts, put some Visine in, and just remember, when you look up at the, whatever the fuck you looking up at the booth, when you see Big Ack's name, you should not mention him. You should feel safe playing with something else that's safer, not me. But, you want a rap battle? I have a rap alter ego. Let's get it. I'll give TDE the beats too. After what I watched Joey Badass do, I'm like, this shit can't be that hard. I think I'll check it too. And if SZA won it, I'll sing at her too. It's a fact. Anybody could get it except Dot. For Dot, we going we just going I gotta look. We gotta do something now. But the rest of y'all, I got bars for y'all. Motherfucker wanna fuck around and rap with me, man. Yo, I guarantee. Yo, Joey, you got it. It's time for Lil Ack to tap in. This nigga done ran out of bars about you. He just started mentioning me. Is this nigga stupid? Now, if he had mentioned me any other way than threatening physical violence, I would have ha-ha to it. I would have said, damn, weak-ass bars, but ha-ha. I just had to get, because anytime these rappers start talking some super tough shit, you have to put them on notice. If you don't put them on notice, they walk around here acting like they're big and tough, and then I read a news report about them getting smoked later, and you say, what happened to all the toughness you had for Ack? Chat, you ever heard about some rappers who say, yo, if I ever see academics, I'm about to kill him. 3 weeks later, you hear, it's which academics? This nigga got smoked by his own homies. And you're like, oh, shit. I thought he said he was that tough. No, he wasn't. He just tough with the people who he think ain't tough. That's it. That's it. You know what I mean? Niggas that done threaten me that later on, I got a fake cry. Oh my God, I can't believe they smoked him. The whole time I'm remembering this bitch ass nigga saying to me, yo, I'm gonna put pause on Act. I'm like, why you didn't put pause on the nigga who shot you and killed you? Why that never happened? So the whole time I'm doing the video, can we have a moment of silence for? Then I cut it. I'm like, this nigga's goofy. I can't. All right, hold on. Can we have a moment of silence? I can't believe they. Exactly. Absol, man, stop it, man. You ain't slapped none in your life, nigga. Maybe you slapped your girl, but that's about it, brother. We never heard you slapping nothing. Boy, I seen you in person, whether it was 10 or 15 years ago, nigga. You look like a scrawny midget, nigga. Like, to keep it real, look like you couldn't even do a pull-up, my nigga. You ain't less than some of my bitches, my nigga. Like, you're like 115 pounds. Just please just cut it out, bro. You're not about to threaten nothing, bro. Please. I don't like when y'all rappers talk gangster with me. Because I follow all the shit, and I could tell you when y'all niggas got robbed, got ran out the spot, when niggas shot at y'all, and when I bring it up, y'all say, Act, why you getting federal? But I thought y'all was tough. When I'm reminding people of y'all getting bullied, robbed, y'all getting chains taken, your homie getting pissed on, oh, y'all want to talk about that no more. So I like to know, what are we talking about? So please don't start. If you've never done any, like, this is a PSA to the entire rap community. If you've never robbed or slapped a nigga, don't announce it on your record that your first slapping is going to be Act. Slap 2 hood niggas first. Slap a nigga who got a body. And if he don't do nothing, yeah, you're allowed to say, Act, I'm slapping you next. If King Von had said, Act, when I see you, I'm going to slap you, I would have said, you ain't going to see me. That's what I would have said. Yup. Yes, I'm fake. If King Von would have said, yo, Act, I'm going to slap you, you know what I said to him? That's why you ain't going to see me. But Absol, what? Absol, come on, stop it, nigga. Nigga, you wear shades because you scared of your own shadow. Nigga, the fuck are you talking about? Who you ever slapped? The boy wears shades because he's scared of his own shadow. I know who the real gangsters are and the ones that I keep telling y'all. If I respond to a nigga, it's most likely because he's a bitch. There's some real niggas. Yo, let me tell you, there's some real niggas who mentioned me before. I just act like I ain't hear that. I ain't hear it when the real niggas said it. The nigga who I know just had 3 blocks shot up last week. Yo, Act, you a bitch. You know when I see you, it's up. I'm like, let's make sure I don't see you. I take that one. Silence. These other niggas? Absol? Yo, Absol. Word to everything, bro. You can't even properly complete a lyrical jumping. How the fuck you think I'm gonna be scared of you? Are you dumb? Y'all trying to lyrically jump one nigga from the East Coast and y'all can't do it. How the hell? I'm not gonna be scared of you. Chat, they can't complete a lyrical jumping. Why the fuck I'm gonna be scared of this nigga? It's like 5 or 15 of y'all versus 1. Yo, Absol, I'll pay for the LASIK you need, man. I think you must be going insane. And I seen all this. You see all y'all little TDE niggas be talking mad suicidal when y'all can't put out records. That's facts. Tell me I'm lying. I pull up all the facts. I pull up every fact. Because really, y'all daddy's punching and top dogging him over there. Oh my God, like I just say some hieroglyphic shit. We're like, what the fuck is going on with this nigga right here? This nigga's in his mind. I never seen you slapped an executive to put your music out. You ever did that? You know how many times fans been on your ass about putting music out and you over here acting like a girl? You acting like SZA. You gotta talk to Punch and Top Dog. No, nigga, slap him. Oh, you can't slap him. Oh my God, this is crazy. These niggas is like Popeyes and Sailor Man when it come to niggas who they don't know or don't want problems with them. But the niggas who is actually taking from them, the niggas who is controlling them like a puppet, they got no type of energy for. Are y'all serious? Who the hell has Absol slapped? I done gave, listen, my address is on Google. I got 50 guns waiting here for anybody. And also, I go to my headquarters. That's where I film interviews at. Between one of them, I don't do nothing else. You ain't going to catch me at the beach. I don't go to clubs. You going to catch me at one of them. You're welcome to come show the slapping. I've been asking all these rappers to come show the example. They ain't show it. Meek was supposed to come take a piss. I told you. His piss would have went into a different attorney. Oh, what the fuck? Why am I pissing on the pearly gates? Okay. Y'all rappers, I'm sorry. We're in 2025. We've seen that the majority of y'all, if you don't got no case, you ain't shot nobody, you're a fucking liar. We just look at you as rappers. And y'all, half of y'all scrawny as shit. We never seen y'all having a fight. So when y'all say y'all gonna slap something, I keep telling y'all, y'all need to bring back examples. Where's the examples of the slappings? Where? Y'all TDE niggas be frustrated. Didn't Reason just get off TDE? Reason was beefing with like Top Dog's son, getting sunned. Y'all TDE niggas, if y'all think y'all slapping shit, the first nigga you need to slap is Top Dog and Punch. Nigga, release my fucking album. Bitch, nigga, release my shit. But you won't. You won't. They release your music, they go in debt. They follow around Kendrick on a tour, they make money. Think about it, dummy. Why are you rapping about me? When they release your music, they go in debt. When they'll follow Kendrick. Listen, it's the Kendrick, Doechii, and Scissor show. The rest of y'all, keep grinding. If y'all got slaps to give out, if y'all don't go up in that office and say, bitch, nigga, why my shit? Yo, why my fucking, nigga, I'm the nicest out. Take your shades off before you do it, because otherwise I will think your eyes are squinted beneath. Take your shades off, Mr. Absol, and when you grab a punch and say, bitch, nigga, the fuck you got going on? That's what I need you to do. But you won't. You'll just keep sitting there, making up shit on record. Lying. Because nothing's going to happen. I hate that I had to do this. I still support you, brother. But just stop capping in them raps. Okay? Okay. All right, my bad. All right, that was a little bit. Where did I hit the shit? Okay. Oh my God. Oh, I spilled shit all over. Oh my God, now I just fucked up my thing. Fuck. I got bleach. It's all good. Fucking. You ever heard this nigga talk tough a day in his life? This is the first time I'm like, what the hell? Anyway. This is what Joey Badass sunned him in his face and he mad at me. I hate niggas like, bro, chat, let me tell you, this is rapping what's that RDC skit? It's like this RDC skit where the nigga is tough with everybody, but the niggas that trying to be tough with him. You know what I'm talking about? It's an RDC skit, bro. There's an RDC skit. Yo, what's the name of it? What's the name of the skit, chat? What's the name of the skit? Y'all know what I'm talking about? The one where the nigga be like, yo, say something. Anybody who say something, I'm slapping anybody. Nigga be like, I won't smoke. He be like, yo, why you laughing? He pointing at somebody else. Somebody know the skit I'm talking about. Oh, Fake Crazy. The RDC Fake Crazy skit. Fake Crazy. This is half a rap. This is why I keep telling y'all, y'all need niggas, y'all gotta start setting, look.
Hey, come on, man, y'all niggas know what the fuck up. Oh,
right here.
Stop playing, don't slap any nigga over here. Say something.
This nigga is absolutely not crazy.
That's Absol.
Matter of fact, he looks like he has all of his sense.
That's Absol.
Even though he was slapping his head, which is indeed a sign of craziness, do not be misled. Niggas love to
cap it.
Crazy. It is a tactic known to work on low-level niggas.
Facts.
Let the situation continue.
You bitch! I'll slap you. Say something. I didn't say nothing. I'll slap the fuck out of you.
That's who they think I am in rap, chat. The actual nigga right there that said, "What's up? Yo, let's squab right now, nigga." Yo, who this nigga right here? Yeah, that's what they. That's why I keep having to. I gotta press the line with them. I got to do it.
That's on me, nigga. Yeah, all right, cool.
Yeah, all right, what?
I'm saying, yeah, all right, man.
That's Joey Badass. Joey Badass is like, "What up, nigga?" He look over there. He's like, "Is that nigga from that Beast Coast nigga?" Nah. Yo, act where you at, nigga. Act where you at. Fake crazy. Tell
To act crazy. It is a tactic known to work on low-level niggas. Let's let the situation continue.
You bitch! I'll slap you. Say something. I didn't say nothing. I'll slap the fuck out of you. That's on me, nigga. Yeah, all right, cool.
Yeah, all right, what?
I'm saying, yeah, all right, man. Step up, bro.
Yo, chat, let me tell you this. You know when I realized this, and this is facts, and I know y'all ain't gonna like this, and I ain't against Nipsey. This is what it is. All that Nipsey shit y'all talking about, one day Nipsey picked the right one, a nigga on social media, and it was a weatherman, and the nigga said, "Yo, we could meet up and squabble." Nipsey stopped talking about fighting immediately. Promise you. That was the moment I realized this entire rap game is all cap. Y'all remember this? Nipsey, weatherman. Nipsey was talking crazy to a nigga, and a weatherman was just like, "Yo, I pull up for the fade." Apparently the nigga used to do some boxing. Nigga, I watched the story on it. It's my video. Bro, the nigga used to do boxing. Nipsey stopped talking about any type of physical altercation after that. You know why? Nipsey told the nigga was a bitch. Facts. This is what I'm telling you. You can't let niggas who think they either from a West Coast or they from anywhere that's tough, Chicago. Now, Chicago, you might have to chill, depending on how many guns they got and if you've seen them kill a nigga online. But like, half of these niggas, they're just riding on a gang name type shit. Here we go. So, let me see this is my video. According to what the reporter said, he said, "Yeah, by the way, how could you take Diddy seriously? This guy looks..." Oh, wait, why am I reporting about Diddy? I don't remember this. Everybody beefing, all right? Now, here's the thing, man. Nipsey Hussle, after he had reacted to a news report, there was this viral clip that basically, there was news that Diddy was going to buy the Panthers, and it seemed that a goddamn news reporter was clowning Diddy for having aspirations of buying an NFL team, okay? According to what the reporter said, he said, "Yeah, by the way, how could you take Diddy seriously? This guy looks high right here in this video. He looks like he just smoked a blunt and drank the 40. Come on. I'm not taking him seriously. You gotta stay in your comfort zone. If you know music, go and do your goddamn music, dog." Now, this is when Nipsey Hussle, a true black entrepreneur, a guy who's always for black empowerment and black progression, he actually lashed out via a TMZ video where he said that he would whip that guy's ass. By the way, the guy's name is Henry Woodford, and we all thought that nigga was gonna apologize because he's a big bad gangbanger threatening to big bad 60s member. This is how they be coming across. Now, at least Nipsey, we saw him slap a nigga on camera. We saw the victory slap. That's a fact. Except that nigga popped back up saying he wanted smoke. Watch it. He said, "Yo, Nipsey, I saw you." He said, "Nipsey, I saw you on TMZ saying you'll beat me down when you see me. Here's your opportunity. I'm old school. Let's fight for a cause. Let's raise money for the black community. We could box or go MMA." Chat, this moment, I realized rappers only talk shit. This is why I challenged Lil Baby for the fight. This is why I challenged Meek Mill. Because once I seen Nipsey start doing the Cupid shuffle, I said, "What? Oh, hell no. Look. You on TMZ saying you beat me down when you see me. Here's your opportunity. I'm old school and only fight for a cause. Let's raise money for the black community. We can box or go MMA style in a celebrity fight. Hug when it's over. Let me know time and place, nigga." Basically said, "What's up?" Let's see what Nipsey said. Now, that's when Nipsey went off. He said, "First, I'll beat your whitewash Samuel L. Jackson in Django ass. Second..." This is another fake crazy type tactic. He never told him, "Let's fight." He said, "I'll beat you up. Never let's fight." The nigga said, "I'm down for whatever." Listen, we rejected you from the black community after you gooned your own people to try to fit on mainstream TV. Third, I don't hug Uncle Tom's. Fourth, you ain't hard enough. Plus, your knuckles ain't sacred enough. And if anybody sees this buster before me, don't hurt cuz. Just take a pic and tweet the location. The universe will work the rest out." Then the universe working away? He's putting out a hit on a nigga via social media. That's what's happening. He says, "We gotta go hard on these types. Research COINTELPRO. They always use one of us to take us down." Now, I don't know. just for research purposes. Let me just look. For research purposes, chat. I won't even do it.
What happened in between that? I could imagine a lot of people got on the phone. Okay? And I could imagine now, pick a charity and...
Oh, yeah. Nah, this nigga was on his ass. Here we go. So
this is what the guy said. He said, don't reduce the conversation to name calling and painting a false picture. Anyone who knows me, I'm down for my community. I've heard you chirping for 4 days now. Pick a charity and let's do this. I love you, my brother. No hate at all.
Nipsey sent out 5 tweets talking to X, Y, and Z. Told him I'd take a picture with him. The nigga said, no, let's squabble. We could do it for charity. Let's do it.
For you. And you know what goddamn Nipsey hustled, because apparently they got on the phone. So ain't nobody really bitched out or whatever. Don't worry about, for the man. Time to move forward. And Nipsey.
You know what happened? They got on the phone. Bruv, I haven't seen one rapper who talked the toughest shit. Actually, there's been a few rappers. Like, I ain't gonna lie, when Go Yayo actually pulled up, when the nigga told him, yo, pull up here, and the nigga pulled up, I was like, oh, shit. But everybody know Go Yayo is like a walking crash out. Like, he want to go to jail, right? But nobody that got millions of dollars want to do none of this bullshit. This be lying. Including Nipsey. What the fuck? Nipsey was lying, too. Like, yo, the nigga said, because he actually used to do combat sports. He used to do it as a hobby, but he was training for a while. When he actually said, okay, no, you don't got to call me names or whatever. Let's just do some shit for charity. Never happened. I wonder why.
And grow from the experience, there's not going to be a fight. I got nothing but respect for the man. Time to move forward. And Nipsey tweeted out as well, we human. We all make mistakes. After our convo, I understand that he's sincere about balancing the damage and that he feels like it was a mistake.
Now somebody tell me that this nigga Absol is 90% blind. So now, even though I would love to get some respect for finally giving the beats to like some fake gangster rapper, you beat his ass, they say you beat up a handicapped nigga. I can't win, bro. I can't. If I lose, well, I can't lose either. Cause yeah, you beat Ack up. Like, what the fuck you gonna get from that? Right? I'm supposed to lose. But if I beat you up, I want some credit. Cause I'm getting a teardrop, like just for the beat up, nothing else. I beat your ass, I'm getting a teardrop on my face. I'm gonna be like young boy in every picture.
He gonna forgive, say, oh word? I can't even.
All right, man. Anyway, by the way, thank you to this guy 7 years ago. That's when I realized anytime a rapper talk crazy to you, challenge to a one-on-one fight. You don't even got to worry about the fight. They won't even say yes. Yo, chat, I've been giving everybody the sauce ever since. 99% of these rappers are pussy. If a rapper challenges you to, says he gonna do something to you, say, as a man, I want a one-on-one fight. These niggas are deathly scared of it. You'll never see that. Now, granted, you might still have to watch out for his crew. His crew might still try to jump you and still kill him as a win. But the nigga's not going to respond to a 1v1 fight. These niggas are scrawny as hell. Have you seen them? They're all on lean. Anyway. Don't do it to every rapper. You got to have a little bit of smart. You know what I mean? Like, I'll tell you the rappers you could do it to. I'll tell you, there's a few rappers I would highly suggest you don't do it to them. But a lot of these guys, of course. Anyway, Absol's included. Back to the Diddy case. All right, back to reading tweets, chat. You know, we got to calm it down. Drinking orange juice and a little bit of Patron and Red Bull. I think I'm at my third Red Bull. I'm trying to chill out. Don't Kevin Samuels me, all right? Love Kevin Samuels. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, we seen Lauren London. Lauren London's name came up again. Oh, my God. Yeah, you see that? Or was I was tripped out. My bad. Hold on. Give me a second. We're doing good. All right, let's go. Chat. You know what I be mad about, bro? It's like when a rapper who I know needs the attention mentioned me. At least with Lil Baby, I was having fun with that. Baby's a huge artist. Pause. I was having fun with Absol. The boy fighting with his own label. Fuck nigga so blind he probably didn't read his own contract, man. All right, anyway, let me get back to it. Whew. I'm a professional. Let's get back into it. All right, back to the Diddy case and the Diddy trial. So the judge says this is after the break now. So during the break, Agnifilo said the direct went more negative than we expected. There are theories that Ms. Ventura was just not permitted to be creative. The judge says, in the future, could you submit that overnight? Cool. The judge says in defense of submission, in their defense submission over the weekend, the defense argued about the album cover that was relevant, right, Ms. Shapiro? That's what Alexandra Shapiro covered. She said yes. It says Ms. Ventura is topless with her arm crossed. So and the judge says, let's have Mrs. Clark come back. All right, so look like they're gonna. Who's Mrs. Clark? We're gonna have to figure that out. Anyway, they bring the jury back in, and Agnifilo says when you went into the park, it was to tavern. What? It was to tavern on the green. What the hell? So we parked there. We parked there early in the day in the park. We ran into Nas. What the fuck? Diddy ran into Nas? Okay. So when you said he had Miss Ventura's spin, who was there? Let me show you what you said. You said Lauren Gibson was there. Capricorn Clark says, they misheard me. Says, when did you first meet Cassie? So I met her with Ryan Leslie. Then it was said, why did you not get along with Cassie sometimes? Capricorn Clark says in 2008, she got more bravado before being his girlfriend. The longer it lasted, she thought I was being paid to help her. By the way, chat, let me tell you this. This story is as old as time. I've had a bunch of girlfriends. I got a bunch of employees. When any girl of significant value to my life show up around my employees or workplace, they think they're the boss like I'm the boss. Like they talk to my employees like they hire them. And I get it. A lot of females' perspective is, that's my man. Who's your boss? So I'm your boss. That's the thing, chat. Trust me. When the wifey of the boss pulls up, she talks to you as you better give her the same respect you give to the boss. Or else she start withholding that pussy from that nigga. She start bitching to him. You're going to get in trouble. You could lose your job. So that happens a lot. Also, sometimes it's angling as well when it comes to women and women. Because a woman will start angling towards other women to let you know, hey, I know that's your boss, but I'm the head bitch. If I'm not getting that respect, they take very subtle things as disrespect. Oh, she usually say she's my, editor. When I tell her to edit something, she usually edits A, B, and C. Now, my girl comes to the job and be like, and asks her questions about editing. And they give a vague answer because they don't feel they have to give a real answer. All of a sudden, you got your girl telling you, you got to fire that bitch. Yo, she feeling herself. I was asking about stuff. She act like she don't know what's going on. So it's like, I understand that. And if you've ever been in that situation, you probably know what that's about, right? So Capricorn Clark felt the type of way because she's looking at Cassie. She was there before Cassie was ever his girlfriend. She knew Cassie when Cassie was Ryan Leslie's girlfriend. So she's seen Cassie being elevated from side chick all the way to now the main chick. And she's saying that Cassie's changing on how she's acting with her. Cassie's probably acting like she's more of the boss or whatever the case is. And it was like, yo, to the point, she's like, yo, she thought my job was to help her. Keep in mind, her job is to help Diddy. AOSA says objection. The judge sustains. Agnifilo says, what did you see? Capricorn Clark says she went from being a sweet model to a feisty girlfriend. Agnifilo says, do you think she was talented? Clark says she had talent. She was very beautiful. He said, but not talented. He said, she was not. He said, have good taste. Talent to me is Whitney Houston. Oh, shit, trying to shit on Cassie. Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey. Cassie, she was more of a studio musician. She needed things equalized. Agnifilo says, did she perform live? Well, a couple times. Not the greatest. Agnifilo says, was she a hard worker? So at times. Agnifilo says, why wasn't she a hard worker? Clark says she preferred to be with her boyfriend. When we moved to LA after Kim had the twins, 2009-ish, I saw her developing more of a relationship with Puff. Mr. Combs, that is. Agnifilo says he supported her. Clark says yes, with stylists, other musicians, all the components to make a star. Agnifilo says, did she get help more than others? He says yes. Young Jock had a group of Young Jock in groups from Atlanta. I developed French Montana. Clark says, I ran into Cassie. She says she had a new deal with Epic. I dressed her like David Bowie. We did photo shoots at my house. We wrote a mini movie and shot it for the project. Agnifilo says, what about Official Girl? Clark says, it was a super cute video. Agnifilo says, King of Hearts? Says, yes, it was fresh. Puff liked it. Agnifilo says, Cassie had a green wig, right? So yeah. We moved to admit this witness, well, I guess maybe something into evidence. Says, there's a sealing issue. Agnifilo says, you don't remember this email? She says, I don't. Says, well, so Agnifilo said, here in 2012, you're setting up a recording session for Cassie. And CC Capricorn Clark says, yeah, Mario Winans was, it was for the chairman. Agnifilo says, was it for Mr. Combs? Capricorn Clark says, yes. He says, when did you learn about Cassie and Kid Cudi? Fall of 2011. I picked her up there. Agnifilo says, you believe that after Thanksgiving, Miss Ventura and Kid Cudi were what? Getting to know each other, Capricorn Clark says. Agnifilo says, why'd you get a burner phone at Best Buy? Cece says, well, I told her, you can't do this on your bad boy phone. Agnifilo says, how did you learn about burner phones? Cece says, I grew up in Los Angeles. Agnifilo says, in December 2011, Mr. Combs was at an orphanage in Almaty, Kazakhstan? Cece says, yeah, I heard it was in Russia. Agnifilo says, how did you get Combs into your building? Says, I was told, so how did Mr. Combs get into your building? Capricorn Clark says, I was told the security guard got fired. So what was his name? He said, some random security guard. Agnifilo says, what did he look like? He was a black guy, but was younger than 35. Then it was said, what was Mr. Combs doing with the gun? Remember, this is when Diddy shows up to her spot with the gun saying, yo, Cassie's fucking Kid Cudi. Capricorn Clark said he had it in his hand. Agnifilo says, he wasn't pointing at you? Cece says, no. Agnifilo says, but you told the government he pointed at you. Cece says, it says, or wave around. I think that's more correct. He waved it around. So now she changed her statement. Didn't point at her, but he was waving the gun around. Agnifilo says, yo, where did you change into your street clothes? Capricorn Clark says, in my closet. Agnifilo says, isn't it true you went Is it true you went so that Mr. Combs wouldn't do something stupid? She said, no, I went because he said he didn't care. I didn't want to go. So she's making the argument that she was forced to go, not that she went to prevent him from doing something dumb when Diddy was going to go to Kid Cudi's crib. Right. Sorry, I got to clear my throat. Pause. Agnifilo says, Diddy's a jealous guy? Capricorn Clark says, yeah, he got a bad temper. Agnifilo says, to the Escalade, did you pass a security guard? Says, yeah, I saw him in his little hut. So when she was leaving her place to get into the Escalade with Diddy to go to Kid Cudi's crib, supposedly they saw the security guard. It says, Mr. Combs was behind the driver with a gun in his lap. You made a call, right? She says, not then. Agnifilo says, did you look at Kid Cudi's door to see if they could get through it? Capricorn Clark says, I wasn't really paying attention. I was so in my head trying to plan my next step. I was praying Cudi was not there. Agnifilo says, did Cassie have 2 rooms? Clark says, Cudi took her to 1 room. She had another. Okay? Okay. Agnifilo says, you're 100% sure that you called and told them Puff had a gun? She said, yes. I said it very quickly. I didn't want Puff to see me on the phone. Agnifilo says, you said you saw Lauren London. Did you say that Lauren London was on the phone with you, Cassie, and Cudi? No, only part of the time. So apparently Lauren London was on the phone with Cassie and Cudi on a 3-way call. It says, I wanted someone to know where I was at. And said, well, what did you tell her? I'm scared of mountain lions. It says, mountain lions? He says, I don't know if you know the Hollywood Hills coyotes. Maybe Lauren was on the phone. Maybe. It was such a long time ago. He said, are you aware that Lauren and Mr. Combs were friends for years after this? She said, yes. Okay. Agnifilo says, then you see a Porsche coming up the hill. Capricorn Clark says, yes, Kid Cudi's in a black Porsche. By the way, that's a black Porsche that eventually gets blown up or firebombed later. He stops next to us and he speeds off. We chase him. Then he loses us. We turn away. Then we see police pass us. Agnifilo says, so you go pick up Cassie and go where? So we went to Kid Cudi's house. There was ADT there. Agnifilo said, Agnifilo says, then you go to Mr. Combs' house and you say you've seen Mr. Combs kicking Cassie there, even in the street? Capricorn Clark says yes. Wow. I don't know. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Someone said, act, fix your throat, please. Pause. A little bit of alcohol and Red Bull will do it. Okay. So, this is around 2011, 2012. Cassie's been fucking with Kid Cudi. Diddy finds out. Goes to Capricorn Clark's spot. Get mad at her. I believe he found out through phone records. Why you ain't tell me my bitch is cheating on me? Capricorn Clark used to work for Diddy. She gets scared. He's like, yo, we're about to go to this nigga's crib. Now, here's the thing. Later on, Cassie, Kid Cudi did admit, not later on, but Kid Cudi admitted when he was on the stand, when they said, how did Diddy get your address? She said that Cassie gave the address. So I'm not sure if maybe Diddy, Diddy's with Capricorn Clark waving around a gun mad. Maybe Diddy's on Cassie's line going crazy on her too. And like, yo, tell me where that nigga live at. Now she know Kid Cudi not at the crib, but let's say she gives the nigga's house anyway, which I just think is backdoor vibes. Like, why would you ever give the address of somebody to anybody else? That's just backdoor vibes. Anyway. All right. All right. Agnifilo says, you hung up on the fire inspector? Capricorn Clark said, I did. Agnifilo says, when you were on vacation, it was with who? Clark says, remember Miss Clark above? That's Capricorn Clark. I'm fucking stupid. I keep thinking about Capricorn. I forget Capricorn is not a real name, right? Is that a real name? Or like a stage name? It gotta be a real name, right? Capricorn Clark, whatever. Okay. Agnifilo says, when you were on vacation, who was it with? Rihanna. It says, after you were fired, what job did you get? So I was hired by Chris Lighty to work for 50 Cent. Now, I think a lot of this is going to make sense because the idea that Diddy was waving around a gun and talking about 50 probably has something to do with Capricorn going to work. By the way, you know what's so interesting? Let me see if I can find a video of her. So Capricorn Clark, yo, she's too much linking with the ops. Like, think about this. Her, like, best friend's relative or, like, her family's whatever is linked with Suge Knight. She works with Diddy. She gets fired from Diddy, or she leaves, and then she works with 50. And she comes back each time. So she's working with everybody Diddy don't like. I wonder why Diddy let her around. Diddy, she worked with Suge Knight. She has familial ties there. Why hire her? Then you threaten her, you tell her you're going to kill her. Then she basically afterwards goes to work with 50. Interesting.
The federal sex trafficking news legal. This is specified Combs broke into his home after finding out he was dating his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Mescudi also claimed Combs was behind an attack that set his car on fire just weeks later. CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman has been following this trial for us, and she's back at the courthouse this morning in Lower Manhattan. Katrina, good morning to you. What can we expect to hear from the prosecution today?
Good morning, Errol. Today we are expecting to hear from Capricorn Clark. She is one of Sean Combs' former assistants, but she also worked her way up to being an executive at his company. So the other former personal assistants we've heard from so far, Errol, worked with him for brief periods of time. This is someone who was with Combs for many years, and we've been hearing her name on the stand quite a bit. For example, in the Kid Cudi story, or Scott Mescudi, that you were just talking about, he spoke about
Okay, so this is her back in the day. Chad, for whatever reason, I could see Diddy like fucking her on the side type shit. Now, I think Diddy gay, but I do think like I have a weird theory about Diddy. I don't think Diddy like pussy, period. But I do think Diddy loves power and control. And the thing with women is that you gotta fuck them. Like, if you don't fuck them, they're not gonna, like, as much money as you have, they won't, to the level of control he wants, it's not gonna be like that. So you gotta fuck them and they gotta love you. So I think Diddy used to fuck all these women. I think Diddy's gay as a $2 bill. I think Diddy's like Saucy Santana in my book. He's like Frank Ocean. But he gotta fuck these people because what he craves more than personal relationships or anything is power and control. And these women who look at him in a role of having power, it's taken to a different level when he fucks them. So I think he's fucking them for power. I don't think he's fucking them because he likes pussy. I think he likes semen. I think he likes men, honestly.
an incident where he believes that Combs broke into his house and he had received a call from Capricorn Clark, this assistant we're going to hear from today, or former assistant, saying that she had been forced to come to the house, that Combs and one of his associates were inside at the time. She was also CC'd on a message that we saw. Cassie Ventura had sent it to her mother, Regina Ventura, and this was a message where she was saying that Combs had threatened her and Mescudi, and that he was saying that he was going to release explicit sex tapes about her if her mother didn't give him $20,000, which her mother did at the time. Combs did return that money, but this should be a very interesting witness, Errol, because Combs' assistants were so close to him and have really shared significant details about his environment, and she's also important for corroborating a number of stories we've been hearing on the stand.
All right, Katrina Kaufman, with the latest, we will be checking in with you throughout the day. Thanks, Katrina.
Okay, all right. Have we ever heard Capricorn Clark speak? Because it's kind of interesting. It looks like she was... Now, I think... Here's the thing. See, I got to debate somebody about this because I don't want to just talk, like, without having a rebuttal. I believe these people's integrity and their credibility is being challenged by the prosecutor. If this guy is such a monster, such an abuser, he used to put hands on you, why in the fuck, as of last year, you were trying to get a job with him and he had to literally, the only reason why you weren't hired, they said, we can't hire you right now because of the investigation. Now you're on the stand testifying that this guy is all of these things. So you stopped working for Diddy back in 2016, right? 2016 is 2025. It's 9 years. And up until 2024, because you wanted to work for him, you didn't fully process your pain, your whatever. You only processed it when the police came in. Because last year you was trying to get a job. That kind of do sound a little crazy. It kind of do. I'm going to be honest with you.
Right now, we want to transition as we are following the very latest of the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. It takes us out to the Big Apple, giving you a beautiful skyline shot there in New York City. Sean Diddy Combs will return to court today as his sex trafficking trial resumes after the holiday weekend. This after rapper Kid Cudi wrapped up his testimony last week. Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti joining us live this morning outside of the Manhattan Federal Courthouse with the very latest details. Briella, good morning.
Good morning to you, Gina. And when court resumes at around 9:30 this morning, another one of Diddy's former personal assistants, Capricorn Clark, is set to testify, and she could be...
Okay, we did get that. I'm looking for anything with Capricorn Clark. Interview shit. I wonder why she never took the job. Like, if it appeared, if she went back to try to get a job with Diddy last year, looked like she's strapped for cash, right? Remember she kept saying, she said on the stand, no one would hire her. Why hasn't she, done the interview circuit? Like this interview circuit that Jaguar Wright and everybody else would be, that are on, that would probably help her out a little bit more. Would give her more money. Where could we, so we don't have no interviews of her? We need it, chat. We need it. We
His
played this already,
partners.
right?
So other people for one time, a week after I don't think highly.
Okay, her shit is Capadonna. Capadonna. But I think her shit is private. Right? Yep, it's private. Nothing really to see here. Come on.
His partners.
We like. I can't really get a read on them. Does anyone have any more information about Capricorn? Because I do think she's important. Capricorn Clark. Here we go.
Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here in front of the other Southern District of New York courthouse. Today, Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. We're halfway through the day, and it's been Capricorn Clark all day on the stand. On direct, she described a number of incidents, including being kidnapped with a gun in the car to Kid Cudi's house, where she called Cassie on the burner phone. She also described in great detail being accused of having stolen jewelry from Jacob the jeweler. I think this was during a white party at the Hamptons. She had the jewels, and then she didn't have the jewels, and for 5 straight days she was taken to an empty office building on Broadway and given a lie detector test by a guy she said was as big as 2 linebackers, but she didn't know his name. The idea being that if she failed the test, she would be dumped in the East River. This was the quote. Now, when we broke for lunch, she had sort of broken down at the beginning of the cross-examination by Mark Agnifilo, the lead attorney for Sean Combs. He's usually a pretty kind of Columbo-like cross-examiner, but he got to her by saying, you had a crush on him, didn't you? And she said, I mean, she called him Chalk, as in chocolate, apparently. But she also said that he was he'd broken the glass ceiling and was quite an entrepreneur. So we'll see how she collects herself. The lunch break is longer than usual. The government has said that their case may be done in 5 weeks rather than 6. There was a sigh of relief among many of the journalists, but we're covering it. We're also covering. We came over here to 40 to cover some other cases. There's a tennis pro tour case about threats made to players, apparently, for starting another union. There's a Malcolm X case, and there's another criminal case that we came to check. Might as well, since we're out here, show behind us the tall building there. That's where the U.S. Attorney's Office now. That's where they're planning out their day's direct presentations, and now apparently it's going to be shorter than they thought. But where's it all headed? Well, check out Inner City Press. We're putting stuff on Patreon. We did this morning. Putting stuff on Substack. We have a book about week 2, and there'll be one about week 3. But we've got to go back in for the cross of Capricorn Clark. Inner City Press. To be continued.
Okay. Right. So that's happening. By the way, remember, chat, we are getting an update. This trial is really slated to end. It's slated to end before July. So I guess good news, bad news? I think good news. We'll be done before July 4th. You know, I was thinking that this may go on into maybe early or late July or early August, but it looks like, you know, if there's about like 3-4 more weeks of this, it's going to be end of June. So probably before July 4th. Now, granted, Diddy's life is in, you know, his freedom is at stake. If I'm him, I'm going to push the time back. You know, you got to take it from the Tory thing. Don't try to rush. Don't try to rush. By the way, chat, why the fuck am I trending on Twitter? Why am I trending? Okay. Don't try to rush you being, you know, your fate being handed down. You could wait a couple days or even a couple weeks, You want to make sure you cross your T's and dot your I's. Remember, in Tory's case, they had a witness that they could have called, but it would have taken a few more days. And they said, no, we're good. He gets found guilty. You see, he's going through a lot of hell to try to even get that reversed. Anyway, so now it says, hold on. All right. So it says, here you wrote to Mr. Combs, one day you'll forgive me. Anyway, be well. Oh, wow. So it looked like she was trying to apologize to him. You wrote on February 28, your grace period to be mad at me has surpassed the agreed time, LOL. You wrote that. Chat, she was fucking him. She was fucking him. Chat, I know how conversations is when you giving dick, bro. That's not no just employee shit. Oh, your grace period to be mad at me is kind of like, no, that's light flirting. He was fucking her. That's it. By the way, if he was fucking her, I want to hear what she got to say. I got to keep it a being with you. Because I'm going to look at it the other way. Unless you're coming with freak off, he forced me to do freak off shit, what it then tells me, he was fucking with you consensually on both y'all parts, right? Because she's not claiming sexual abuse. He was fucking you. You were down with it. And everything that the government is trying to prove about him being a super sex trafficker, this and third, yeah, because of the rule of evidence, they're not going to let Diddy's lawyers get into that. That's why they're saying objection. But Diddy was clearly fucking this woman too. And she don't have no story that's like Cassie's story. She don't have no story that's like anybody else's story. Not granted. Obviously, the government's case is that we're not trying to say he did the freak off or whatever to everybody, but he did do it to, well, they said they had about 4 or 5 victims. Well, 2 victims of sex trafficking and 3 other victims of, forced labor and one of prostitution or whatever the case is. Still, if I'm the defense, I want to show, because this is how it plays out in the media, this guy was sex trafficking everybody. No, it kind of shows that Diddy, if anything, sex addict. He's fucking pretty much every woman around him, right? Shit, I could imagine he's thinking, yo, shorty, I'm paying your bills anyway, even though I hired you. And some of these women end up, this is another thing too. Never let your woman go play personal assistant for another man. Over time, she gonna start liking that nigga. Facts. 100%. I'm telling you this is a fact. Trust. Your girl go be an assistant to another man. Trust me. You get what I'm saying? The power dynamic is just, she's gonna start becoming attracted to who that person is and the significance that he holds. Even if it's trust me. She don't gotta be physically, trust me. So, yeah, all right, anyway. So she writes this message, your grace period. And by the way, this is Agnifilo, if you ask me, being slick. So the government has objected, and they use a rule of evidence that Agnifilo can't mention that Diddy was fucking her. Diddy was fucking her. Bro, we could put 2 and 2 together. We're not fucking stupid. So that's what they're trying to throw into the air, but they're trying to do it in a shrewd way because the government objected and the judge shut it down the first time. So that's why they're mentioning, wait, did you send this message? Now, when I see this message, I'm like, oh, they're fucking. That's what Agnifilo was trying to do before lunch. So CC says, yes, sir. Agnifilo says, and by the way, chat, this is just my theory. You don't got to go with my theory. I think Diddy's fucking all these women. I think Diddy's fucking KK. That's why I think she's staying honest and holding it down. He's always going to love that girl. Or not love her, but she's always going to be in his life. You can tell she's held down secrets for him. She's buried bodies, not necessarily bodies. She's covered up shit. She's going to hold him down. This chick used to be kind of like that until she probably saw Diddy kind of was able to throw her away. Diddy fired her. You know what I mean? She probably felt like, all right, fuck this nigga now, right? Anyway. And by the way, I don't know if that extends to the males. Maybe he fucked the males too. I don't know. Again, I think Diddy's gay, so y'all don't got to believe me, but I know gay. Pause. That's extra pause. All right. So she said, yes, sir. Agnifilo says, read this one out loud. She says, I wrote, she was never my friend. She wanted me gone. I realized. Agnifilo says, so you think Cassie wanted you gone? Clark crying. Sorry, this is complicated for me. I felt I was Puff's protector. Chat. Story old as time. she thinks she's in a competition with Cassie. Cassie thinks she's in a competition with Kim Porter. These were like, I'm going to be honest with you, and I know the defense wants to say it because I see them going down a path that's always objected to. They really want to say, all these bitches love Puff. He's a billionaire. He's paying for all their lifestyles, and they're all competing with each other for him. Cassie only leaves when he calls Kim Porter the soulmate. This chick leaves after basically him and Cassie get over the Kid Cudi shit and they get rid of her. So she always thought, oh, Cassie don't want me around. This is all a bunch of like, you know, Game of Thrones, House of Cards shit going on with the women who are all trying to be the closest to Diddy. If I'm the defense, that's how I'm painting it according to what's allowed in court based on, you know, all these, you know, evidentiary hearings or pre-trial evidentiary hearings. They can't put it in that perspective, but that's what I'm getting. So I'm getting. She said, this is complicated for me. Chat. All right, let me just see if we're using the same brain here. One in the chat if Diddy's fucking her or did. I'm not saying fuck her all the time, but he at least gave her a cock once in a while. Come on now. She might not be freak off worthy, but she got like bored in the office. He just approved 2 songs to go to the Billboard. You'll just set up something with 106 in Park. He would call her in. She would suck him off real quick. He would go to lunch. Like, come on, bro. You know what I'm talking about. 1 in the chat if you think he was at least fucking. 2 in the chat if you think it was just straight platonic. Come on. Come on. Okay, y'all smart. Yeah, I know y'all smart. Y'all smart. So, again, I think the defense has to use that angle. Yo, you were becoming jealous. They use it with Cassie. You were becoming jealous of Kim Porter. They got to use it with her. You were becoming jealous of Cassie. You get what I'm saying? All right. Capricorn Clark then says, I felt I was only gone and she was still there. And things were getting worse. I try to keep professionalism as a goal. Then Agnifilo says, so you thought you could be his protector. She says, it was to move the ball toward the goal, to inspire. Agnifilo says, did it hurt that he would only take her back because Cassie... Oh, he would only take you back because Cassie wanted you back? She said, yes. I have no parents. My son is autistic. My stakes are higher. See, I don't even like that answer because it doesn't answer the question directly. They're asking, does it hurt your feelings that Diddy never really just... He didn't make the decision saying, I want her back. He only hired you back because his girl wanted you back. Remember that they're kind of like, you know, low-key way painting this picture of jealousy. And they're basically saying, you had to feel some type of way that the only reason why you even came back was because Cassie approved it, not that Diddy wanted you. See, they're trying to give that angle, but they can't do it directly. They can't do it directly. Okay. Agnifilo says, just a few more minutes and we'll get you out by today. Capricorn Clark says, thank you, sir. Agnifilo says, you did a lot of great work with Cassie in 2016 and 2017, right? CC says, I believe so. It says, Cassie had addiction problems? She said, yes. Says, you made a short movie with her. She says, yeah, it was called Love a Loser. Says, you wrote to him asking for forgiveness? CC says, I wanted my life back, my dream, my competency. Agnifilo says, when you met with me, you wanted to work with him, so the him got to be the Diddy. See, again, you see they're painting it in a really nonchalant way. Wait, you wrote to Diddy asking for his forgiveness? Now they're acting, you see, they can't mention it in a romantic way. So let me explain the federal rules of evidence. As someone who's on the stand, who's a witness, they can't intrude into her love life or personal things if she claims some of the abuse of what she's testifying to, she was party to or may have been affected by, right? It's like, for example, if a woman comes up in a rape case and she's saying, oh, I had sex with that guy too, he was kind of rough with me, you can't ask that woman, what about the guy before, or who's the guy after that fucked you? Like, what's the next guy's name? Was he rough with you? You can't ask that. You can't be probative into her sexual history, and it's something that protects witnesses and victims. So they really want to say you was on Diddy's dick too, but they can't. So they're doing it in a roundabout way. All right? Y'all kind of get it? I know y'all smart. Okay. It says, when you met with me, that's 2024, so that's last year. You want to work for him, right? I said, we discussed it. Agniflo says nothing further. So that's a drop mic moment. So he's done a pretty good job. I think he did a good job with her. He painted her as someone who may have had an interest in Diddy more than just protecting the brand and the enterprise. She liked Diddy. She cared for Diddy, and maybe she saw Cassie as competition. And it would probably even go into these other type of like inferences that you could make. If you like Diddy and Diddy is infatuated with Cassie, yeah, you don't want Diddy to kill Kid Cudi, but you're probably snitching to Diddy about Cassie. You get what I'm saying? Because you're hoping Diddy leaves Cassie for you. You get me? So that's why she's like, oh yeah. So they said, well, why did you go with him to Kid Cudi's house? You say you went to like make sure you ain't do nothing stupid. I ain't had a choice. But remember, she's a government witness, so she can't really just be like, oh, I love Diddy. Also, she's mad at Diddy. She got supposedly a previous settlement against Diddy, but she would have still worked for him last year. So it's one of those odd situations. So now there's a sidebar real quick. No, never mind. Yeah. So after it said nothing further, Judge said, Ms. Steiner, this is for the redirect. Then it says, how much did Combs require to pay you? And the judge says, let's do a sidebar. Also, here's the thing. Again, remember, probative questions cannot really be asked about this woman, okay? So now, beyond, and this had to be a longer question because we know her salary was $65,000, right? The AUSA seems to be asking maybe about the settlement. How much was Combs required to pay you? I don't know if Diddy's team objected. I would imagine they would object, right? So we're probably missing a line here. And then the judge says, sidebar, yeah, you can't ask that. If she volunteers it, you can, but the other side could object, and we're not gonna allow her to say how much, or we're not gonna force her. Now, if she just says it is what it is, we're on the record. But to say how much Diddy paid her for a settlement or to get rid of a lawsuit, no, because remember, she's still considered, she's a witness and / a victim in a case that has to do with sex crimes. And these evidentiary rules that we keep hearing, Rule 403, rule this, is to protect those people and not allow for all type of things. You know what I mean? Like imagine a woman testifying in a case about sexual assault. She got raped, and allegedly. And now she's on the stand, right? And the defense comes up and says, didn't you catch chlamydia like 3,000 times before? And now she got to answer to that, and she got to answer truthfully. Imagine if she had to reveal that she had chlamydia 3,000 times. So that not only fucks with the jury, it also puts victims at risk. So they have these rules where it's like, you can't ask about that. By the way, that's what I keep telling you. Supposedly there was a $5 million settlement for that escort who caught herpes. We've heard nothing about sexually transmitted diseases in this case. The reason being, none of that's going to be admitted, and also all of those are probative, right? Unless Diddy was charged with intentionally infecting somebody, which he wasn't. By the way, R. Kelly was charged for that in Chicago, I believe. So those things were on the record. But if you notice in here, the government didn't file any lawsuits, or not lawsuits. The government did not charge him with anything to do with an STD. That's why you hear no talk about STD, okay? Because at that point, you're exposing the victim or someone who's a potential witness, and they can't do that. So just to let you know why the line of questioning is going like this, right? Okay, cool. So they have a sidebar. Then the AUSA comes back and says, what happened with the job with Chris Lighty? Capricorn Clark says, remember, Chris Lighty was, with 50. Capricorn Clark says he died the day before I was supposed to start. Then at Interscope, it wasn't about a job. They told me to leave Puff alone. Damn, so it looked like Interscope hires her just to leave Puff alone. Remember, 50, who at the time, when did Chris Lighty die? Chris Lighty died in 2012. 50 Cent was still at Interscope, still had, a significant name. So it looked like Interscope was just saying, bro, like, listen, we'll give you 80 grand a year. Just don't go near Puff. And somehow they were realizing this person was either important, or they were just trying to dismantle Puff organization from, inside out, I guess. Okay. So Agnifilo says, I object. The judge actually sustained because, she's testifying that the reason why she was employed was for something else, and that's almost like damn near hearsay, you know what I mean? Cool. Okay. Capricorn Clark says, I was blacklisted. Agnifilo says, objection. Judge says sustained, so he agrees. AUSA says, when did you return to work for Mrs. or Mr. Combs? Capricorn Clark says, so why? He says, so people could see I wasn't disposable. At this level of business, he held all the power. He says, well, why did you meet them? He says, to get my life back. So her thing is that Diddy held so much power in the game, she had to make a power move to go work for him. Again, to show she wasn't disposable, she couldn't just freely just go all over the place. She tried to go work for Chris Lighty. He died. Then they hired her at Interscope, but it was only, they didn't care about her work. They just wanted her not to work with Puff. And then she realized that she was going to be like either this lame duck collecting like some weak-ass check, or if she wanted to make an impact, which she thought she was a mover and a shaker, she had to go back to Diddy. That's her story. Okay? Holy. Holy, people. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Am I missing anything? No. Let me look at Fox 5 NY. By the way, chat, we're not lagging, are we? We're definitely on 6 hours. Feels like 10 minutes, huh? Here we go.
Parliament, King Charles will outline.
Pretty mild at this.
Let me see. Yeah, some of the press has left. What do you call it? What's the name of this outlet? Page 6. So there were so many people that were there. I think some of them have left. So Page 6 was posting who enters the court, who leaves the court. Look like they've stopped. Have they stopped? I think they've stopped. Yeah, we don't have the going into the. Yeah, why is it at every award show there's always like some lesbian shit going on? Like, ain't that like normal now?
Next week we're going to hear from people that were related to the Kid Cudi allegations that.
Okay. Capricorn Clark. That is an interesting one. By the way, chat, we don't know if they're going to, well, they didn't end at 3 today, so they're going to 5. So this week we're assuming they're going to be going to 5 o'clock the entire time. There is this idea of whether Diddy will testify. Now, that's a lingering question. Now, here's the thing. I think, number one, I don't think they're going to learn from Tory's trial, but it is one thing where it's like, if this thing is going south, you're going to have to throw a Hail Mary, right? If it's 4th and 35, you're going to have to do a Hail Mary. You can't go for the slant pass across the middle that's usually 15 yards and hoping that person catches it and runs the next 25. No, you have to address and be aware of what's going on. Now, if you ask me, I think it's close. Right now, Diddy doesn't take the stand, if you ask me. You don't put him on the stand. You put Diddy on the stand, they're going to brutally slaughter him. The AUSA is going to just make him look like a joke. They're going to make him look evil. They're going to have him apologize, and he's going to have to conjure up some tears. He can't look like, if he has any of the bravado that he's been having for 50 plus years, if he looks pompous, he's like, yo, like no, it's just not going to work. So if it's close, you don't put him there. If he's down by 30 and you need the fucking juggernaut, yeah, you're going to have to. Right now, I don't think you put him on there at all. I don't know if anyone agrees with me. I could try to see let's see if we can get some people to weigh in on that, because I don't see Diddy taking a stand at all. Let me see. Any more people addressing this? Yeah, I don't see it happening. Let me see. Come on, let's go. Let me see. Diddy take the stand? I don't see it happening. Yeah, I can't see it happening. I just want to see, like, I usually defer to the lawyers I usually defer to lawyers. By the way, this was the update about the Kaplan nigga right here. So this is George Kaplan, I believe.
This and
Is that
then
him?
Sean Combs being violent for him to talk about sort of this violence that he saw. So I thought that was very interesting that he did so much of the sort of other side to what we've been hearing about in court. Scott Muscatee, aka Kid Cudi, he corroborated some of this is getting.
All right, yeah, we should address that and try to should he take the stand?
Today in Sean, her hair loss. NBC's Chloe.
By the way, she's also claiming, not only lost wages. Remember, she said $80,000 that she didn't get paid. That HR claim she should have got paid for overtime. Keep in mind, these were salary workers who, according to labor laws, after a certain amount of hours of them working, they're entitled to overtime pay, right? And actually, there's a lot of penalties. I think in certain states they'll fine you up to $250,000 or $100,000 if you on a pattern or you grievously or egregiously actually just ignore the fact that these people are, hey, after a certain amount of hours of work, you're supposed to pay them overtime. And if you don't pay them overtime, you're violating labor laws. You get what I'm saying?
The loss is outside the courthouse for us. Take us through the latest from court, Chloe.
Hey there, Chris. Well, I was inside the courthouse this morning listening to this riveting testimony from Capricorn Clark. And one of the reasons why it was so fascinating to listen to is because this is someone who has known Sean Combs since about 2002. They were initially friends, and then she held various roles working for Sean Combs. She worked for him on and off for about 14 years. And she took us to a time in December of 2011, and we heard musician Kid Cudi talk about this last week, when Sean Combs learned that his girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, at the time was cheating on him with Kid Cudi, and that Combs was so incensed that he actually allegedly showed up to Capricorn Clark's apartment with a gun, and he told her, "You have to come with me right now. We're going to kill Kid Cudi." A quote from her is, he just said, "Get dressed. We're going to kill Miss Cudi." And then the gun was in his hand, and that's when they got into a black Escalade, and they went to Kid Cudi's home, and Kid Cudi wasn't there. We heard him testify about this last week, but there are some more illuminating details about the fact.
Okay, so this is Capricorn Clark now, huh?
That
Or
we
maybe not now, but maybe a few years ago.
didn't know that there was a car chase between the two of them, so we're hearing a more complete picture. But then she went on to say something where, you couldn't even hear a pin drop. It was so silent. All of the individuals that were watching this testimony is when Capricorn Clark said that after this incident at Kid Cudi's home, they returned to Sean Combs' home, and Cassie Ventura was now there. And Combs was so upset that she actually had a burner phone, that she had been secretly having this relationship with Kid Cudi, that he began to violently beat her, and that he was kicking her over and over in front of herself, Capricorn Clark, and someone else from Combs' security team, that she was in a fetal position, and he kicked her with full force from the front door all the way to the street. And that she was so concerned for Cassie Ventura's safety that she called several members of Combs' security team, begging them to intervene.
Yeah, it is interesting testimony when she says, I couldn't call certain people. And I guess this is after she called D-Rock asking for Ruben to step in. And she called Uncle Paulie. Nobody's stepping in or saying, yo, stop Diddy from, assaulting Cassie. She then calls Cassie's mom. Interesting enough, because Cassie's mom took the stand already. It would have been an interesting cross to figure out what that meant, right?
To call Combs and get him to stop, and that at that point that she saw that no one was intervening, she claims to have called Cassie Ventura's mother, Regina Ventura, who we also heard from last week on the stand, but we didn't hear this story, Chris, that Capricorn Clark called.
Now, I've seen somebody on Kick, Tips Trolling, says, is he on trial for domestic violence? Well, here's the thing. I'm going to be honest with you. It's starting to now spill over to more than domestic violence. We know that Diddy beat his bitch. That's not the point. The point is that there was almost an agreement of everyone that says if Diddy is being violent, and it could be made the argument that he's using the violence to keep people in line and to keep people in a sense of hopelessness and dependency, that his workers will not intervene or will look the other way to the point that she got to call her mom or Cassie's mom. That's kind of the argument here, right? So when you're hearing domestic violence now, they're not just keep bringing up, oh, he beat her. We know that. What they're bringing up is that people assisted in the beating. Number one, when Diddy said, bring her here, he would have workers bring the woman to him. When he would assault the woman, the workers would stand idly by and be unwilling to help. Even if they were speaking among themselves, they all were unwilling to help. So that goes into something where, you know, even if it's out of fear for your own job, it goes into an organizational structure of allowing crimes to be committed. And that's why these people are probably testifying, because they all got proffers that says, we're not going to charge you as part of the organization because we get it. You were scared for your job. But by the very definition, your job and your inaction, or you being at his ready disposal, helped him do these crimes. And again, that becomes much more than what domestic violence is. That becomes into, you know, when you think about sex trafficking, you got to think about, it's usually sex trafficking by fraud, force, or coercion, right? And you could coerce somebody by saying, hey, I got a secret against you. If you don't do this, I'm going to put it out. I got a sex tape against you. If you don't do this, I'm going to put it out. Hey, if you don't do this, I'm going to put hands on you. Hey, if you don't do this, I'm not paying your bills. Those are things or methods of coercion. Fraud would obviously be lying or, deception to a certain magnitude. And obviously, force would clearly mean fuck him right now or else I'm beating your ass, right? I don't think this is necessarily force, but I think coercion is what they're trying to prove more than force. But it could be interpreted as force if you think that, we haven't heard of this yet. Let's say Cassie didn't want to do a freak off. And shit, I might think that's the March 6th video, or March whenever it is, 2016 video though, where Diddy beat her. Yeah, if you beat somebody to return to the room to go get in a freak off, that would be sex trafficking. Yes, I mean not necessarily sex trafficking, but that would be force. All you got to then prove is that you're moving this person from place to place for the purpose of a commercial sex act. Okay. All right. Somebody says he shouldn't be the only one on trial. Then that's what Tips also said. Pause. Well, here's the thing. They want Diddy. So everybody else, if they realize their case against everybody else, all the employees, all the security guards, all the assistants, if their idea is that it's not like y'all wanted to commit a crime with him. Most of y'all were doing it because that was your job. And you also were in a system where nobody was raising a hand or blowing a whistle. Yeah, you were just kind of doing it out of habit. So this is what we won't prosecute you as long as you will testify. That's why these people are testifying. I don't think they're testifying because they think Diddy's a bad person. I think they're testifying because that's the only way they have gotten out of charges. I think they've only gotten out of charges based on, the only thing is, if I'm the defense attorney, I would have brought that up for every witness. Hey, do you have a deal with the government? Now, the only reason why I think they're not bringing it up is because we usually see them remind people that someone has a proffer or some type of immunity deal when it's a very clear thing that a crime was committed, right? Diddy's team is saying there is no crime. Like, for example, if we're in a drug ring and you used to be the person who bagged up the coke and now you're testifying against me and I'm the plug, my lawyer's going to say, hey, you have an immunity deal, right? And it's going to say, okay, you're going to have to say yes. Or you've met with the government, blah, blah. This is going to be part of your stipulation. Have you sold drugs? Like, at that point, that person is willingly in your organization. They're snitching on you, right? So you want to bring it up when somebody's really snitching. In this situation, these people, you're going to look bad in front of a jury trying to convince them that the assistant was trying to set up a sex trafficking ring. No, they're all basically saying, we wanted to keep our jobs. We were scared that we were going to lose our jobs. So that's why they're not charged. They probably all got proffers, though. They probably got threatened with charges, but they got proffers, okay? Okay. All right. Let's get back to the tweets. All right. Cool. Here we go. It says, in the kidnapping, did Mr. Combs carry a gun? Capricorn Clark says, yes. Wait. Yes. The judge says, jurors, I know we've kept you longer than I said. Thank you. See you tomorrow. All rise. So now the judge says, tomorrow, what are we doing? AUSA says we'll do LAPD, LAFD, which is going to be the Los Angeles Fire Department. That's going to be Jimenez. We're going to have Nash and Mia. Mia is also a personal assistant. That's going to be 3 personal assistants. Don't know who Nash is. We'll figure out who that is. Agnifilo says, what about the VTC with Mr. Combs in the MDC Brooklyn jail? Judge says there's a logistical difficulties in the evening. They believe they're being flexible. He says we get cut off after 5:30. So this is the argument that, by the way, so they've been trying to end trial all the time at 3. Okay? And by the way, it's to show you they overestimated this time of the whole trial because, trial's done for the day. So they've overestimated how long this trial is going to take because it should have been going from 9 to 5. Now it's 9 to 3. The judge at first said to not get the jurors burnt out, but we also get to realize that Agnifilo has brought up an argument to say there's so much evidence and they're trying to do so much prep. They could have VTC is like a voice call-in system that they could have with Diddy. And they're basically saying, hey, we can't get to talk to our client after he's remanded out of here. Because, every day when they take Diddy out of the court and they got to bring him back to jail, they're saying by the time we get back to jail, we can't talk to him. Like there's no way to talk to him because he's cut off for the day. We can't really prep with him as we're going through the trial. So we could only meet with him in the morning, and it's whenever y'all bring him. We want to be able to talk to him after this thing. So they're getting out at 3. They're also now bringing up that they can't talk to him after 5:30. Again, Garrigo says the legal minutes cut off when MDC legal is not there. The other calls are capped at 300 minutes. They are filtered. Judge says, let me work on that. There's union issues with the VTC in the evening. Okay, so they want the judge to make a order that Diddy could speak to his attorney for longer periods of time. And judges do have that authority, even though his presence and his movements is controlled by the jail. If the judge says he has to be able to speak with his attorney until 8 o'clock, they're going to allow it. So that's what they're pushing for, that they could get more prep time. And, obviously, again, Diddy nobody would like being locked up, that they could kind of figure this out. All right. Cool. Okay. Cool. It appears that I don't know if Capricorn Clark is finished because there might be a recross. This was the redirect. If there's going to be a recross, she would come back for a short time in the morning. If not, even though it looks like based on the schedule, tomorrow they're going LAPD officer. It's probably going to be an officer that responded to one of these incidents, maybe the break-in or, the cop that drove past when there was a chase with Kid Cudi and Diddy. LAFD, which is Los Angeles Fire Department, which they came in for the arson investigation. That's going to be Jimenez. Nash, I don't know who that is, and Mia is another personal assistant. By the way, keep in mind, I know you guys keep saying what organization. They're basically claiming Bad Boy Records is the criminal organization. They'll now bring 3, either 3 or 4, actually. This will be the 3rd or 4th personal assistant of Diddy's that's taking a stand. So the entire case around him is using personal assistants, other than victims like Cassie. We expect bodyguards to jump in, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe there was a driver. We have seen a few sex workers, the Punisher, and Jules. Okay? All right. And somebody said they want to burn the jury out. Well, yeah. Okay. So that is happening as we speak. Give me a second. All right. Okay. So court is done for today. I thought that was interesting. me see. What the hell? Diddy with Cassie? Diddy did an interview with Cassie on Revolt? I didn't know they used to do things together like that. Have y'all seen a Diddy and Cassie interview? Diddy Cassie interview.
It has a lot to do with.
Oh, she used to wear her hair like this to cover the eyes?
With your presence at a label and, you know, how well you're respected with the people that you're working with. And I put out a lot of.
Yeah, you can't see that eye. Oh, wow. This is interesting as shit.
We want to find out what qualities in a guy Cassie thinks makes for a good lover or a total loser.
Wait. DC Young Fly was on MTV 7 years ago? Yo, time is flying. I feel like it was only like 3 years ago.
We're going to shout out some descriptions.
Matter of fact, come to figure it out. Like, I was on Everyday Struggle 8 years ago. Damn, Chad, we getting old.
Cassie is down with it. She going to say, he's a lover. And if she don't like it, he's a loser. You ready?
I'm ready.
I was born ready.
I was born ready. Ready to
Up
go.
first,
I'll ski.
what if he's a mama's boy? Lover or loser?
Okay, all right. Anyway, give me 1 second.
Life that he's been involved with, and you know, I look at what happened to him. I look at what happened to Liam Payne from One Direction, again a band that I knew quite well. I look at what happened with Michael Jackson to Justin Bieber.
Okay, not that.
We want to find out what qualities in a...
By the way, Dawn Richards, 12 Days in Italy? This is 7 years ago. Yo, Diddy's, like, for all the recording Diddy did, I think he must have thought that none of this shit was illegal, right? Let me see the most popular shit he's done. These are music videos. Give me a second. I gotta go check on my dog's chat. Give me 1 second, though. Go play something for y'all. Narrow, close. Diddy Cassie vacation. Look at my hat, man. You think I'm out here playing? Look at my hat. You know?
Deli on Dawn right here.
All right, give me a second. I'm about to go check on Pluto.
Come here, baby. That feels good, right? Woo! Beautiful seawater. Got all up in my nose. Go get my hat for me. I'm doing more things in life that, you know, maybe I have fears of. You know, sometimes you gotta just jump. Jump. You can do anything you put your mind to, baby. Jump. One, two, three.
I gotta catch myself, I can't blame myself, I need to when you leave. Big old dreams in real life.
Hey, Ron, what'd you say you did?
Oh man, I'm playing my game. I'm jet skiing. I'm
all of the stuff that I'm making up and it's happening, you know? I'm enjoying it. Look around, look. Look at this. You know? Me out here working and shit. You know they always going to have a brother out here working. You know me working. Trying to ball out. Man, I'm about to start balling. For real, my vacation about to start. I can't post none of this shit. It's too much balling. Sir? Sir. You know? You know you're in the right place if you got to deserve. Just look happy, Jimmy. Just wave. OG. Oh shit. Yeah, let's get that money.
Yeah, but I'll bet
Yeah! Woo!
Albert.
My name is Derek Roche, North Carolina.
French, yeah. Hey, yo, so I got a big announcement. Whatever it is. Look at that, hey.
Cut your part. That's
my thing is.
Does y'all see Cassie on this shit or no? If Cassie's not on it, is that Jimmy Iovine? That's Jimmy Iovine. Is Cassie here? That's Cassie, right?
They really did. I'm saying. Real hustlers, you know what I'm saying? People that are dependable, responsible, intelligent.
You deserve it, daddy. Pause. All right, all good. All good. All right, so chat, it appears that court is over. It appears. But we're going to get the updates on what. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. I really think that the Capricorn Clark testimony could go both ways. Like, she gave really important information that could really make Diddy look a little crazy. But I'm going to be honest with you. I do believe if you look at it in a different context, which I think the defense has their hand tied behind their back. They can't make those points because, people say they're victims. So we're going to see how that kind of turns out. We're waiting on Lauren. Oh, she just dropped some shit.
Trial day 10 afternoon update with the testimony of Capricorn Clark. I want to go back to the morning just to a couple things.
Yo, Lauren, well, she knows we watch her on here. Lauren, I'm going to keep it a bean with you. I can tell you spending a little extra time on the makeup every day. You get what I'm saying? Like, you can tell Lauren know people looking at her.
Things that I want to add for some context. Now, after the incident with Kid Cudi and Cassie and Capricorn Clark, she testified that Diddy said to her that he should kill her and that he should, quote, cut Cassie's face. So she was just detailing threats, and she detailed a couple more as well. She also said that she told bad boy president at the time, Harv Pierre, about this, and he said something like, whoa, that's crazy, but, don't worry about it. She also said, okay. So there was another incident that happened at Diddy's house, and Capricorn Clark described that she was in the kitchen with Lauren London and Diddy and...
Y'all horny as hell. Somebody say, yo, Act, she not single. Somebody's driving her. Bro. She's just a friend to the show, man. Look at y'all. Y'all horny.
The chef was kind of, working in the kitchen. But
I heard what Dr. Umar said, man. We're not crossing party lines right now.
Wasn't part of this conversation. And Diddy said something along the lines of, you know why you guys don't have a man like me? And they were like, huh? And he called Cassie into the kitchen and he basically said, walk over there. Now walk back. Now pick this up. Now give it to me. Now put it back. Spin in a circle. Told her to do all this stuff. And he goes, okay, now leave. And when she left, he just said, that's because you bitches won't do stuff like that. That's why you don't have a man.
Wait, what?
And they were like, huh? And Diddy and the chef was okay. So there was another incident that happened at Diddy's house, and Capricorn Clark described that she was in the kitchen with Lauren London and Diddy, and the chef was kind of, you know, working in the kitchen but wasn't part of this conversation. And Diddy said something along the lines of, you know why you guys don't have a man like me? And they were like, huh? And he called Cassie into the kitchen, and he basically said, you know, walk over there, now walk back, now pick this up, now give it to me, now put it back, spin in a circle. Told her to do all this stuff, and he goes, okay, now leave. And when she left, he just said, you know, that's because you bitches won't do stuff like that. That's why you don't have a man. So I'm trying to think. Okay, so then before we left off, before lunch, I guess, I was discussing that Mark Agnifilo had stated that Capricorn Clark had a meeting with himself and Tenny Garagos, and this was in April of 2024 when there was an investigation underway into Diddy, and that Capricorn Clark had discussed possibly coming back to work for him as his chief of staff. And according to Mark Agnifilo, he said, you know, well, you're aware that he's under criminal investigation right now, so that job probably wouldn't work out. And he said, do you remember saying, like, if, you know, I was there, or if he was under my watch, this wouldn't have happened? And she said she didn't really remember saying that. She also testified that she witnessed his drug use get worse over times as she witnessed Cassie's get worse. And he also made sure to say that she had her lawyer present for this meeting, and her lawyer is Brian Friedman. Many of you guys know Brian Friedman. He is the lawyer of Justin Baldoni, Perez Hilton, among some other big names, Megyn Kelly, I think. So during cross-examination, Mark Agnifilo said, hey, are you sure that you didn't tell the government that whole thing with Cassie in the kitchen, it wasn't Lorianne Gibson, it was Lauren London? And she said, no, I'm sure. And he's like, okay. And he shows her a transcript, and she looks, and she's like, well, that had to be a mistake. I definitely didn't say Lorianne Gibson, who is a choreographer, by the way. He then elicits testimony from Capricorn Clark that she didn't think that Cassie was necessarily good for Sean Combs. She thought they were toxic as a couple. She also said, let me see. Yeah, they were toxic. Then she was shown a text that she wrote him, or an email, and Mark Agnifilo said, you know, do you remember kind of saying to Diddy that you had a crush on him at one point? And she's like, I do not remember that. And then he showed her a very not that old, it was from 2021, where she texted him that she had a crush on him back in the day when they first met, and reference that they called him Chalk, like chocolate for short. What else? Sorry, I'm flipping through my notes. Okay. So, then we go to the Kid Cudi section of this, and this is where things got a little hairy, I want to say. So, Mark Agnifilo asks Capricorn Clark how Diddy got into her house, and they had this whole conversation about security guards and how this one security guard got fired because Diddy kind of demanded that he be let in the building, and this guy let him in. And Mark Agnifilo was like, so you didn't get his name, you don't know who he was, but you know he got fired? And she's like, yeah, I don't know his name, sorry. And then, you know, he basically says, did he point this gun at you at all when he was in the house? And she says, no. And he says, well, did you tell the government that he pointed it at you? And she said, no, I said that he waved it around, and but that was it. And then he shows a transcript, and she says, well, it's wrong, because I guess it did say he pointed it at her. And then she talks about, or we know that she called Cassie's burner phone now from the driveway at Kid Cudi's house. And by the way, Mark Agnifilo was very focused on how Diddy was able to get into Kid Cudi's house, or through the door. And he was asking Capricorn Clark, like, well, you're scared, you know, you're supposed to be watching him because you want to make this phone call. How do you not know how he got in the door? Because she said she didn't really see how he got in, if he opened it, if he, you know, whatever.
Remember, there was no sign of forced entry. So either he had a key. Sorry, I thought he got a key from Cassie, because Cassie backdoored Cudi. But this might suggest otherwise. Maybe it was a code.
And she just said she was so scared. And she also testified that during this break-in that Diddy came out back and forth a few times while his security guard, Rube, stayed inside. And sorry, she calls him Puff. I mean, they refer to him as Mr. Combs, but I apologize if I go back and forth with these names. So then Mark Agnifilo says, are you sure you didn't call Lauren London before you called Cassie's burner phone? And she's like, I am absolutely sure I did not call Lauren London. And they go on about this for a while. And, she says, well, okay, yes, I called her before I called Kid Cudi. And Mark Agnifilo is like, wait, you said that you were so scared because you were thinking to yourself, well, what if Kid Cudi is in the house for this robbery? You want to quote unquote save his life, but you called Lauren London before? And she's like, yeah. And then they go back and forth. And then she actually goes, well, wait, maybe, because he says, are you sure that Lauren London wasn't on a 3-way call with you and Cassie when you called her? And she's like, no, I called her before. And then all of a sudden she just goes, well, maybe Lauren London was on the call while I called Cassie. And so then she's sitting there thinking and saying, well, maybe she was on the call. So that was kind of a big moment that she basically said maybe her testimony wasn't correct. And then we go back to the gun. And when she called Cassie and Kid Cudi, or Kid Cudi was in the background, Cassie put it on speaker, they said, did you tell them that Diddy had a gun? And she said, yes, like I'm sure I told them that. And he said, well, what did Kid Cudi say? And she said that Kid Cudi said, oh, what? They're in my house? And, Agnifilo was like, well, wait, he wouldn't be concerned about the gun? Like that whole thing? He just kind of elicited that. And then we talked about the high-speed chase. That was kind of questionable. She said that it was very short. She said they went up a hill, and Agnifilo was like, well, the only way to, get off of that hill or is to come down the exact same way. And she's like, no, that's not correct. And he's like, well, here's a map. There's a bunch of dead ends. And she's like, that's not right. And then, when she got back to Kid Cudi's house later that night, when she went over there with Cassie, she said that ADT was there. There was a security guard there. She saw a police car somewhere. And Agnifilo's like, so you didn't go to the police and say, hey, I was kidnapped before? And she said no. She also said that in the summer of 2012, I'm skipping ahead, she was fired at that point, but someone from the arson department at LAPD called her and asked her about an alleged arson, which she said she knew nothing about to us, but she said she hung up on this police officer and didn't talk to him. And Agnifilo kind of harped on that for a minute. But then they go back to her vacation and why she got fired a few months later. She tells us that she was on vacation with Rihanna, actually. And he said, well, you're upset about being fired because, you didn't want to be fired. And she said, no. Oh, and he also showed us an email that she sent about 2 weeks after this kidnapping, where she was just doing business as usual. He was just pointing that out. Then we saw a lot of emails and texts from Capricorn Clark to Diddy, basically from 2014 to 2015, basically her saying that she hopes that he forgives her. And that was a big moment. And she says this a couple times. And she says that, your grace period of being mad at me has exceeded, LOL. She also talked about, and this is before lunch, I forgot to bring this up, that she was actually traumatized when she saw Cassie's 2023 lawsuit because she wasn't mentioned. And Agnifilo got her to say things about Cassie, that she didn't think she was very talented. And she ends up crying on the stand and saying that, Diddy only let her go because of Cassie and then hired her back because of Cassie, essentially, and said that she was hurt because Diddy only took her back, in 2016 because Cassie wanted him to. So she kind of felt hurt by this because, it wasn't up to Diddy. He did what Cassie said.
Okay. All right. So really today was Capricorn Clark's day. She's the only one who was on the stand today. Only person on the stand. What we're going to have to start doing in trying to break down or analyze how we should view the day is, did the prosecutor hit a slam dunk, or did the defense throw up enough, misdirections to be able to say the story wasn't that clear. And I have to imagine, I know some people want like full exposures, like, you know, for example, Dawn Richard, I think she got exposed on the stand. She got exposed. We're not going to get many of those, though. We're probably going to get a good mix of somebody has a point, their government's witness, and we get to hear their story is inconsistent. We don't know if they probably got the order wrong, or we get to realize they have an axe to grind, or, hey, they themselves may have some different feeling in the sense of, oh, they used to like Diddy. They don't like Cassie now. Obviously, that wouldn't be the case because, you know, there'll be a government's witness. But we will get these mixed emotions about people on the stand, not just full-on slam dunks. And for me, I do believe that's why Diddy's legal team are trying to say we can't have too many people telling the same story, because they're doing a good job of trying to say you're unreliable, you felt like this, you're just mad because of this. Yo, how do you feel like this, but you still wanted a job last year? But it's only so much, and I keep saying it's only so much a jury is going to believe before they start saying, man, all these niggas ain't lying. Like, they might have a detail or two off, but they're kind of describing this guy correctly. And now let me just go with the majority description. Let's see if that fits into the crime. That could lead to a conviction for him, even though I think the jury instructions are going to be clear. If there is something or a testimony that is hazy or you don't believe all the way, you can't use those things. But again, remember, it's people. The jury's made up of a bunch of people, not actually robots. So anyway. All right, waiting on Lauren to see whenever she's going to get out. Let me see. Lauren crimes. Yeah, and there's, let me see. Anybody?
Sean Diddy comes to court each day and is telling us what...
Okay, so this is his behavior in court. So Diddy comes in court every day, he throws up a symbol. Supposedly he goes like this or something like this, and he throws up the heart symbol, and he waves to like family. But family hasn't been there for everything. And by the way, the amount of press is kind of dwindling a bit. But they are analyzing his body language to see what he's doing. Check this out.
There is only a handful of people who actually know what Sean Combs now looks like since his arrest in September 2024. He's been in jail since his arrest, and cameras aren't allowed in the courtroom for his sex trafficking and racketeering trial. But we have a pretty good idea that the Sean Combs that's showing up in court each day looks a little bit different from the man once known as Puff Daddy, who so many of us grew up watching and listening to. Each day in court, Diddy hasn't been wearing suits. He's been wearing sweaters, often paired with khakis. Here's a sketch of him at the defense table during opening statements. While cameras aren't allowed in the courtroom, here at Law and Crime, our Elizabeth Milner has been in court each day and is telling us what she is seeing. We also have a sketch artist that's showing us some images of what's happening in the courtroom. We do know through these sketches that each day in court, Diddy has not been wearing the suits that you might be accustomed to him seeing. Remember, he's the one behind the luxury brand Sean John. Instead, he's been wearing sweaters, often paired with khakis. Here's a sketch of him in a sweater, this time smiling at his family as he entered court making a heart shape with his hand. This was from one of the days that his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura testified about the alleged abuse that she suffered at the hands of Diddy. Before we get back to what's happening in the courtroom, I want to take a moment and bring you a Law and Crime legal alert. Did you know that children are being diagnosed? Just the rundown of what the room really felt like during the moments that we see in the sketches or we're reading about in the transcripts. She has said that Diddy also just looks a lot older than many of us remember, almost grandfather-like, in that sweater, in the khakis. And as you can see in these sketches, he also now has gray hair. An interesting note on that gray hair is this image that we found in the evidence that was released by the government of what they seized in the raid on Diddy's Miami mansion in March 2024 ahead of his arrest in September later that year. Not only did federal agents find drugs, adult toys, and guns. They also found, just for men, hair coloring. Now, to be fair, Combs is 55 years old, and in jail, he doesn't have access to those hair coloring products. I bring all of this up because it does appear that the defense is trying to present a softer version of Sean Combs to the jury, a man who is different than the person they saw in that video of Combs chasing down and attacking his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, at that Los Angeles hotel in 2016. A judge signed an order in April heading into court that said Combs could have 5 shirts, 5 sweaters, 5 pairs of pants, and 2 sets of laceless shoes, which may explain the sweaters for a trial that is expected to last more than a month and a half. But also it's important to see the strategy that is potentially going on here by Diddy's defense team. The wife of one of Diddy's defense lawyers is representing Luigi Mangione in court. You can see the similarities in what the man accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson has worn in court and what Diddy appears to be sporting in his trial. Both sweaters, that much more softer tone. Here's a picture of Combs hugging one of his lawyers that was put together by our sketch artist. So let's talk about the body language, because there are some moments that we have found notable as this trial has gone on now for 2 weeks. There's been several.
You had a massive
circus, and with all the allegations, and now with everybody explaining like what's happening in the bedroom.
Oh, my bad. Chat. I was saying, Ray J said free Diddy. That's what the name of the video is. He said free Diddy. And I said, bruh, on a scale of, I'm gonna just use myself as a baseline of sane. On a scale of academics to Orlando Brown, where is Ray J in that scale of like, yo, this nigga crazy? I don't think he hit full Orlando Brown, but I ain't gonna lie. Every time I see Ray J these days, he's inching up that scale. He's getting to Orlando Brown, bruh. He's getting there.
I mean, every day it just sounds crazier and crazier and freakier and weirder, right? And I'm like trying to understand, with all this being said, like with Kid Cudi going on and saying everything that happened, but then ended up saying Cassie played both of us. It's like, where are we trying to go? Are we just trying to like tell all of these crazy stories and then that equals out to sex trafficking? I mean, it's starting to become outrageous. It's a RICO case. It's really only Diddy and maybe one other person. Like, I'm just starting to feel uncomfortable and I'm starting to feel weird about this whole thing.
Well, it was certainly interesting last week when I interviewed this guy who had the pseudonym The Punisher, who was hired, and it was Cassie Ventura. Right. So it was a sort of very interesting interview because Cassie Ventura did all the negotiating, did all the payments, and did all the texting to him. Diddy would sit in the corner of a hotel room naked, and he would watch, with her apparent full consent, this guy come in and have sex with her. And it happened maybe a dozen times over a 2.5-year period. Now, none of that says to me that that is a serious crime. If she is the one that is organizing it all. Now, she is arguing it was coercion and so on. You know all these people very well. You know Cassie Ventura. You know Diddy well. When you saw that interview, maybe you saw the one that I did, but when you saw that guy talk, what was your takeaway from that?
I was just thinking, like, what year are we in? Like, it feels like we're in this vortex of, like, this dominatrix story about all of these different characters that are coming out and the names and the nicknames. And, I mean, it's intense.
Yo, I get you, Ray J. This sounds like an ECW episode of the The freak off. I get it. I get it. I get it. Yo, the Punisher is coming out next. You know what I mean?
I think that it's entertaining for sure, and it's definitely press worthy. But at the end of it all, it's like, this is what Diddy is being charged for, and this is what he possibly might serve a lot of jail time for. I don't understand it, and I really want to know where this is all gonna go and where does this lead? Because again, it's weird, it's freaky. Like the whole oral thing with the 19 guys and the blisters. I mean, it feels like they're just trying to paint these pictures of Diddy. And I was around Diddy all the way pretty much up until the arrest. And all I got from that when I hung out with Diddy, and this is word to my mom and kids, he's always inspired me to be great. When I left, I felt like I could do more for my business. I felt like I had more power because I wanted to be more vocal in running my companies and call my wife if we were getting into it and send her flowers. I mean, these are all the things he was instilling to me and all of the young guys around that were inspired and you know, look at him as a mentor. So now these private things that happen when we were around and never even got a chance to see this kind of crazy stuff, it just sounds like this was a private, personal thing that was happening, and now it's starting to become it's diabolical. I mean, if that's the right word, it's chilling and it's scary for a lot of people out there in this business like us who are trying to walk the right path and connect with the right people when there's things.
Rage, I ain't gonna lie, man. The way you talking, it sound like you're saying Diddy don't do nothing I don't do. That's what this is coming across as. Yo, Diddy, I do the same shit Diddy do. What you talking about? Like, why are you being charged? Like, what do you do?
Things that you do when you make bad mistakes. But this is like an overflow of just complete negativity.
So it sounds to me, unless I'm wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you think that there's been a massive overreach here. This is personal behavior between Diddy and Cassie Ventura that we've seen so far, that it doesn't cross the line from where you sit into serious crime under the RICO law, which of course was, you know, intended for mafia members and so on. Do you think that's what we're witnessing here with this case, that this was consensual? It may be freaky, it may be sexually deviant, it may be all these things, but it was apparently consensual behavior and not a crime.
I agree, and there's things that you know we saw in these videos, they were disturbing, and that's not okay, right? But looking at the crimes that he's being charged for, this is where it starts to go overboard, and it's like whoever was mad at the top was really mad, and I think we're here now. And I think it's a flex because, like, what are they trying to get out of this in this court case? Does everybody that's talking about these stories, do they want to see Puffy rot in jail? Is that what we're here for? Because I just think that that's unfair, and just knowing everybody, it just could have been done a different way. And now it's starting to worry me. And I honestly think that Diddy will get out. And I think that there's nothing here, right? I think they made their point, whatever they were trying to make. Your point is made. Now let Diddy out. Free Diddy.
Wow, you think he's going to walk?
He's a free Diddy.
I think so. And I personally think it's going to happen faster than a lot of people think, because I think we're all starting to see what this is. Even if you're on the other side of it, I mean, you know, the justice system is the justice system. Where does this fit in right as opposed to right and wrong? It's off, and I don't like it.
Here's my problem.
And I want to be vocal about it.
Right. So I've met Diddy a couple of times at social functions many years ago, and he was perfectly polite and nice to me, and we had a perfectly civilized conversation. One was an Oscars party, one was an event in London. I have to say, when I watched the video that was leaked of him attacking Cassie Ventura in that hotel corridor, I did think then, well, you're not the person I thought I knew from everything I'd read and heard. You're a very violent person capable of beating up a woman. That is despicable. And
all right, Ray Weather Jr. has spoken.
From some of the sketches you've seen and from what we've been hearing, what stands out to you just initially of how Sean Combs appears to be acting?
Well, there's it's interesting because I compare this to what his normal baseline is when I'm looking at him in multiple different scenarios, right? He always has that somewhat stoic look. He's very much in control. There's not a lot of expression most often with Diddy anyway. So when we're looking at him in the courtroom, it's very controlled. So with that being said, what is the meaning behind that? Comparing that to his typical baseline, could it be strategic? Could it be that he is intentionally trying to keep his emotions in check so he's not overly or overt expressive or showing any sort of anger or resentment, is furrowing the eyebrows or intensity or stalking or coercive control. So all of this is really important. So what I'm overall...
by the way, they're talking about Diddy's like behavior and demeanor in court. I should read some donations and everybody who's became members. Dubs TV, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to Chat Gang, brother. Ray Shelton, thank you for upgrading. You're now Chat Lieutenant, my boy. Bradley 6, thank you for becoming a new member. Jalen, thank you for becoming a new member. Jay Reacts, Moorish Repa, thank you. And Sweetheart, thank you for becoming a chat queen as well. King Raji, thank you for the 5. It says, yo, they said Travis Hunter looked like Norbit. Go play Norbit. Play the Go Norbit, Go clip. Let me see, what? The fuck? Is it this?
It's birthday, huh? Go Norbit! Go Norbit! Go Norbit! Come on, everybody! Go Norbit! Go Norbit! Go Norbit!
All right. Thank you, though, King Raji. Rest up. Thank you for becoming a member. Daryl Jackson, thank you for becoming a member. Nikki, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. It's one of our beautiful moderators over there. Tim D. the Barber says, so y'all think Lauren London is Jane Doe? I actually don't think... Nah. I'd be shocked if Jane Doe is someone popular. I'd be very shocked. We're going to find out. Like, I mean, I don't know how Jane Doe is going to testify without no one knowing who they are. Granted, the fact they were granted Jane Doe in the trial, they shouldn't be mentioned in the documents, but people are going to be in court. I don't know if they're going to have a closed proceeding or something that shows her on the screen. But Diddy has a right to face all his accusers and everybody who's speaking against him. Don't know if it's the right of the press and everybody else to see. Maybe to hear, but I don't know how they're going to do that. Still Goku, it says, free King Slime, freak bull. Ain't King Slime, Young Thug, he's free. Nug, thank you for the 5. It says, yo, honesty is not surprising about Nip. Gangbangers run trains on neighborhood bops all the time. They're in some freaky shit. Ruger Red, thank you for the gifted membership. Turn up. Oh, it says, yo, Ack, I make beats from every genre. It's time to update that intro song. I can sing some beats. I got that fire. Anthony Arnold, thank you for the 5 gifted membership. Low Life Bray, thank you for the 2. It says, yo, once Wack says, bro, it's a wrap on Paru. Speaker, thank you for the 5. It says, yo, you must have an iPhone. iPhone users never have their damn phone charged. That's true. Oh, man, that's true. Stephen Lou says, yo, he's using you, and he's talking about Wack, he's using you to spread his agenda. You think so? I don't really want to, like, again, I ain't see that Nipsey tape. I don't really care to see it. Speaker also says, yo, Wack got 20 terabyte hard drive of dirt on rappers. I actually think that might be true. Rest Up says, not like us. I think you're right, Kenny. Lang says, why would you lie to call Wack and tell him we fuck with it? Y'all don't fuck with Wack? I be looking in the chat when he's on. Y'all be fucking with him. Benedict says, get Myron to look up this Nip stuff. He ain't pussy. See, I don't want to break nothing about Nip because let me tell you, like, people really think that, like, again, me and Nip got no issues, no problems. Despite anything he said publicly about me and him got on the phone. I have no reason to try to tarnish his legacy, make him look, I was asking Wack about that. Like, yo, if he used to do stuff like that, does that make him any less of a man? I don't want to make him look no type of way. And I just think sometimes the messenger matters. Like, people are not going to think that it's coming from an honest place. So I'm like, let that go to Wack 100 or some other outlet. But I could pretty much look this up, but I kind of want to stay out of this one, bro. I'm going to be honest with you. K Flock's attorney, thank you for becoming a member. Damn, it sounds like these are some of the King Academics people who are coming over here to become members. Again, chat, we won't be broadcasting for like 3 days on King Academics, then we will be back on there. It's a straight Kick, primarily Kick, but also Rumble and the Academy thing, okay? King Bessie say, yo, act, man, come on, man. I've asked you multiple times to look up the Kesha. What's going on? We can look it up right now. Kesha. No, I'm going to save it for tomorrow. Remind me at the beginning of the stream, King Bessie, at the beginning of the stream, bro, like, before we get into tweets and shit. You get me? Gino Batty, and he says, it's Beatty, not Batty. So Gino Beatty. He says, is that Will Smith? Who are you talking about? Billy Mack says, Ack, you know y'all both ain't like that. Me and Absol, well, perfect, great. I love not being like that. Levi Chris says, let them clowns, you got Baltimore behind you. Chat, when rappers say that, man, like, they're not doing nothing. Like, I'm starting to tell y'all, and y'all think it's tough. Sometimes you have to call these guys out that people could see them for the frauds they are. Like, you're just rhyming words. Like, there's people who rhyme and people who do. And y'all live under the facade. I'm telling you, any rapper who claims he's tough, I want everybody to call them out. We need to see action with them words. If we're not seeing no action, we've never seen, you know what Go Yayo said it was very important when he said it on my show? Or he said it off the record. He said, act. He said, some of these niggas claim they gangsters and never have caught a parking ticket a day in their life. He said, yo, listen, no matter how smart you are, how careful you try to get, if you a nigga in the streets and you do dirt, at some point or another, you're going to at least catch a case. If these guys are claiming they don't have no cases, no nothing, but they're talking like they're fucking, like, you know, what's the guy who used to do all the murders for the mafia or the mob or whatever, the one that turned? He's like, yo, they're probably lying. And a rapper's job is to lie. A rapper's job is to lie. So when I say that, I want these fools to crash out. I just know they won't. Like, I just know they won't. You know what I mean? Now, obviously, you know, shit. Just like I'm calling their bluff, they can call my bluff too. Lil Baby tried it, right? Lil Baby was like, yo, he DM'd me and said, yo, Ack, let's meet up. I gave him an address. I said one time. He never showed up. He just called me bitch and just moved on. So, again, you know, it's rappers. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like we really look at these rappers like they're like some superheroes. No, they're just people who know how to, they're wordsmiths. Yeah, that's it. Now, again, I'm not saying all of them, but you know who you could try, right? Like, Absol, come on. Nano says, yo, them West Coast niggas been rapping how long? And they never went platinum, but they worried about Drake. Come on. Gino Beatty, he says, yo, Cassie finna drop a little Peabody, what? A little Peabody baby? I don't know what that means. Okay. Life of Oz says, Lil Ack versus Asshole. Counselor at Large says, yo, but Ack only beefs. Yeah, nobody sees when I respond to dudes, right? He said they never mentioned these rants. Of course. Somebody said Diddy was Nipsey's swinging partner. Like, there's some questions I want to ask. Not necessarily about Nipsey, because I kind of do believe it about Nipsey. It can't be just Diddy and Nipsey. You know, I hate to bring up a conversation I had with someone privately, but Cardi B hit me, and Cardi was just like, hey, Ack, what do you think about this Diddy case, right? She said, this shit's crazy. And I said to her, and I'll say it to you guys, it's nothing personal, so I can say it. I said, Cardi, this Diddy trial makes me realize, as much as sometimes I feel like, okay, I think I've done enough, I'm in the industry, I'm not in the industry. Because this is what the industry is. The industry is like really, there has to be a gatekeeper for something to really be an industry. You can't just let niggas in all you want. And then there has to be like this hidden code or usually traditional morals. The point of what I'm trying to say is that's when I realize I'm not truly in the industry. Because the niggas in the industry, they into freak offs, they get invited to freak offs, they know each other's secret. Like, this shit that I'm finding out for the first time ever, I don't think the majority of people in the industry, this is their first time hearing it. That's why I also say you see, I got a big mouth, pause. As soon as I hear some shit, I blab it to y'all. I think a lot of people not only knew about Diddy, I think a lot of other dudes are on the same type of wave. Just think about it. The only person that we're kind of seemingly get outed now is someone who's dead. Nipsey. You think nobody else is into that? There's a part of me that wants to think to some of these people, this is the norm. And they're sitting back, just like I heard it during the Bill Cosby time. I heard some people say, yo, Bill Cosby's going down for some shit that mad people did. Not quote unquote drugging women, but back in the 70s or the 80s, niggas used to pop quaaludes with their woman or the woman they trying to freak off with. And it was just considered freaky, like kind of like Hollywood trendy shit. It wasn't considered Pill Cosby. 15, 20 years later, we call it Pill Cosby. So I heard a lot of dudes when he was getting prosecuted, they was on some shit like this. Like, oh shit. Yeah, that nigga, he went a little too hard. But they were all doing it too. It's the same thing like, yo, didn't we all been clowning Russell Simmons? Russell Simmons seemed like a genius now when we see what's going on with Diddy, right? Russell Simmons is like this. Nah, he not like this. I'm too fat. I can't do it. But he crossing his legs on some like Indian style shit, right? In Bali right now, looking like, yeah, get that nigga Diddy, man. Get that nigga. Yo, it's like he knew it. He's seen it coming, right? He's seen it coming. Stephen Lou says, is there anyone you could get for a West Coast topic? Someone in bias. Well, I think community guys can. And community, DJ goes 100%. 100%. 100%. We got to get DJ Ghost on here. Where's DJ Ghost? Somebody sent a bad signal to DJ Ghost, man. We need to figure out, because here's the thing too, and this is one thing I will say. Sometimes, especially with, we talk in colloquials, like, yo, them West Coast niggas. No one, we've learned from history from this, no one wants a coastal war. No one wants violence that could be identified as coastal violence. Nobody wants that. But while talking shit, Joey's putting belt to ass, will we be like, man, Joey giving all them West Coast niggas the beast? It's not meant to be. Niggas don't like the West Coast. And that's why sometimes you'll see me hop on with AD, because we got to center the rhetoric, because we all talk that shit, but nobody wants to position it where, and I think sometimes the West, like during the battle with Drake, I think that they found strength in saying, we are, like, it's niggas are going against the West. Like, Kendrick even rapped that. Something about the West Coast, but like they used to that. Something like that. I can't remember that. Anyway, Diddy was Nipsey's swinging partner. It says, Diddy hit Lauren London. It makes sense. Bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, though. I'm one of them type of niggas. Like, I look at a girl and be like, she seemed too sweet. Like, you'd be like, yo, you know 5 niggas ran a train on her. And then I meet her, she looks mad pretty, and she's like so nice. She's like, hi. Like, she looked mad innocent and naive. I'm like, I ain't believing they ran a train on her, because I'm judging her personality and how she gives off an image. So maybe that's the case with Lauren. I think I'm kind of looking at her like that, like, nah, hell nah. Hell nah, she ain't did that. But I could be wrong, right? Could be wrong. Life of Oz, thank you for the 2. And then he said, yo, spam the blind. The nigga blind for real? Oh, I didn't know he was blind. Books, thank you for the 10. It says Capricorn Clark is Lauren London's sister. No, it's not. Is it starting to make sense? How come TikTok always has the right question but never have a video about it? Right? They have the... 2013. So finding out today, Rihanna's close friend and former Diddy assistant, Capricorn Clark, is actually Lauren London's older sister. What? Wow. Oh, somebody said they're not real sisters. Oh, no. All right. Anyway. What else? Play video of Cassie hiding on the sheet. We did before. I'll do it again if you want. Somebody say, if it ain't snowing, I ain't going. My boy, he's back with the almond milk. You're not waiting for Dr. Umar, are you? Water tastes yucky says, new Ray J and Piers Morgan video about Diddy. We played that. Lang says, yo, why you say you don't want to talk about open murders, but that's how you got to this point? What are you talking about? Okay, did y'all like misinterpret my point? I talk about open murders all the time. The point what I'm trying to say is I've constantly told y'all, for example, someone like I have someone sue me for defamation. I want to sit here, you know, they say I'm up in everybody's business. I love talking about my business because I know it the best. I can't talk about it. It's an open situation about my situation. Here's the thing. If 6ix9ine has a possible investigation from any body or or any investigative body into him, I'm not going to go try to discuss this because that's my friend. I'm going to be honest with you. Call it bias all you want, but if it's my man's, I'm not going to. So for example, with like Wack, I'm like, brother, I like even with the loose cannon shit, he basically tells me the situation. He says, yo, he feels loose cannon is trying to set the feds up or trying to like have the feds try to pick him up for some shit. I'm like, whoa, Wack's my man's. All right, cool. Let's stop talking about it then. I'm not like the dudes on Clubhouse. Like, they'll talk about even their own shit to a detriment. Like, there's a guy named Hocus Pocus. The dude called a Rico and ran to Clubhouse. I couldn't believe it. Like, it's like he couldn't help it. It was like his clout moment. Like, to me, that is crazy that people do that. So, is that the context you were saying, me talking about open murders? Because, no, we solve murders on here. I do that. That's a fact. We definitely solve murders. I got no problem with saying that. The point what I was saying is that if my friend is involved, like I was even confused, just like even some of the stuff with like Wack, I'm like, yo, Wack, if you feel you're too close to this big U shit, I don't know why you still talk about it. You get what I'm saying? Like, also, not only does supposedly the street code say don't talk about open murders, but if you're too close to it, why do you talk about it? Because you never know. See, that's what I'm saying. He came to me, he said, yo, bro, I think this nigga's trying to get me charged or hemmed up or lined up some way. All right, I'll stop talking about it. You get what I'm saying? All right. Talk about Drake OVO Fest and the and True of Diddy case. What are you talking about? Naruto. That didn't make too much sense. Please, could you rephrase? Did you see the clip of Kai trying to call out the AMAs last night? By the way, I'm waiting on Logic for his video. It is still not up. Okay, I know what video you're talking about. We posted it. So Kai's on a live stream. He's at the AMAs. By the way, Kai just has every big moment in the world, huh? And some guy comes over while he's live, probably to like 300,000 people. And the guy brings up Kanye. We all know Kanye has been in some shit. And Kai, he's pretty, he's, I won't say safe, but like, brand friendly. And just check this out.
Looking good. How you doing, bro? Nice to meet you. Good to see you. Hi. Hey, Sarah, it's Kanye. Hi. Hey, how you doing? Who let this guy in here? Yeah. Hey, where's Kanye? We want to say we love Ye. We love Ye for being outspoken regardless, because it's America, and I think it's a great thing to live in a free country. Don't you, Guy? I think it's a free country.
Yo, that look was epic. that little sun like. That was epic.
So you really
after my screen, knowing my influence.
Yeah.
So come on here and say that.
I think he's a great guy that at the end of the day, you have a dialogue with him.
And that's what I'm going to say. I think I want to protect my energy.
Yeah, well, I think you letting them talk is a good thing.
Look, I'm going to politely ask you, get out of here, guys.
Well, we think it's good to have free opinions.
All right, I get
God
it.
bless you, Kai.
But I don't want that. Whatever you got going on, you deal with that. Thank you for your service.
Yes, he's a boy, Sarah.
You
Take a photo. I love your work.
Yo, that's
Great work, man.
crazy.
Nah, Kai's a streamer. This is why Kai's the GOAT streamer. Like, Kai's camera presence, even though the guy's there, he's still focused mainly on the chat, and there's people you can't see. It's just a camera. Kai's pretty good. As far as him not saying anything about Ye, let me tell you this. I like Ye. I don't agree with everything he says, and I hate that I always got to give that caveat. But it is because of his actions why you have to give the disclaimer. You can't blame anyone if they don't want to associate their brand or use their energy or the position that they've worked so hard to be in to support, give light, have an opinion, or be forced to support or have to go against. And I think you have to respect it. I haven't seen Kai say anything negative or positive. And I've seen Kai's demeanor towards things or people he don't agree with at the moment. He's not speaking against them, but he chooses to use his energy and let's just say power, right, for not empowering those things. I think that's his choice. You can't, he ain't speaking against them. So I'm not going to say he's doing anything wrong. Also, at the point where Kai is going to be the first. He's going to be the first billionaire streamer. Okay? I already told you that boy touching 100 M's. He already touching 100 M's. So he going to be the first one to make $250 million. He going to be the first one to make $500 million. And, if I'm Kai right now, I'm thinking about the Jordan play. We all know this entertainment shit is fleeting. This is why I love y'all so much. I'm so happy I've lasted in this shit for 15 years. But you get this type of run, and it only lasts a few years. Now you're white, lightning hot. I think Kai's playing his cards really well, that he's either going to be, I don't know how much he owns at AMP or whatever, but he's going to own the biggest streaming team. He's going to own like a phase-like organization if it's not AMP, or maybe he owns it already. But he's going to own, I could see Kai setting it up where he owns a streaming service. Like he's at the point, even with the streamer university shit, he's starting to make the power moves and set up the moves where he's still all the way lit on fire, but it's going to get to the point where the next step is to be, you're a player owner. Streamer University was a test. He's a player owner. He's not only a streamer, we could see what he could do for other people. So he's getting to player owner status, and then it's going to be who does he partner with, and when he tries to do his version of, and I don't want to say it, but I have to, Prime or Feastables. I don't think it's going to be with a product. I think it probably will be with a service. I think Kai has shown us that he has the utmost well-intentions. His platform is huge, and he wants to put other people in position. I think people believe in him. So I think that's the next move he's going to make, maybe the next 1-3 years. And I don't think he wants any of that torpedoed by that time. You can't blame that young man. He came up from having rats run behind him while he was live streaming. Let that man eat and let him do his thing, okay?
Really? Nah, thank you so much.
Hey, I appreciate you. Hey, Kai, I love the content, bro. Love the content, bro.
Thank you so much.
Can I get a photo?
Okay, there we go. All right. Who else? Somebody said, when are we doing Ye's second interview? Oh. Sooner than you think. I'll just say that. Sooner than you think. I'm finalizing a few things on a play. Oh, this will be so good. It will be so good. I'm trying. I don't want to say anything to fuck it up. Okay? Sincere Poppy, thank you for 5. It says, it kind of makes sense that it would be down to that should be down to do stuff with Diddy because Diddy helped Nipsey work on a few songs on Victory Lap. I don't know. Omens Den says, yo, why are you mentioning 4'2" Douglas? What about 42 Doug? Why are you bringing up 42 Doug? Chosen Racer says, yo, Ack, you the only one who torches your fucking brand on a regular. Kai will not. Somebody says, Ack, are there any black media that is focused on serious things that affect black people? Or is it just docile content all day? How does this help the youth? Hey, by the way, there are many different media outlets out there that cover political issues, societal issues. They give news about things that are going on wrong in the world, business platforms. Please, again, if you're looking for black content or just content about culture, we're not a monolith. If you want some fuckery, you could go to Ack. I mean, I try to diversify at times, but I would never sit here and be like, the all black media is just what I'm doing. Hell nah. You know, if you're into just financial literacy, you want to get your money up, you want to learn to do A, B, and C, and D, you want to, start planning for your future 10, 15 years from now. Earn Your Leisure is one of the best, right? There's other platforms that I see, could give you legal expertise, that could teach you how to start a business. Like, sir, whoever you are, there is multiple platforms, and we don't even have to just say black platforms. Platforms that cater towards what we're into, hip-hop, culture, sports, that could give you what you need when you need it. And I get it. Sometimes you need a balanced palette or plate of entertainment. Hey, I want to see some bullshit. I want to get some jokes. I want to get into some legal shit. I want to see what's going on in politics. I want to talk about how the Knicks came back. How the fuck did the Knicks come back? Right? You have to look around. You got to look around, okay? And shit, sometimes people give you dope-ass recommendations. You check them out, right? Okay. All right. Alrighty then. I think I got the most of them. I'm still waiting on Logic here, man. Come on, my boy. Nah, I still don't got it. Still don't got it. All right. Let's go to Entertainment Tonight. Usually they have a breakdown. Here we go.
York City, maintaining his innocence as an ex-assistant, takes the stand with damning testimony.
The prosecution may have been trying to make an argument for the kidnapping, which is part of the bigger criminal enterprise racketeering charge that Combs is facing.
Capricorn Clark on the stand Tuesday, claiming the music mogul kidnapped her in 2011, taking her to Kid Cudi's home, which she claims he broke into, matching the rapper's own testimony from last week.
He described seeing gifts that were unwrapped and that his dog was locked away in the bathroom. So he believed that someone had broken into his house, and he testified that he believed that person was Sean Combs.
Over the weekend, Diddy's legal team reportedly asked the judge to...
All right, we actually saw that already, or like pretty much in a roundabout way. Let's see.
So as far as the kidnapping allegation goes, that stems from 2011. And what do we know that happens in 2011, specifically around December of that time frame? That is when we start to kind of get into the Kid Cudi and Cassie relationship. Obviously a very huge talking point throughout a lot of this testimony, especially last week, kind of trickling into this week. And so around this 2011 time frame, Capricorn Clark is no longer Diddy's personal assistant. Now she's a global brand director. So she's around 28 years old around this time. But she said around this time frame, she was also working as Cassie's creative director and manager too, so kind of pulling those double roles. And she said as far as that role of being a creative director, it was kind of about maximizing the optics for Cassie. And so as far as just everything with the Kid Cudi incident, Capricorn Clark explained that Cassie was seeing Kid Cudi in December of 2011. We already know this, but Cassie had asked around this time frame whether or not Kid Cudi could come on a hike with Capricorn and Cassie. And Capricorn actually said that this was going to be a bad idea because Capricorn was concerned whether or not Diddy would find
to make money on her own with her modeling gigs outside of her singing career, and that she did somewhat have some creative control over her career.
Interesting. All right.
Got a question. I've got a poll up. Which part of Capricorn Clark's testimony was most shocking to you? Remember the former assistant who testified today. Alleged threats and intimidation, 20%. 50% being kidnapped. So majority of people who polled found that to be the most shocking. 17% being forced to take a lie detector test. So didn't seem that ton of people were that surprised about that, Cameron. And witnessing violence against Cassie, 13%. You know, in a different kind of case, Cameron, if I said I could present a witness to you who's going to testify, I observed the victim being abused, that might be like 90% shocking testimony. But I guess it's because so many people have testified that they witnessed some form of abuse that for our audience, they're not shocked by it.
Yeah, it's almost like with the drug use, it's sort of a foregone conclusion and accepted that there was domestic abuse in this relationship. You have so many witnesses to it. You have so much descriptive evidence. Usually when allegations of abuse, or any allegations for that matter, are super specific, and in Cassie's case, they were in her lawsuit, that means they're credible. And so, you know, it shows the polls sort of are nice, right? Because they show what a jury might be thinking. So if the jury is also thinking, you know, it's a foregone conclusion that there's abuse here, that's really bad for Diddy.
Got a question from Soul Shadow. Since the government said they might finish early, how might that shift the defense's strategy or timeline? Could it backfire if they're underprepared? I'll throw that back to you, Cameron.
I don't think they are. I think, you know, they have enough evidence, they have enough witnesses, they've gone above and beyond. And the points on cross that I've heard that, you know, for example, with Kid Cudi, says his house got robbed and they said, well, did you leave the door open? You know, but that doesn't necessarily show that it wasn't Diddy. There's no other suspects. So, you know, there's tiny points, little jabs possibly that the defense is throwing, but I think they're prosecution's landing some haymakers.
All right, got another question. I'll throw this to you, Safa. This is from Kay Morgan. Will the defense bring any of Diddy's family members to the stands? You know, and that also, you know, would be his children, right?
It's certainly possible. I would say anybody that testifies.
All right, man. I'm Diddy'd out. Diddy'd out. All right. Anything else in hip hop? Shit, chat. I mean, Absol wanted the attention. We should probably just give him some attention and go check out the song, right? Ooh, look at Diddy's mom. Diddy's mom wig game always looking good, man. I ain't gonna hold you.
Miss Combs, you so fine, girl. I would drink your bad water.
Oh shit.
I would drink your bad water, Miss Combs.
Oh shit.
Now, Miss Combs.
Miss Parker. Miss Parker.
Miss Combs, you is so beautiful.
Yo, Diddy gotta blow this nigga. This nigga don't even sound like he got a car, man. Yo, Diddy, you gotta blow up the train when this nigga on it, man. Fuck that. Yo, Diddy will blow up the train while you on it, nigga. Yo, bus taking, train riding ass nigga. Like, stop playing with Diddy's mom, nigga. Ain't nothing wrong with taking the train around the bus. I'm just trying to say, like, you know how Diddy get down. Know what I mean? Miss Parker. Alrighty then. Let me see this. Shador. So Shador bought another car. Yeah, this nigga's like a Rolls Royce demon, man. He said, it's another lie. I'm focused on my team, not a car purchase. What? I don't know, man. That nigga been rich since he was in college, man. I'm gonna just watch his play on the field, man. I know he like chains. If he like chains, let him rock what he do. If he don't perform, then we could clown. But I ain't gonna judge what he do outside of the field yet. Okay. Chat, I'm calling it. I'm gonna see y'all back here tomorrow. We'll get into some Absol. Thank you. You have given me some new content. I will be locking in tomorrow, which, by the way, I think you need the promo. You know when these little rappers need some help? This is why I also be getting frustrated. Nigga, you're signed to TDE, and Kendrick is your man. Like, why don't you just put Kendrick on the outro of something, and you will get all the attention you need? Like, you're doing the SoundCloud struggle rapper, like, I need this to go viral. I'm gonna slap academic. Nigga, what? Please stop it. But I will indulge you in your shenanigans. You know, you see, this is why the other media niggas be getting mad. The beef, none of these battles and beef get popping till Act name get mentioned. You throw my name into the mix, we finna take it to the next level. So tomorrow, we gotta lock in on Absol. I need his high school pictures. I need to see him when he was in kindergarten. Maybe he was slapping niggas then. I'm gonna do extensive research. I need his criminal history. I need every court document associated with him. I need to know if he has a history of slapping niggas, because if he don't, we got to figure out why. Okay, now we're also going to analyze that weak-ass song he put out. I ain't even hear it, but I'm just assuming it's weak, because if this is a standout moment from it, like, come on now, bro. Like, how you dissing me? Anyway, chat, I'm calling it. I love y'all. Thank you for everybody who has watched and subscribed. Please, get over the kick. Get over the kick. Make an account, okay? For my people who feel displaced because you're from the King Academics channel, we'll be back shortly. And Meta, did not forget about y'all, all like 150 y'all. I just got to I got to log back into my account. I don't know why. So I'll get both of those accounts back on. And yeah, thank you guys for watching. I will be back tomorrow, another day. And tomorrow will be day 2 for us, day 11 of the Diddy trial. So we're going to get another personal assistant, and we're going to keep going until hopefully we hit day 30 or we hit the verdict for Sean P. Diddy Combs' trial. Okay, thank you guys. Thanks for watching. It's been 7 hours and 30 minutes, or really it's been, what is this? 7 hours actually for all my people on the Academy. All right, love y'all. See y'all tomorrow. See y'all tomorrow. See y'all tomorrow. Oh, I love y'all.